Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow. The curtain rises on The Shadow's thrilling adventure in just a moment. But first, may I advise all homeowners who want steadier, more dependable home heating to be sure and order Blue Coal. It's America's finest anthracite, the coal that will ensure you and your family greater heating comfort at less cost. Blue Coal is mined from Pennsylvania's richest anthracite deposits. It's carefully sized, prepared, laboratory tested, and trademarked a harmless blue as your guarantee of its superior quality. Remember, insist on Blue Coal. Order your supply from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Death Stalks the Shadow.
Mally's in the end cell, Mr. Murdoch. Just talk to him through the bars. You're the last visitor, you'll see.
In cell, right. Hello, Mally.
Huh?
It's me, kid. Peter Murdoch.
Murdoch. Gee, I thought you'd never get here.
Come on, pull yourself together, Mally.
It's easy enough for you to talk. You ain't been sitting here waiting. Every day the chair getting closer.
Now, Mally.
They're testing the current. Listen. Hear that big dynamo turnover? Coming. They're testing it for me. For me.
Shut up.
Murdoch. Did you see the governor?
Yeah, I saw him, yes.
Well? Oh, say something.
There won't be any reprieve, kid. We're licked.
We're licked. That's funny, Murdoch. You ain't in here. You ain't going to sit in that chair.
I didn't kill anybody, Mally.
Why, you dirty double-crossing rat. Who planned that killing? Who promised I'd never even do time for it? You did.
Well, I didn't figure on the Shadow, Mally.
Yeah, I know. The Shadow. He caught me. He didn't know I was only doing your dirty work for you. I should have told him.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I trusted you. Peter Murdoch, the great lawyer. You said you'd get me off.
I can't win all my cases.
You didn't even try. Throw me to the wolves. So the Shadow wouldn't learn the truth about you.
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Yeah. If I could get through these bars, I'd fix you, Murdoch. Anyhow, I can tell the truth about you. I'll sing so loud.
Sing your head off. My reputation is too good. Nobody will believe you.
The Shadow might believe me, Murdoch. Suppose I told the Shadow who turned Dan Malley from a decent kid into a killer.
Stop dreaming, Mally. This is the death house. Tonight you're walking right through that door down there, and you're not coming back.
Why, you...
Oh, you'd better forget all about the Shadow. So long, Mally.
Come back here! Come back here!
So long, sucker.
Hey, Mally, any news for you?
Yeah. Bad news.
Gee, tough luck, kid.
Yeah, but I ain't through yet. Before they burn me, there's something I gotta do. Guard! Hey, guard! Where's that tin cup? Guard!
Pipe down, you guys! Pipe down! What's the matter, Mally?
I want to talk to Commissioner Weston. I gotta see him right away.
What for?
He's gotta locate somebody for me. Somebody I want to talk to. Well, don't stand there. Get me Commissioner Weston!
How did you happen to choose this cafe, Lamont?
Well, Margot, this is a place Commissioner Weston showed me, and I had hopes the gaiety might stop my thinking.
What's bothering you?
Today is the 12th, Margot. Young Dan Malley goes to the chair tonight, thanks to the Shadow.
But, Lamont, surely you don't regret the Shadow's having captured that murderer for the police?
No, not exactly. Malley fired the shot all right, but I've never felt the case was completely solved. Oh, well, let's forget that.
Oh, Lamont, look. When that waiter started for the kitchen, the door opened without his touching it.
Yes. Works by photoelectric ray.
Oh, what's that?
Look each side of the door, Margot. See those chromium fixtures sticking out of the floor? Lights hidden at the top of them?
Yes.
There's a beam of light between those two bulbs. When anyone approaches the door, his body breaks that ray. And whenever the ray is broken, the door opens without touching
How
it.
clever.
Yes, and convenient. But, Margot, I've sometimes thought it might even prove dangerous to a certain friend of yours,
Whom do you mean?
the Shadow.
But I don't understand.
The Shadow can hide himself from the human eye, Margot. But he has a physical being, and the photoelectric beam could detect his presence.
Hush, Lamont. Here comes Commissioner Weston now.
Oh, I see. Well, good evening, Commissioner.
Cranston, how are you? And you, Miss Lane?
Very well, Commissioner Weston.
Won't you join us?
Thanks, but I think not. I'm rather upset tonight.
Oh, what's the matter, Commissioner?
Well, Miss Lane, have you ever heard of the Shadow?
The Shadow?
Oh, yes, Margot. You've heard the absurd stories about his great deeds, huh? All poppycock, of course.
I'd give anything to contact the Shadow right this minute.
But why?
A boy named Dan Malley goes to the electric chair tonight with vital information. The only person he'll talk to is the Shadow. It's because I don't know how to find the Shadow I'm beaten. Well, I won't find him here. So if you forgive me, I'll run along. Good night.
Good night, Commissioner Weston.
Good night. Margot, my hunch about Danny's case must be right. Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Waiter, here's money for my bill. Never mind the change.
Thank you, sir.
Come, Margot, quick. I'm going to the death house now. As the Shadow.
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
Were you waiting for me, Dan Malley?
Who's that? Who spoke?
The Shadow.
The Shadow.
There isn't much time, Malley. They're coming after you to take you to the chair. Speak quickly. What have you to say?
Plenty.
I can't save you, you know. You killed a man, Malley.
Yeah, I know. But it wasn't my idea, Shadow. Honest, it wasn't.
There was no evidence against anyone else.
Yeah, don't I know it. He's too clever for that.
Who is too clever?
The bird that got me into this. The smart fellow that sold a dumb kid on crime being a good business.
His name?
Peter Murdoch.
Do you know what you're saying, Dan? Murdoch's a famous criminal lawyer. His reputation...
His reps are blind. Listen, Pete Murdoch's the biggest crook in this section. He's got a piece of everything. Well, right now he's planning a slum fire that'll kill thousands and net him $1 million from insurance companies.
You're telling the truth?
A man doesn't lie when he's only got a few minutes to live, Mr. Shadow. The job's going to be pulled late this week.
I'll investigate it, Dan. If it's true, Peter Murdoch will pay for his crimes. But how can I get proof?
That's easy. Now, listen. There's a friend of mine named Dopey Jake, down by the wharves, number 5 South Street. Jake knows enough about Murdoch's latest plan to prove what I said.
I'll see him.
Yeah, listen. If you can get to the filing cabinet in Murdoch's house, there's records and things, enough to finish him.
The Shadow promises justice, Dan Malley.
That's all I want.
They're coming, Dan.
Okay. I can take it. Thanks, Shadow. Thanks for coming.
Well, Dan, it's time.
Yeah. I know, Warden.
Unlock the door, Gus.
Right, Warden. Well, here goes.
Take his arms, Gus.
Steady, kid. I ain't scared. I ain't. Not as scared as Murdoch will be. Wait till the Shadow gets him.
All right, men. Forward.
Shadow. Yeah, don't be Jake. They'll fix him.
Goodbye, Malley. Come on, kid. Keep your chin up. So long, Malley.
Dan, the other prisoners are saying goodbye.
So long, boys.
We'll be seeing you, Malley.
Murdoch. Jake. The Shadow. The Shadow.
Hey, what was that about the Shadow?
The Shadow caught Dan Malley. He put him here in the big house.
Oh.
Hey, do you suppose it hurts much when they pull a switch?
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah. You know, it's funny how a nice kid like that gets to be a gunman.
Yeah, ain't it?
The man responsible will answer for that, my friend.
Hey, who said that?
The Shadow.
What the...
There it goes. The juice.
Well, Murdoch, like you planned, I got the job of getting Dan Malley onto the hot spot, and he went raving.
Yeah, Gus, they usually do.
That's right,
All right, cut it, Chick. Gus, what did Melly say when he was raving?
Something about you, Murdoch.
He mentioned names?
Yeah, Bess, he was yelling something about Dopey Jake and his shadow.
The shadow.
Seems like he'd been talking to the shadow in the death house.
Murdoch, this means the shadow got to Dan Malley.
All right. Beat it, Gus. I'm busy.
Okay.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, boss.
Show Gus out.
Okay. All right, come on, Gus. This way out. Okay.
What? The shadow.
The shadow.
Malley blast.
Shut up, all of you. Gus didn't see a soul get near to Malley.
You fool. The shadow hides from human eyes.
Yeah, that's right. And he knows about Dopey Jake now. If he should get Dopey to talk...
Listen, you half-wits. We've got to beat the shadow or lose the juiciest setup a gang ever had in this country. A fire that'll net us $1 million.
But, Murdoch, you can't lay hands on a shadow.
But that's just what I'm going to do.
But the shadow ain't real. He's kind of a spook.
Oh, he's real enough. He's a man, all right. He can die like any other man. Wait till you see the trap I'm building.
But how can you find the shadow?
You know, and I know where he can always be found. Where a crime has been committed.
Yeah, but there ain't any crime, Murdoch.
There's going to be one. A crime that'll set the shadow on my trail.
Well, I won't meddle with him.
Yeah, leave me out of this, Murdoch.
And me.
Now, you listen to me, Bess. Chick, and you too, Joe. You're in this, all of you. If anyone tries to rat, I'll put you on the same spot with Dan Malley. I mean it. Well, what do you say? You going to be good?
All right, you win. Well, what's this wonderful crime going to be, Murdoch?
A little job down on the waterfront at number 5 South Street. I want you and Joe to go down there tonight and kill our good friend, Dopey Jake.
The Shadow's adventure continues in just a moment. But first, here's advice every homeowner will profit by following. If you'd like to be sure of maintaining steady, even warmth throughout your home this fall and winter, call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. Lay in a supply of blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company from Pennsylvania's richest anthracite deposits. Every carload is carefully sized, prepared, and laboratory tested. Only that coal which comes up to the highest standard is trademarked a harmless blue, guaranteeing its superior quality. Blue coal requires less attention. It saves you time and energy, and you'll welcome its steady, dependable, healthful heat that stops quick chilling off of rooms and so prevents colds and illness in your family. No on and off type fuel can possibly offer you the security and heating economy of blue coal. Remember, furnaces in this section of the country were designed especially to burn anthracite. And in any of the 4 popular domestic sizes, egg, pea, chestnut, or stove, you'll get America's finest anthracite when you order blue coal. So plan today to order your supply tomorrow. Your dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let me have that flashlight, Margot. Ah, here we are. 5 South Street. Here's where Dopey Jake lives.
Lamont, do you hear that water?
Yes. These old empty tenements are built on piles over the river. It's the tide rushing out to sea.
This place gives me the creeps.
Here. Take my arm, Margot. We've got to go down a dark passageway to the door. Margot, after we enter the passageway, we mustn't speak. Just go up to the door, and I'll knock.
Yes, Lamont. I'm ready.
Come.
There's no one here.
Wait.
Lamont, let's get away from here.
No, wait. Margot, the door's not locked. I'm going in.
I'm going with you. I won't be left behind. Now.
Let me get my flashlight out. There. Come on, then.
Lamont!
What is it?
Turn your light that way on the floor. There's a man lying there.
Yes. Let me get a look at him. Oh, poor old fellow.
He lies so still.
Yes. There's a knife through his heart.
Oh, no.
It's pinning a note to his breast.
A note, Lamont? What does it say?
Let me see. It says, This is our pal, Dopey Jake. Get him to talk to you now, Shadow. Margot, this is Murdoch's challenge to the Shadow, and it must be accepted. I'm going directly to Murdoch as the Shadow.
Nearly finished with your wiring job, Steve?
Yeah, almost, Mr. Murdoch.
Gee, I hope it worked.
Oh, don't you worry, Miss Bess. When I get the electric wires connected with this sliding steel door, this room of Mr. Murdoch's is going to be fixed so nobody can get in or out.
Good.
Say, I've been wondering why you want this arrangement, Mr. Murdoch. What's it for?
Well, we call it the lion's cage, Steve.
The lion's cage?
Mm-hmm.
You aren't going to put a lion in it, are you? You're kidding.
Sure, of course I am. Though we do plan to use the room soon. By the way, you haven't mentioned this job to anyone, have you?
Well, no, sir. You said not to, so... Well, I didn't.
Hey, how does this steel door work, anyway?
I'll show you, miss.
Ready?
Yeah. Now, Mr. Murdoch, if you'll have your man outside throw the switch.
Bess, step out in the hall and tell Chick to switch on the current. He's in the room next to this.
Okay. Chick, turn on the tube.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah?
Won't that photoelectric ray be visible to anyone coming down the hall toward the door?
Oh, no, not a chance. The ray is infrared. Invisible. Look for yourself.
Yeah, you're right. You can't see the light.
Yeah, you understand, the ray goes from one door jamb across to the other.
And anyone crossing the threshold breaks the ray?
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-huh.
And when the ray's broken, the steel door slams shut. Watch. Miss Bess, would you mind stepping back into the room for a minute?
Sure. What happens after you... Good night, what happened?
When you came in, you broke the ray and the steel door slammed shut.
Yeah, and it locks automatically.
Say, I don't like being locked in. I'm going out.
Hey, look out!
Don't touch that
Well,
door.
what's the matter?
Well, that door is charged with electricity, man. If you touched it, you'd been electrocuted.
You see, Bess, I figure even our clever friend, the Shadow, will do the first natural thing after we trap him in here. He'll try the door to see if it's locked.
I get it. And when he does...
When he does, it's goodbye, Shadow.
You're sure he'll come?
When he finds Dopey Jake, he'll be here.
Say, Mr. Murdoch, you don't want to fool around with this door, you know. It's dangerous. I don't know who this guy Shadow is, but
Young man, you talk too much.
Yes, doesn't he? Bess, go over to that panel in the wall. It's open. Yell at Chick in the next room to shut off the current.
Okay, man.
I don't get the idea of the panel in the wall with a steel screen over it, Mr. Murdoch.
Don't worry about it.
Chick, shut her off and come in here. Chick's coming.
Good.
That door's heavy.
If you hadn't turned off the current, you couldn't have moved it.
Chick, pay off this man like we agreed.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Buddy, your bill's gonna be civil. In full.
Hey, put that gun down. What are you doing?
This is the payoff, mister.
No, you can't. Mr. Murdoch, Mr. Murdoch!
Good hunting, Chick. You know where to hide the body. Chick.
Yeah, Murdoch.
Stand by the front door, ready to open it for the Shadow.
I'm supposed to let him in?
Yes, you are, you fool. And if he speaks to you, you know what to do. Pretend to be scared and answer his questions.
Yeah, I don't have to pretend. I'm scared, all right. Nobody's ever beat the Shadow yet.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
You're sure he'll come? It's getting late.
He'll come all right. Doesn't matter how late it is. We'll be here waiting.
Why don't you talk to him? I'm not crazy to talk.
No, I've got to get behind the glass panel in the room next to the lion's cage so I can see what's happening in there.
What's that?
It's a doorbell, you idiot. Go ahead, peek between the curtains.
There's no one out there. Nobody's touching the bell, but it's ringing.
Pull yourself together. It's the Shadow. Now, you give me a second to get away before you let him in. And remember, watch yourself.
I don't like this. I don't like it a bit, but here goes. What do you want? Who's there? Who is it? Who shut the door? Who is it?
The Shadow.
What do you want? I never...
Speak softly. Where does Peter Murdoch keep his filing cabinet?
Hey.
Quick, if you know what's good for you.
Down the hall in that room. In that room. That's Murdoch's private room. Go straight ahead of you.
Yes, and I won't stop until I get Murdoch.
It worked. That electric ray saw him, all right. Murdoch, we got him. We caught the Shadow.
Shut up, Chicken. Come here.
Can you see him, boss?
No, but he's in the lion cage, all right. Right in the next room. Only this panel and a steel screen between us.
Open the panel, Murdoch. Maybe we can hear him move.
All right, Bess.
Gee, not a sound.
Maybe he ain't in there.
Oh, yes, he is. Hello, Shadow. Allow me to introduce myself. Peter Murdoch, The one man in the world who's too much for the Shadow. Come on, speak up so I'll know you're there, even if I can't see you.
Yes, Murdoch. The Shadow is here.
Getting all ready to beg for mercy?
No, Murdoch. You're doomed to disappointment. I warn you.
Warn me? You're my prisoner. You can't get away. If you don't believe me, try the door, Shadow.
No, Murdoch. I'm sure that it's locked.
Well, try it. Why don't you? Go on, you can't be sure. Try it.
You're much too anxious to have me touch that door. I don't wish to be electrocuted as young Dan Malley was.
You're smart, Shadow. But I'm smarter. Smart enough to trap and kill you.
I'm not dead yet, Murdoch.
But you will be very soon.
Then before I die, I might at least read the record of your crimes. Dan Malley said they were in this filing cabinet.
All right, go on then. Open the cabinet.
The wires lead to it, I see. Yes, Murdoch. I think I shall open it. Good Lord.
You like what you found, Shadow? Don't be afraid. It's only a body, just a dead body.
Who was this man? Murdoch, answer me. Let me see. A young man in overalls. A pair of pliers in his pocket. So, he's the poor devil who wired this room for you. You killed him so as to keep the secret of this death chamber.
It is a death chamber. The death chamber of the Shadow.
Margot Lane. The Shadow calling Margot Lane. Phone Commissioner Weston. Tell him to surround the house of Peter Murdoch. I'm held captive there. Hurry!
Gee, Murdoch, this looking into an empty room gives me the jitters. You're sure he's still there?
Sure, Bess. Now, wait. I'll raise the panel and speak to him. Shadow, does the time drag? Don't you admire my room?
Don't put too much hope in this room of yours, Murdoch. The Shadow has escaped from worse places than this.
You talk a lot, Shadow.
Yeah, I wish we could see him, Murdoch.
We'll see him soon enough. We'll see him dead. We'll be able to see you when you're a stiff, Shadow.
What are you planning? You can't shoot what you can't see.
No, but we can smoke him out. You ready with that gas line, chick? Joe?
All set, boss. Anytime you say.
This is your finish, Shadow. We're slipping a tube through this panel and feeding you a nice little smoke screen of poison gas. There, Shadow, take a deep breath of this gas. In 10 minutes, you'll be dead. Turn the valve, chick. Give our regards to Dan O'Malley, Shadow, when you see him. How do you like it, Shadow? Makes you cough, doesn't it? But not for long.
Slam that gas panel. Don't smell any of that stuff.
All right, watch now. Watch, he'll be dead in 10 minutes. Then we'll be able to see just who the Shadow was.
He's fussing around the corpse.
How do you know, Bess? You can't see him.
No, but the body of the electrician moved.
Chick, that workman didn't have a gun.
Nah, Murdoch, I went through his pockets. Nothing left in them but a pair of pliers.
Pliers?
Yeah, he can't do much with pliers.
I wonder.
Calm down, Bess. Won't be very long.
Murdoch, look. The light in the room went out.
He unscrewed the bulb. I don't like that.
Ah, you're all scared silly. It's only the lights. They're out. Come on, turn off that gas.
It's all dark. The current's off.
The Shadow blew the fuse. He must have used those pliers.
That means the steel door's unlocked.
That's the steel door opening. He's out. The Shadow's out.
To the front of the house, quick. Don't let him get away.
I can't see in the dark.
Come on, everybody in the hall. Hurry. Come on, now. Line up there. Across the front door.
But, Murdoch.
You fools. We can't let him slip through our fingers now after we've nearly had him.
But we can't see.
We can hear. Be quiet now. Everybody listen.
I hear something. Murdoch, it's outside the house.
Open up in there. Open up.
That isn't the Shadow.
Open. We're police officers.
The cops.
We're raided. Shut up. Don't let them hear you.
They can hear me, Murdoch. Smash in the door, Commissioner Weston. They're all here.
The Shadow.
Yes, Murdoch. The Shadow. Hurry, Commissioner.
All right, man. Go to work on that car.
I'm getting out of here.
Come on, run for it. I'll shoot the first one that moves.
Murdoch, we gotta run. It's a cop.
Stay here and I'll bluff it out.
You stay yourself. I'm getting out.
No, you're not.
Murdoch shot Bess.
Shadow, where are you? Come on, I dare you to show yourself.
I'll take that gun, Murdoch.
You'll take you. Here. My arm, Shadow. Let go of me.
There. Now stand still.
All right. You've got my gun. Shoot. Go ahead. Shoot.
Right back on here, man.
men. Grab those men.
Commissioner Weston, these men are criminals. Peter Murdoch, the leader, just murdered a woman lying on the floor. And there's another body down the hall, an electrician.
Peter Murdoch, eh? This is a surprise.
Well, why didn't you shoot, Shadow? I tried to kill you. Were you afraid to fight back like a man?
No, Murdoch. I saved you for the same death that you sent Dan Malley to. Death in the electric chair. You've evaded the law for the longest time, Murdoch. You had a great mind. You were a brilliant lawyer. But for wealth, you threw all that away. Piled crime upon crime. But you went too far. Now you will meet, as must all men, justice.
Before today's episode comes to an end, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, everyone. Every fall and winter, thousands upon thousands of people burn up money needlessly in heating their homes. They pile on excess coal in their efforts to get satisfactory heating results and never realize that their furnace is to blame for their failure. All too often, the fault lies in the fact that the damper, draft, or grate may not be in proper working order. So this year, why not have a checkup now at the start of the season? Make sure from the beginning that you're going to save money, not waste money. Call your Blue Coal dealer first thing in the morning. Ask him to send a trained John Barclay serviceman to your home to give your furnace a thorough inspection. And while he's there, ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which opens and closes dampers automatically, maintains a constant temperature in your home, and does away with constant furnace attention. With a Blue Coal heat regulator installed in your home, you'll enjoy far more uniform, economical heat than even the most expensive oil burner could give you. Yet it costs but $18.95, plus a small installation charge. Find out for yourself how the Blue Coal heat regulator can more than pay for itself in time and fuel savings for you. Call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. I thank you.
This has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. All types of fuel for home heating apparently are going to be scarce this winter. So if you heat with coal, you're fortunate. You're able to store fuel. But get your order in early. Call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. And make sure that you order the right size of coal for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask your Blue Coal dealer. He'll be glad to inspect your heating plant, and he may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. So first thing tomorrow, call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him about scheduling an early delivery of your Blue Coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Hunt. A slight, elderly man steps off the private penthouse elevator of the Town Central Hotel. He walks toward the massive carved door at the end of the hallway. He hesitates for a moment as he reads the nameplate, Randolph Pitts. Then...
Come in. Mr. Prince, I am Inspector White.
Stand on one side, White.
Yes.
See this weapon I'm swinging over my head?
Why, yes, I...
3 rawhide cords with leaden weights at the end. Called a bolas. Comes from South America.
I see.
Keep your eyes on the head of that store dummy down at the far end of the room.
Yes.
Now, I swing the bolus around my head like this, and then release it like this.
Oh.
Rather novel way of losing one's head, don't you think? During my last visit to the South American jungle...
Yes, Mr. Prince, my reason for...
Oh, yes. Suppose you sit down. Obviously, you're in trouble. What is it?
I'm 63 years old, and I'm married. My wife, Clara, doesn't know about my weakness for gambling. Last night, I had a lucky streak.
Where did you play?
At the Paradise Club.
Maddox's place, eh? You say you were winning?
Yes, my luck was phenomenal. I was winning game after game.
That's when Maddox asked you to come into his private office and cut cards? Trouble on nothing?
Well, yes. How did you...
I know Mr. Maddox very well. Go on.
We cut for a very high stake. I lost everything. Was getting myself in debt for $50,000.
I see. Where do I come into this?
I have a business deal for you.
I'm an adventurer. Big game hunter. Not a businessman.
Well, now, this concerns a hunt.
What kind of a hunt?
An animal even you have never hunted before, Mr. Prince. A human being.
Human being? Who?
Me. You? Yes, it's my only chance. I know you're adventurous. You're willing to do anything that's different. So I thought of this plan. I have it all worked out. The time limit would be 24 hours. You designate a certain, let's call it a hunting area, perhaps a single city block of condemned houses. I'll stay in that block, and then you hunt me. Yes, that's all there is to it.
Not so fast, White. Where does money come into this?
If I can elude you for 24 hours, you pay me $50,000.
Otherwise, I kill you?
Yes.
And have the police hold me for murder? No, thank you.
No, I thought of that, too. Here, it's all written out. I have a suicide note in my own handwriting.
I think it's, of course, absolutely fantastic. Yes. Digging. Good luck. Get the men to watch that you stay inside.
Please, Mr. Prince, I can't allow Clara to find out about the gambling. She has a bad heart. The slightest shock would kill her. I must have that money.
I may use any weapon I wish?
Yes, that's up to you.
Right? You've made yourself a deal.
Then you accept?
I do. Now suppose we look at a map of the city and pick out the hunting area.
That's it, Mrs. White. Now just lie back on the couch.
Thank you, Margot.
Now, you mustn't get yourself excited. I came as soon as I could, and I brought Mr. Cranston with me.
I'm glad you did, Margot. I've been so terribly worried.
Wasn't quite clear to Margot over the phone, Mrs. White. Just what is it that's upset you?
It's Augustus, Mr. Cranston, my husband. He left a note saying that he'd be gone for 24 hours. Nothing else, just not to worry. He'd be back in 24 hours.
Has he ever done anything like this before, Mrs. White?
Never. But he's been acting strangely lately. For weeks now, he seemed worried and upset.
The last few days he hasn't been himself at all.
And he left a strange note this morning, and you haven't heard from him since.
I woke about 5 in the morning, and Augustus was gone. There was the note on the desk.
Could I see the note, please, Mrs. White?
It's still over there on the desk.
Very well, I'll get it.
Mrs. White, you mustn't worry. You know what the doctor said about keeping quiet.
I know, Margot. But I just have a feeling that something terrible's happened to Augustus. I have a feeling I'll never see him alive again.
Now, Mrs. White.
Mrs. White, would you mind if I keep this note for a little while?
I know, Mr. Craig.
Have you found something in the note?
I don't know. I think we'd better go now, Mrs. White. I'm sure your husband's going to be all right, and we'll check back with you.
Oh, thank you for coming. Thanks so much.
Goodbye, Mrs. White, and please don't worry.
Goodbye.
Well, Lamont.
Look at that note, Margot. Here.
Darling Clara, please don't worry. I will be back in 24 hours. Augustus. Oh, that's just what Mrs. White told us it said.
Hold it up to the light.
Indentations on the paper.
Yes. White's been doing some figuring on this same pad of paper, Margot. Mark with a pencil shows through.
It's a column of large numbers.
The total of which is $50,000. You can see that clearly.
Don't you think Mr. White may be in some kind of financial difficulty?
Be a good guess, I'd say, Don. Especially when this is stuck inside the back of the pad.
Part of the match folder from the Paradise Club. What's the Paradise Club, Mark?
Well, it's supposed to be an intimate little supper club.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the club's just a front for a gambling casino. Run by a racketeer named Maddox.
Oh.
Mr. Weston's been trying to get something on him for months.
Well, that still doesn't explain why Mr. White mysteriously left his home for 24 hours.
No, but somebody at the Paradise Club might be able to help explain that, Margot. Perhaps Mr. Maddox himself.
I know you're at the top of this flight of stairs, White. And I'm coming up to get you. Only 4 hours. And the hunt is almost over, White. I'm using a bow and arrow. Shall I put an arrow through that box you're hiding behind, or will it come out? All right. White!
Missed me.
Oh, watch that box, White. Don't fall down the stairs. You watch. It's simple for me to tell you to this warehouse. I found you again, White. Only 10 hours are gone. You remember this bolus, don't you, White? Remember what it did to the store dummy in my apartment? It'll do the same thing to you.
I can dodge around these pillars all night, Vince.
We'll see about that.
You'll have to do better than that.
All right. I'll get another weapon. And this time I won't miss, White. Next time you'll be looking into the open end of a gun. You're somewhere in this basement, White. I know it. That's where I thought you were.
Try again, Vince. I'm over here now, Vince. The echoes down here are deceptive, aren't they?
I'll kill you, White, if it's my last act on earth.
Was that your last act, Prince?
White, listen to me a moment. I'll take my hat off to you. You're a clever man. You win. I'm calling the bet off.
What did you say?
I said I'm calling it off. Call over. Come to my house tomorrow to collect your money.
It's certainly a luxurious little spot.
It ought to be with all the revenue Maddox takes in from the casino.
Think you'll see us?
We'll know in a minute. Now, this is his office.
Come in.
Mr. Maddox?
Yes?
My name is Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
We've come about a little gambling debt.
You're in the wrong place, Cranston. This is a supper club.
We know all about the casino, Maddox. We've come about a gambling debt run up here by one of our friends. A debt of $50,000.
50? Why doesn't your friend tell me about it?
That's why we're here, Mr. Maddox. Our friend can't.
He's missing.
You'd better go to the cops.
No, I think you can tell us more.
I told you this wasn't a gambling joint.
This is not only a gambling joint, but it's a place where a desperate man with a modest income can run up a fabulous debt of $50,000.
Who are you talking about?
A man named Augustus White.
Okay, White did gamble here. But I don't know where he is now, and I don't care. Because he hasn't got a debt here of $50,000.
I think he has.
And I say he hasn't. Look the record book over for yourself, wise guy. There's the name White, and there's the amount of $50,000.
It's been canceled.
That's right, sister, canceled. Crossed out, written off the books. Augustus White doesn't owe me a cent.
Hello?
Clara, this is Augustus.
Augustus? Oh, darling, where are you?
I was working on a little business deal, dear. It's all over now.
Oh, Augustus, I've been so worried about you.
Yes, well, now you're all right, aren't you?
Well, I've been feeling faint. Please come home quickly. Right away, Augustus, as fast as you can.
Yes, I'll be there in half an hour.
Nice acting, Mrs. White. Of course, this gun in your back helped.
What did you make me do that for?
Now to set up this room for the trap. The chair has to go.
Who are you? What are you doing
Now this
here?
desk out of the way. I'll show White he can't best me. I've never failed in a hunt yet. Never.
What are you talking about? What has my husband done?
Oh, that's what he's done. Shouldn't have gambled with Maddox.
That?
He shouldn't have challenged me to a hunt.
I don't understand.
Now, my line of sight to the door is clear. Everything's perfect.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to trap your husband and kill him.
Kill my... No.
Yeah. Mrs. White. Fainted. All the better. There'll be no witness now. Nobody will see me shoot Augustus White when he comes through that door.
Think Mrs. White will still be up?
Doubt if she could sleep much without hearing some news of her husband.
No. I can't get over how strangely Maddox acted.
Yes. Gamblers don't usually cancel $50,000 debts without a very good reason.
Here we are. Top of the stairs.
I'll knock.
Maybe she has gone to bed already.
Unlikely.
Try the door. Maybe she left it unlocked.
All right, Margaret. So, let's go in.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing plenty if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your furnace. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. They are not expensive. There is no charge or obligation for the demonstration. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator. The electric eye thermostat upstairs, a Blue Coal development, keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save fuel, save trouble, and get much better, much more helpful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him for a demonstration of the Temp Master tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow. Lamont and Margot, in an effort to discover the whereabouts of Augustus White, returned to his wife to tell her that his gambling debt of $50,000 has been mysteriously canceled. As they open the door, two shots ring out from the inside of the darkened room.
Back against the wall, Margot, quickly.
What's that?
Whoever shot at us gotten away through another door. Stay behind me, Margot. I'll see whether I can find the light switch. There we are. It's all right, Margot. There's no... Mrs. White.
Mrs. White! I can't breathe.
She hasn't been hurt. The shot did much for her. Mrs. White, this is Lamont Cranston. Tell me, who is in this room with you?
What happened, Mrs. White? Oh, no. That... You were going to kill her, he was reaching out of his heart.
You know who he was, Mrs. White?
He said something about a hunt. And Maddox. No.
Mrs. White.
Lamont killed her. Same man who shot at her. He killed her just as if he'd murdered her in cold blood.
Easy, darling.
But who could have done it, Lamont? Who would want to kill people like the White?
Right now, I don't know. I'm going to find out. Look, I want you to phone Commissioner Weston and stay here to explain things to him.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I'm going to have another talk with our friend Maddox. Only this time, he's going to tell me a lot more because he'll be talking to the Shadow.
Mr. White.
Hey, well, what are you doing here, Miss Lane?
Your wife phoned Mr. White and asked to come here to your home. She was worried about you.
I know the note, but I phoned her just a little while ago. Where is Clara? Has something happened?
Now, don't get excited, Mr. White.
Something has happened, hasn't it? Well,
I'm afraid it has, Mr. White.
He came here looking for me, and he's found Clara.
Please, Mr. White.
Her heart. She died of shock. He killed her. He came here to kill me, but he killed Clara.
You've got to be calm, Mr. White.
I am calm, Miss Lane. Very calm. Now, tell me exactly what you know.
Well, after we talked to Clara, Mr. Cranston guessed the truth about Maddox.
Yes.
We saw Maddox, and we're coming back to tell Clara about our talk with him. We walked in here. There was a shot. We turned on the lights, and we found Clara.
I see.
Mr. White, where are you going? Please come back, Mr. White.
I'll be back. But first, the hunter is going to know how it feels to be hunted.
That's funny. I don't remember locking this door when I came into the office. What was that?
The key for the door is in your desk, Maddox. Just where I put it.
Who's talking? I can't see anyone.
This is the Shadow.
The Shadow? Well, I always knew you and I would meet up someday.
Maddox, why did you cancel White's gambling debt?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Answer my question.
Glass jumped off my desk into the floor.
Talk, Maddox. I'll use means to make you talk.
Now, wait a minute, Shadow.
Talk quickly or I'll turn this office upside down.
All right, I'll talk. The $50,000 White owed me was chicken feed. I got in on the real deal.
What deal?
Ever hear of Randolph Prince, the famous hunter? He got himself a new animal to hunt. Augustus White.
How did you find out about it?
One of the guys Prince had spotted around his hunting area tipped me off. I figured the rest out myself.
You canceled that debt to be in the clear in case White was killed, eh?
First, I'm no sucker. The police have a funny habit of asking questions.
Then you intended to blackmail Prince the moment he killed White.
All right, so I did. I was only trying to make a fast buck. Prince is loaded. He's got plenty.
Did you tell the police about this death hunt?
And spoil my chances for blackmail?
Where does Prince live?
The Town Central Hotel penthouse.
All right, Maddox. I'll take back the key to the office. You're going to stay right here till the police come.
Police? What for?
If White is killed, then you're an accomplice to murder. If he isn't, you'll be held for attempted blackmail. The hunting wasn't so good, was it, Maddox?
Hey, just a minute, Bud. Where do you think you're going?
Well, this elevator's the only way of getting up to Randolph Prince's suite, isn't it?
Yeah, but you ain't going up there. I got strict orders.
This is an emergency.
I don't care if the joint's on fire, Mac. Mr. Prince gave me instructions. Nobody goes up unless he says so.
Now listen to me.
I ain't listening to nobody. I was over at the cigar counter before, just for a second, see? Some wise guy took the car up all by himself.
And somebody went up already?
Wait till Prince hears about that. I'll probably get canned.
Now, look, it's life or death. I've got to get up to that apartment.
You're a persistent guy, ain't you? Well, listen, you ain't going up. That's all there is to it. You ain't going up.
Good evening, please. White, surprised to see me? Oh, no. Stay right where you are behind that desk. I may not be an expert on all weapons, but I certainly know how to shoot this gun.
Now, listen, White. If you came here for your money, you don't have to...
Oh, yes, the money. I'd almost forgotten about that. And only a few hours ago it seemed so important.
I have it all ready for you.
How much money, Prince? How much money was my wife's life worth?
It was all an accident. I didn't mean for her to die. It was...
Don't move, Prince. A lot of weapons on that wall, aren't there? You'd like to get to them, wouldn't you? But you won't. Because I'm coming around the room to get to you first. Spears up there, for instance. You won't get them.
White, listen, give me a chance. We can work something out.
Maybe you prefer some of these swords.
I've a plan. You'll like it. Listen.
Maybe you'd like this shield to hide behind.
Now, wait. Listen.
How does it feel to be the hunted, Prince? How does it feel? That's right. Back up against the wall.
No. Get away from me. Get away, White, please. I'll pay 100,000. 200,000.
Here you go, Prince. To the happy hunting ground.
What's that? You forgot about the light switch, didn't you?
The door. Prince, the door running away.
Oh, White. I'm staying right here. Don't. My hand. Door. I've got the gas. And that's the end of Mr. Augustus White. Once more, the hunter has been victorious. Right. Who turned on the light?
Your hunting and killing days are over, Prince. The Shadow will see to that.
The Shadow? You couldn't take away my last triumph, Shadow. I had 24 hours to kill him, and I did.
Did you, Prince? The Shadow knocked me to the floor. You emptied your gun into space.
What? The hunt's over for both of you, Prince. Justice is the only victor.
Justice? Shadow, he killed my wife.
Your wife died because of your foolish schemes, White. You've had your justice. As for Prince, he'll get what's coming to him. The law will see to that.
Once you step into the elevator,
After you, darling.
Thanks.
Did you see all them cops up there in Fritz's place? I wonder what happened.
I don't know. Exactly.
Accident of some kind, I understand.
Well, we haven't had as much excitement as... Hey, wait a minute. Ain't you the same guy who wanted to go up before?
It's quite possible.
Sure, you're the same guy, all right. How'd you get up there? I didn't take you.
Go on, Lamont. Tell him how you did it.
I just became invisible.
Oh, you just became... Hey, what a sense of humor. Here we are, main floor.
Thank you. Well, bye.
See you later.
Yeah, so long. Well, some guys sure have a peculiar sense of humor. How did I get up there? I suddenly became invisible, it says. Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it. How did he get up there?
And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. If I were asked to name the three most important ways to save fuel, I'd say first, a clean furnace, second, correct firing, and third, weather stripping. You see, a clean furnace is essential because deposits of soot or fly ash on the heating surfaces acts the same as wrapping them in asbestos. It insulates them. So make sure the heating surfaces in your furnace are clean. Next, always maintain a deep fire bed. Keep the fire up to the level of the firing door. A deep fire bed retards the flow of draft and causes the fire to burn slowly and evenly. Third, weather stripping. Little open cracks or loose windows can lose a lot of heat. Look around for these leaks. This winter, make sure you get all the heat you're entitled to from the coal you burn. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Mollison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is a Mutual Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. All types of fuel for home heating, apparently, are going to be scarce this winter. So if you heat with coal, you're fortunate. You're able to store fuel. But get your order in early. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. And make sure that you order the right size for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask your blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to inspect your heating plant and may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. So first thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him about scheduling an early delivery of your blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Ruby of Karavahl. "5 centuries ago, a forgotten king of Siam pronounced a curse on a fabulous ruby which graced the palace throne room in the ancient city of Karavahl.
If man's greed shall ever remove this jewel, it shall become an instrument of catastrophe and destruction. From this hour forward, death awaits the thief who takes from its rightful owner the Ruby of Karavahl."
Of course, in time, the ruby was stolen, and for hundreds of years it changed hands until, a few months ago, it became the property of one Hugo Zara, wealthy and famous theatrical star. Nobody, Zara included, paid any heed to the legend of the ancient curse. And yet, one stormy night, where the main highway passes through a small village.
Look, Joe! Joe, will you look what's there in the road? Good Lord! Joe, look out!
What goes on here?
It's been an accident, officer.
Well, I didn't figure it for a lawn festival. Who was in the car?
2 guys, officer. You see, we was in the bar across the road.
Where's the guys now?
They're still in the car.
Yeah, they're dead, officer, both of them. They was coming down the road like greased lightning. Why, you'd have thought they were on the lam from something. Listen, here comes another car.
Flag him, will you?
You don't have to flag them. They're stopping.
It's all right. It's their car, Lamont.
Okay, Margot. Come on, prisoner. All right, officer. I'll take over. You will, huh? And who are you?
My name's Weston. You may have heard of me. I'm Commissioner of Police.
Oh, Commissioner Weston. Excuse me, sir. I didn't...
Forget it. This is Lamont Cranston, Miss Margot Lane.
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you. I was just going to open the car and...
Well, don't let me stop you.
Yes, sir.
Gee.
Look away, Margot.
They got theirs, all right.
Was coming to them.
You knew these 2 guys?
Yes, we knew them.
Who are they?
One on the right was Bags Huggins, stooge and gunman for the one behind the wheel.
Oh, who's he?
Wouldn't recognize him in the shape he's in, but he used to be Moonlight Joe.
Moonlight Joe.
You mean that phantom second-story character?
One the papers call him on in Raffles?
Same?
Was he on some kind of a job?
Yes. His last one.
But what was he after this time, you know?
Yes, I know. I think you'll find it in his inner coat pocket.
Yeah? Well, just a second.
Gee, what's that? That, my friend, is the Ruby of Karavahl.
Sounds like big stuff. I'd like to get a few details here for my report.
Is it okay, Commissioner?
Go ahead, Lamont. Tell them what you know.
Well, what I know is this. Started early tonight. Started with a theatrical makeup artist, world-famous one named Carl Manners. As I understand it, he was about to retire for the night.
Who's that? Who's there? What do you want?
Inside, Manners.
You heard the man move.
Gentlemen, please, it's quite late. I was on my way to bed.
Lights on, and we'll put you to bed for good.
Who are you?
Me?
My name is Huggins. They call me Moonlight Joe.
Moonlight Joe? Oh, I see. This is some kind of a joke.
Yeah, this kind of joke. Get the idea, Manners?
What do you want?
Joe wants you to do one of your makeup jobs, that's all. It won't be too tough. I look something like him already.
Like who?
The man you've worked for the last 10 years. Hugo Zara.
You do that. Same build, same color.
I've been watching his movies. I got his voice down to a T. And now, well, you're going to give me his face.
What for?
That's my business.
Your business wouldn't include an interest in one of Zara's possessions, would it?
Maybe.
The Ruby of Karavahl?
This guy needs to... take it easy, Huggins. I don't mind if he guesses the angle. In fact, I'm going to tell him the whole story.
Joey,
you were right, Manners. I want that ruby. In fact, I've already made a few tries at it, but it's not easy. So I've decided to try a dynamite shot. I hit on an idea that includes a job of makeup. I'm going to impersonate Hugo Zara. You're going to make me look as much like him as one guy can look like another.
And?
Zara's out of town. He'll be out of town for a couple of days. I'm going to walk right into that fabulous joint of his and take my time finding that ruby.
What are you telling me all this for?
Because now you know too much. Maybe you've been around enough to understand what happens when a guy knows too much.
I see.
Okay, then get to work.
Gentlemen, to work. Put that gun away.
He will. After you've made me look like Zara, just like Zara. But exactly. You all finished?
Yes.
How was it, Huggins?
Turn around, let me see.
Yeah.
Jeez. You scared me. You're Zara, Joe. Ain't you anymore, you're Zara.
It's that good, then.
It's terrific. Professor here is sensational.
Okay, then, we blow.
Remember, Manners, from here on out, breathe through your nose.
What?
Huggins means you'll be healthier with your mouth closed.
And how long will you two be healthy?
What?
Perhaps you don't know it, but there's a death curse on that particular stone you're after.
Is that so?
A death curse 500 years old.
Oh, you give me the shake. Yeah, you scare us to death.
What's the matter, Huggins?
Did you hear something, boss?
Me? No.
Sounded like a big bell. Must be hearing things.
Well, cut it out. Just keep hearing the way he'll sound.
Who?
The fence. When he offers us $250,000 for the Ruby of Karavahl.
This living room looks like Yankee Stadium. Some nest there has got himself
What are
here.
you whispering for?
Huh?
We got the place all to ourselves.
You sure there ain't somebody at home?
Well, what do I care if there is? I'm Zara.
Yeah, but we broke in that window.
So what? I forgot my latch key. That's easy.
Listen, car stopped
All
outside.
right, take it easy. It's probably Zara's wife, Lorna.
Yeah, look through the window. It's a dame and some guy.
Huh? Yeah, Brother Charles. He lives here with us.
Joe, if they find out you broke the switch box and blew all the lights in the joint...
Storm did that, Huggins, a storm. Besides, this makeup looks better by candlelight.
Here they come. My knees are knocking.
What's the matter with you? I'm Zara. I came home unexpectedly. You're a friend of mine. Now, come on. We're going to meet him.
You reckon you can put this over, Joe?
Hey, you just watch me.
Come on in, Charles.
Yes, dear.
I'll make it some hot tea.
Lorna!
Hugo.
Why, I hadn't expected you back so soon, Hugo.
And I changed my plan.
Oh, well, what happened to the lights, Hugo?
The storm. You better get some more candles, Charles. This is Mr. Huggins.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet your acquaintance, I'm sure.
I'm putting Mr. Huggins up in the guest room, Lorna. He's here on business. I'm selling him the Ruby of Karavahl.
Selling it?
You heard me. I mean, yes, I've decided to let Mr. Huggins bid for it. I want you to get it out and show it to him.
But Hugo...
Don't argue. Just get it.
Oh, now, see here.
Do as Hugo says, Charles. You changed the hiding place this morning, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
No, where is it?
Upstairs.
Huggins will go with you, Charles.
Oh, really, he doesn't need
I
to
said
go.
he would go upstairs with you. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
You weren't expecting anyone, were you?
Who, me? Oh, no. I wasn't expecting anyone.
We'd better let them in.
No, but wait a minute, Lorna.
Well, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. My name is Lamont Scott.
The storm washed out part of the road. Our car's stopped, and we're late for a weekend party.
This is Miss Marshall Lane.
Come in.
Thanks.
We'd like to use your telephone, may we? They want to use the phone, Hugo.
Picked a fine time.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Oh, yes. Let them use the phone.
Well, Lamont, look.
Well, what do you know?
You're Hugo Zara, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
I've seen you many times.
Oh, it sounds you work very interesting.
The phone is down the hall to your left. Will you show them, Lorna?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Come on, Marty.
Well, Charles?
Yes?
You're going to get something upstairs. Remember?
Oh, yes, of course. So I was.
Yes, go on up with him, Mr. Huggins, and I'll go back in the pantry and mix us all a drink.
This way, Mr. Huggins.
What do I do, Joe? Grab the ruby the minute he shows it to you. And then we get out of this joint. It's getting crowded.
Coming, Mr. Huggins.
I'm right behind you, Charles.
Right this way, Mr. Huggins.
Sorry to put you to this trouble, Charles.
Oh, no, I don't mind, really. In fact, I, for one, would be mighty glad if you bought the Ruby of Karavahl. It's been sudden death for too many of its owners. Just step inside, won't you?
It's a little dark.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll light a lamp. There's one here in the desk. Of course, I don't believe in superstitious nonsense like legends and curses, do you?
No.
No, they're obviously ridiculous. But, on the other hand...
Joe, you did it too soon. You ain't showed me where the ruby is yet. Joe, is that you?
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing plenty if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your furnace. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. They're not expensive. There is no charge or obligation for the demonstration. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator. The electric eye thermostat upstairs, a Blue Coal development, keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save fuel, save trouble, and get much better, much more healthful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. Blue Coal dealers are listed in the classified section of your telephone book. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him for a demonstration of the Temp Master tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow. Margot and Lamont are in the home of the wealthy actor Hugo Zara, owner of the fabulous Ruby of Karavahl, when suddenly from upstairs they hear the sound of a gunshot. Cranston dashes up the stairs with Margot and Mrs. Zara close behind him.
Shot came from this room in here. Hold the candelabra up, Margot.
There, Charles. Is he dead?
I don't think so, but it looks bad. Charles. Who fired those shots? Who was it? Don't.
Oh.
He's slipping fast.
Mr. Cranston, ask him where the ruby is.
Ruby of Karavahl?
Yes, ask him quick.
Where's the ruby, Charles?
Charles, where is it? Where is it?
Back where it belongs.
Back where it belongs? What does it mean?
I don't know. Perhaps we'll never know now. He's dead.
But who could have killed him?
That remains to be seen, Mrs. Zara.
Lorna, what's going on?
I'm afraid we've had a tragedy here, Zara.
So I see. Where's the ruby?
We don't know.
You don't know?
Charles changed the hiding place this morning. He hasn't told me where.
According to your brother-in-law's last words, the ruby's perfectly safe, Mr. Zara.
Safe? But where?
All he said was it was back where it belongs.
Oh, he was delirious. The ruby is somewhere in this house.
Charles probably made a note of the ruby's hiding place. Oh, maybe that was it.
What was it, Margaret?
This paper. When we heard that shot and ran up the stairs, I happened to see a piece of paper on the stairway carpet. It just occurred to me maybe Charles dropped it. He's just gone up there.
Well, let me see that paper, Miss Lane.
Oh, I picked it up. Where'd that put it? Not there. No. Not here. I guess I must have dropped it in the excitement.
Look, come on. We'll trace your steps and have a look.
Oh, find it. That's $250,000 worth of ruby.
Relax, Mr. Zara. We'll do our best. By the way, what's happened to Mr. Huggins?
How do I know? Probably packing to leave.
Where would he be packing?
You said you put him in the guest room, didn't you, Hugo?
Oh, in the guest room. Yes, I did.
Thank you. Come on, Margot.
Any idea who killed Charles Lamont?
Not yet, but I soon will have.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're going to look for the missing paper alone, darling. I'm putting in a call to Commissioner Weston.
And then?
Then a gentleman named Huggins is going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
What's that? Who there? Who's there?
Hey, what goes on here? First I hear bells when there ain't none. Now there's a laugh and there's nobody laughing. There's nobody here but me.
Shadow is here, Mr. Huggins.
Huh?
I'm right beside you.
Well,
I've searched this house for you, and here I find you leaving by a window. Why?
I don't want no trouble, that's why.
Why should you have trouble, Huggins?
Well,
I'll tell you why. You murdered Charles.
I didn't. We just walked into that room, and all of a sudden there was a shot, and he went down.
Who fired that shot?
I don't know.
You're lying, Huggins. Who are you really? What are you doing here? Talk.
All right. We came here to get the ruby.
Who is we?
Me and...
Margot. Oh. You're all right now, darling. You're safe.
Oh, Lamont, I came down the stairs looking for the paper.
Yes?
There was a dark figure here at the bottom of the landing. It had its back to me. And I started to speak. It knocked the candle out of my hand. Before I could move, there were fingers round my throat. I guess I fainted.
It's a good guess, darling.
Who was he? Who was he, Lamont?
I'm not sure, Margot.
Listen.
Seems we have more visitors. Stay here, Margot. I'll see who it is.
Be careful.
I always am, darling. Well?
Where is he?
Who are you?
My name is Manners. Carl Manners, the makeup expert. Is he here?
Is who here?
Moonlight Joe.
You mean Moonlight Joe is here in this house?
Yes, but you'd never recognize him. I made him up to look exactly like Hugo Zara.
What was the idea?
Zara went out of town for a few days, and Moonlight Joe wanted to get into the house masquerade as Zara and have plenty of time to locate the Ruby of Karavahl.
I see.
Now, I just found out that Zara isn't out of town.
What?
The cab driver at the railroad station in the village just told me that he brought the real Hugo Zara to this house around 8 o'clock this evening.
What's that?
He changed his plans, he said. When I heard that, I realized that if Moonlight Joe ran afoul of the real Zara, he'd kill him in cold blood.
How well do you know Zara, Mr. Manners?
I've worked for him for the past 10 years.
Where does he spend most of his time when he's at home?
In his study on the second floor.
In his...
That's Mrs. Zara.
What is it?
Mr. Cranston, help me!
Where are you?
Second floor, my husband's study. I left Hugo in the room where my brother was killed and came here to the study to see if perhaps Charles had made some notes about the ruby.
Yes, go on.
When I opened the door, there was Hugo sitting behind the desk.
You were amazed, of course.
Of course. I just left him a few seconds ago, and I didn't see how he could have gotten here. Oh, Mr. Cranston. He's dead.
Don't, please, Mrs. Zara. It may not be your husband at all.
What do you mean?
There's a man in this house masquerading as your husband.
Is that true?
Yes.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Zara.
What do you mean, Manners?
This face isn't made up. This is the real Hugo Zara.
Mrs. Zara, please.
Manners.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Are you on?
No.
Take this revolver. Stay with Mrs. Zara. You and she comb the upper story. Miss Lane and I will cover the lower floors and exits. We're not letting Moonlight Joe and his friend Huggins leave this house.
think they're still here, Lamont?
I'm sure Moonlight Joe is.
But wouldn't he have left?
No, he hasn't found the ruby yet. And if I judge Moonlight Joe correctly, he's a very persistent fellow.
You're sure he killed Zara and Charles?
He's a likely man to ask a few questions, Mom. On the other hand, there's a foolish idea that has crossed my mind.
What's that?
There's a curse on the Ruby of Karavahl, you know.
Lamont, you're not suggesting that a king of Siam from 500 years ago walked into this house and killed 2 men with a revolver?
No, I suppose perhaps he could walk into the house if he chose. But I doubt that a king of 5 centuries ago would know how to fire a revolver.
You're being ridiculous. If you ask me... Lamont.
What is it?
I found it.
Found what, Mom?
Piece of paper. The one I picked up on the stairs.
Where'd it be?
Of all places. Instead of putting it in my pocket, in the excitement, I tucked it under my bed.
Okay, let me see it.
Yeah. Is it the directions to the ruby?
No, it's a letter.
Letter?
Yes, it's dated years ago.
What does it say?
It says that
That came from upstairs.
I know where it came from. A fool, Margot, a stupid fool.
What do you mean?
I'll explain when there's time. Right now, I want you to get up to the room where Charles was murdered.
What do I do when I get there?
Just walk in and wait for me.
All right.
And don't worry. The shadow will be standing by.
Mr. Manners, I guess... Mrs. Zara.
Dead, Miss Lane.
What happened, Mr. Manners?
He killed her.
Who?
Moonlight Joe. He walked into the room and he was waiting for us with a gun in his hand.
No.
Yes, he demanded that Lorna tell him where the Ruby of Karavahl was, and when she refused, he killed her.
Well, that's strange.
Did he kill her?
Yes.
Why?
He knew she didn't know where the ruby was, Mr. Manners. Charles hadn't told her where he put it before he died.
I see.
When you think of it, it's strange that Moonlight Joe should have killed either Charles or Mr. Zara. He's there to get the ruby, not to commit murder. He could have stolen it long ago if he'd wanted to kill everybody in the house to get it.
Mm-hmm. You're a clever young woman in many ways, Miss Lane.
Am I?
But you could be clever.
How?
You could be discreet enough to keep out of the middle of things that don't concern you.
Why, Mr. Manners?
Why? You've had one lesson, Miss Lane. Maybe this one will show you why.
Mr. Manners! Mr. Manners!
Maybe you'll hesitate next time before you... What's that?
Shadow!
Who's there?
I'm the Shadow.
Where are you?
Here in this room, though you can't see me.
What do you want here?
To accuse you, Manners, of being the dark figure on the stairs who strangled Miss Lane a few moments ago.
I didn't hurt her.
You hurt others. You've murdered others. Hugo, Zara, Charles, and Lorna.
It was Moonlight Joe. He came here to get the ruby, and he killed them all.
He didn't kill them, no, Manners. You would hope we'd blame him because you wanted to get rid of the Zara household for your own reasons.
What are you talking about?
You'd known the Zara family for years, Manners, long before it was a family. You were in love with Lorna before Zara took her away from you and married her.
That's not true.
The letter Miss Lane found on the stairs proves it's true, Manners. It's a letter written in the heat of frustrated love 20 years ago, threatening to kill Zara, Lorna, and her socially ambitious brother, Charles.
That's a lie.
When you finally saw the chance to keep your threats and frame Moonlight Joe, you grabbed it. You shot Zara, and then remembered those incriminating letters, found them in his desk, and took them along. Your one slip was that you dropped this one and left it for us to find.
So you know. Well, maybe we can do business, Shadow. Let me out of this house. Give me a chance to leave the country.
And if I do?
I won't kill Miss Lane.
Shadow!
Put down that gun.
If I can make the deal, Shadow.
I'm afraid you can't.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to shoot.
Manners!
Thanks, Weston. You came right on cue.
Well, I thought I'd better shoot first and ask questions later.
Good thinking, Commissioner.
But where were you when I walked in, Cranston? I didn't see you.
No. Well, it's pretty dark, you know, just these lamps.
Some kind of shenanigans, if you ask me. Well, did you find the ruby?
Not yet, but I think I know where it is.
Well, Lamont.
You see a volume there on the bookshelf, Margaret, called The Palaces of Siam.
Yes?
Take it down.
It isn't a book. It's a gift box that the book came in. Look inside.
That's it. The Ruby of Karavahl. Charles said he'd put it where it belonged, and that's where it was. The Palaces of Siam. See?
Here we see, Cranston. Stand where you are, everybody.
Moonlight Joe!
I've just been waiting, biding my time like a nice boy. You turn the ruby up for me. Take it, Huggins.
Okay, Joe.
And don't bother to tell me you won't get away with this, Commissioner, because I've got away with plenty before. Come on, Huggins. Make for the car.
This was the one Moonlight Joe didn't get away with, as you can see by the two bodies there in the car. And so, officer, that's the story.
There's this one thing I don't get. There wasn't no blowout. They didn't skid. They wasn't drunk. And still, all of a sudden, it looks like this Moonlight Joe just deliberately swerved into that concrete post.
I think Margot picked up something off the road while I was talking, didn't you, darling?
Yes.
What was it?
Well, it looks like the strap of a girl's sandal.
Sandal, huh? That's the kind of shoes they wore, all right.
Who?
The ancient kings of Siam.
Lamont, don't be ridiculous.
Could it have been possible that Joe swerved because he saw a very strange figure looming ahead on the road? The figure of an Oriental king?
Lamont, that Siamese king has been dead for 500 years.
Still, he pronounced the curse of death on whoever stole the Ruby of Karavahl from its rightful owners. You're Joe and Huggins. Dead.
You don't really believe he could have been here on this road in 1947?
I don't know, Margot. It's hard to know just what to believe.
And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. If I were asked to name the three most important ways to save fuel, I'd say first, a clean furnace, second, correct firing, and third, weather stripping. You see, a clean furnace is essential because deposits of soot or fly ash on the heating surfaces acts the same as wrapping them in asbestos. So make sure the heating surfaces in your furnace are clean. Next, always maintain a deep fire bed. Keep the fire up to the level of the firing door. A deep fire bed retards the flow of draft and causes the fire to burn slowly and evenly. Third, weather stripping. Little open cracks or loose windows can lose a lot of heat. This winter, make sure that you get all the heat you're entitled to from the coal you burn. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
next week, same time, same.
Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow's adventure begins in just a moment. But first, do you know exactly what the blue coloring on blue coal means? Well, that's the trademark of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest hard coal producer. And it's placed on their product, blue coal, to guarantee that you're getting a superior quality anthracite. So insist on blue coal when you order anthracite for the coming winter. Your entire family will appreciate blue coal's greater heating comfort. You'll appreciate blue coal's greater heating economy. Call your dealer for your supply of blue coal tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Shyster Payoff.
Commissioner Weston, my paper wants to know what you're doing about this wave of holdup.
I hear you're resigning, Commissioner.
What about the mayor's statement, Weston? Yes, come on, let's have your story.
Wait a minute, come on. Wait a minute, boys. I'll give you a statement. Okay, Commissioner, thanks. Sure, we're having a crime wave. But the police department is as good as you'll find in any city. We make arrests. The trouble is the district attorney's office can't get convictions. But it isn't the DA's fault that the work of his office is hampered by a political fixer and a shyster lawyer.
Hey, can we quote you on that?
How about naming the shyster, Commissioner Weston?
Who's the political fixer? Come on, give us a moment.
Hold it, boys, hold it. What is it, Sergeant?
There's a call in your office, Commissioner Weston.
Sorry, boys, that's all. See you later. Who is it, the mayor?
No, it's him again.
Who are you talking about? Who's him?
The Shadow.
The Shadow? If I haven't got enough troubles. All right, I'll talk to him. I'll call you if I need you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Shadow, what is it this time?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Weston. Did you enjoy your conference with the gentlemen of the press?
You know everything, don't you?
You flatter me, Commissioner.
All right, let's have it.
Commissioner, do my ears deceive me, or did I really detect a note of, shall we say, welcome in your voice?
Listen, Shadow, I'll admit you have helped the police department at times, and I'm willing to accept tips or help from you just as I would from any other citizen. I take it you are a citizen and are interested in law enforcement?
Yes, Commissioner Weston. I am a citizen, and I am interested in law enforcement.
I wish there were more like that. But you didn't call me to exchange compliments. What do you want?
I called, Commissioner, to make a deal.
A deal? For yourself, Shadow?
No. Merely a deal whereby you will be ready to round up a criminal syndicate headed by Taggart, the notorious shyster lawyer, Grogan, the political fixer, and Red Doyle, the gangster.
You're crazy, Shadow. We know they're all crooks, but we can't prove it.
Suppose I could produce proof.
I wouldn't arrest a combination like that without an ironclad case. I wouldn't last 24 hours if the rap didn't stick. They'd have my job.
You'll have your ironclad case, Commissioner Weston. Wait until you hear from me.
Your Honor, may it please the court. I submit that the indictment against my client, Harry Dale, is improperly drawn, and I therefore ask that the state's case be dismissed.
I object, Your Honor! The indictment against Harry Dale is properly drawn under Section 73 of the Penal Code. Order! Order in the court! Just a moment, gentlemen. The jury will please retire, where I hear your arguments on a point of law which is not within the province of their deliberation. Very well, Mr. Taggart, Mr. Prosecutor, step to the bar. I will hear your arguments as to the validity of this indictment.
Lamont Cranston, would you mind telling me why we've been following this lawyer, Rex Taggart, from court to court, watching him plead case after case?
Just to give my very lovely assistant, Margot Lane, a cook's tour of the more unpleasant side of the legal profession. How do you like Taggart, Margot?
He reminds me of a snake. What's he doing now, Lamont?
Taggart is pulling another legal technicality and snatching another criminal from the hands of the law.
How does he get away with it?
The law, Margot, is flexible. But its flexibility can be used by shyster lawyers like Taggart to provide loopholes.
Order! Silence in the court!
Watch what happens now.
Order! Silence in the court. Mr. Prosecutor, I regret I must agree with the arguments of counsel for the defense, Mr. Taggart.
I protest, Your Honor! I protest!
Due to the testimony given by the defense, and because of this technical error in the indictment, I must dismiss the case against Harry Dale and discharge the jury.
Lamont, Taggart just went into that apartment building. How much longer are we going to follow him around in the car?
I've got to follow Taggart, watch every move he makes, Margot. I promised Commissioner Weston an airtight case. I'm getting proof of a vicious racket. A racket that forces innocent people into a life of crime.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I'm going to follow Taggart into that apartment as the Shadow. I have an idea Tykett is about to collect his fee for defending a recent client. Stay here, Margot. Wait till I return.
Mr. Taggart, why have you come to my apartment? My brother's not here. My brother's not here, I tell you. I've given you every cent I have, every cent I could raise for defending him.
For saving your brother from the electric chair, Ruthdale.
But my brother was innocent.
Yes, but the evidence was all against him. Your brother is alive, free, only because of my knowledge of the law and your perjured testimony.
Why, you made me testify falsely. You told me it was the only way to save my brother.
Yes, I did. Do you want him tried again on the evidence? I can arrange it. And I can have you arrested for perjury, sent to prison.
Oh, no, please, let me alone.
Your brother needs money. You need money. I can show you both how to make a lot of it. Quite easily.
We won't do anything criminal.
My plans are quite simple. You look like a girl accustomed to buying expensive jewels. You have only to go into jewelry shops and ask to see certain gems. When they are shown to you, it won't be your fault if your brother and others have them in and take them away.
And suppose we refuse?
You will go to prison for perjury, and the electric chair will be waiting for your brother.
Night to be driving, Lamont.
Sorry, Margot. Wherever Taggart goes, we go.
Oh, I detest Taggart. But I'm glad he was able to get Dr. Lambert's parole. I never did believe Dr. Lambert was responsible for that woman's death.
Yes, Margot. I'm glad Lambert is out, too. But I'm sorry for anyone Taggart helps.
Lamont, do you think Taggart means to force him into his crime syndicate, too?
Yes, Margot. The way he's done to Ruth Dale and her brother and many others.
Oh, but those poor people he's forcing into crime must be helped. Why don't you tell Commissioner Weston?
I'm not ready, Margot. It takes a lot of fine threads to make a web of evidence to catch a slippery eel like Taggart. Besides, there are others. I'm out to get political fixer Grogan, Red Doyle the gangster. They're part of Taggart's crime syndicate.
Lamont, it's raining so hard I can't see. Where are we?
Outside the home of Dr. John Lambert, late of Lingate Prison. And look, there in the driveway. Taggart's car.
What's the next move, Lamont?
Margot, you drive down the road.
Yes, I know, Lamont, and wait.
I'm sorry, Margot. I know it's cold and wet, but I won't be long. I have a notion, Margot, that we'll drive away from here with an ironclad case for Commissioner Weston.
Well, go on, Lamont. I'll wait. Good luck, Shaggy.
Oh, why did you get me out, Taggart? What good am I to myself or to anybody? A doctor convicted of murder without a right to practice. Where can I go? The parole board said I can't leave the state. What can I do? The board says I'll be sent back to prison if I don't get a job. Why didn't you let me serve out my sentence? Why didn't you leave me alone?
Easy. Take it easy. Because I can use you, Dr. Lambert. I have connections, friends who need a doctor they can trust.
Oh, who would trust me?
You can be trusted because you have reason to hate and fear the law as much as these connections of mine.
But I've got to have a legitimate job or I'll be sent back to prison.
I'll arrange that.
All right, what do I have to do?
It's right in your line as a surgeon. You'll be ready, day or night, to treat gunshot wounds, remove bullets, perhaps graft skin, and change faces which have unfortunately found their way into the rogues gallery of the police.
What's in it for me?
Money. Money you'll need for that fresh start when your year's probation is over.
You'd let me go when my probation's up a year from now?
Sure. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Just for 1 year. 12 months. Then money and a chance to get away. Far away. All right, Taggart, I'll do it. When do I start?
I'm afraid, Doctor, you'll have to wait until one of my connections gets hurt. Meanwhile, here's 200 as a retainer. Tell the probation board you're working for me as an investigator, but keep away from my law office. Just stay here and wait till you hear from me.
All right, I understand.
Maybe a week, before you get a call. But when it comes, go where you're told. And keep your mouth shut, or you'll go back to the big house for another stretch. That's all, Dr. Lambert.
A shyster lawyer. A shyster doctor. You're in good company, John Lambert. Good company. Oh, I've got to stop talking to myself. I'm not in solitary. I'm free. I'm not in prison anymore. What was that? That voice.
No, you're still in prison. You're not free, John Lambert. You'll never be free. They'll never let you go.
A voice. It laughed. It spoke to me. It answered me. Oh, am I losing my mind?
No, Lambert. You're quite sane. But unless you listen to me, you're entering another kind of bondage.
But what is this voice? It can't happen. It can't.
There is more than a voice in this room. I am quite real. Quite close to you. As close as Rex Taggart was a few moments ago.
Hypnosis.
Yes, hypnosis. I'm here in this room, but I've clouded your mind so that you cannot see me.
But who are you? What do you want?
John Lambert, haven't you ever heard a certain name whispered through the dark cells of Lyngate Prison? A name associated with the unseen? A name criminals hate and fear?
The Shadow. You are the Shadow?
Yes, but you have no reason to fear me. I believe you're an innocent man, unjustly convicted.
Yeah, the newspaper said I was innocent, too. But I went to prison just the same for 7 long years. Now, Taggart has offered me money, then freedom after a year. What can you offer, Shadow?
A chance to be true to your profession, to yourself.
I have no profession. They took that away from me, and they took my self-respect, too. I'm not Dr. John Lambert, the surgeon. I'm ex-con number 2847, convicted murderer, out on parole because of a shyster, dirty shyster lawyer. There is no more Dr. John Lambert.
You're wrong. That was John Lambert speaking just now, crying out against this bargain you've made with Taggart, a swine who never kept a bargain in his life.
Oh, yes. You're right, Shadow. I can't go through with it. And yet if I don't, Taggart will send me back. You know, he can. He has influence.
I, too, have influence and power, Dr. Lambert.
Dr. Lambert. It's been 7 years since anybody called me doctor. Without a sneer or a laugh.
What would you give to regain your professional honor? To escape Taggart's bondage?
Oh, don't, Shadow, please.
The law can make amends.
The law?
It needs your help.
Why should I help the law? It destroyed me.
You can help put an end to criminal slavery such as Taggart offers you and countless others. You can help wipe out a vicious racket that enslaves poor unfortunates more than the prison from which they were released.
Prison. Bondage. Yes, that's it. It's bondage. Not freedom, not hope.
You'll never be free. You'll never have hope. Unless...
Unless what, Shadow?
Unless you help me put Taggart and his kind behind bars.
All right, Shadow. I will. I'll do it. I'll do anything you say, because I know I can trust you. Even the men you sent to Lyngate, the men who hate and fear you, swear you never break your word.
I'll keep my word, Dr. Lambert.
Tell me what you want me to do.
Do nothing until Taggart's associates call you. Then go where they tell you. But before you go, I want you to phone a certain number.
What number, Shadow?
It's written on the old prescription pad on your desk.
On the old prescription pad?
Yes, Dr. Lambert. On the prescription pad. See it there? Old. 7 years yellowed with age. But that number will bring the Shadow to you, wherever you go. And it will mark the beginning of the road back for you and many others, if you do not fail me. If you do not fail the Shadow.
In just a moment, we continue with the Shadow's gripping adventure. But first, a warning to all homeowners. Despite the present warm spell, advance reports from meteorologists predict the severest winter in 11 years. So there's no time like right now to order your supply of anthracite. It's the fuel furnaces in this section were especially designed to burn. And it's the fuel which will give you more even, dependable, and healthful heat at less cost. But when you order your supply, don't be content with just any anthracite. Insist on blue coal. And be sure of getting America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is the only trademarked hard coal. It's a guaranteed product of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest anthracite producer. Each carload as it comes from their mines is carefully tested by inspectors. Only the coal which meets Glen Alden's highest standards of quality is accepted for shipment and trademarked a harmless blue for easy identification. You'll welcome blue coal's greater economy. It burns better, banks better, gives you longer firing periods. So call and order your supply of blue coal tomorrow. Your dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And be sure to ask your dealer about the Blue Coal Heat Regulator. It's a thermostat which controls your furnace dampers automatically and saves you all the time and trouble of constant furnace attention. It costs only $18.95, plus a nominal installation charge.
I believe this is the end of the trail, Margot.
I hope so, Lamont. When did Dr. Lambert phone you?
About an hour ago. Taggart ordered him to go to the old Empire Hotel.
Where's that?
Along the beach, about 3 blocks from here. Slow the car down, Margot.
I thought every hotel out here was closed for the winter.
They are. So it makes an ideal headquarters for Taggart's mob.
Why don't you let Commissioner Weston round them up, Lamont? You've done enough.
No, Margot. I promised Weston an airtight case. I've got to be sure the whole outfit is caught with the goods before I give Weston the word to close in.
What makes you so sure this will be the finish?
It's the logical time for the gang to be paid off, Margot. Those 3 big jewel robberies this week, all unquestionably Taggart's gang. A girl going into the stores and asking to see certain valuable gems.
That was Ruth Dale, all right. The description fitted perfectly. But why did they call for Dr. Lambert?
The driver of the getaway car was shot, Margot. I'll lay 2 to 1 Lambert is treating him right now.
Be careful he doesn't have to take a bullet out of the shadow.
Oh, let's stop right here, Margot. Yeah, this is close enough. Now, Margot, wait and keep the short wave tuned in on the band the shadow always uses. Phone Weston the minute I give the word. Then go straight back to town and wait for me.
Lamont, if I don't hear from you in an hour...
You'll still stay away from the Empire Hotel, Margot Lane. That's an order.
Lamont Cranston, there are times when I wish I'd never heard of the shadow. Well, go on, Lamont, and get this over with.
Give me a drink. Give me my cut, Doyle. Doyle, you gotta get me out of here. Shut, Doyle. Tiger, get going, Doyle. I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn, Doyle. There. Easy now, please. Please take it easy.
Listen, Doc.
Yes?
Keep that guy quiet. Give him something to shut him up. That's what we're paying you for.
The man is delirious, Doyle. Why didn't you call me sooner?
Fix him up and don't ask so many questions.
Where's Taggart? Where's Taggart?
He's in the next room. What do you care? Now, you do as you're told and shut that guy up.
Come on, Doyle. Let's get this slip ticket out.
Okay, Tiger. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
Doyle, don't ditch me. Throw me down. I'm sorry, fella, but I guess I'll have to put you under. Oh, why doesn't the shadow come? They're all here. Why doesn't he come?
I am here, Dr. Lambert. I've been here for several minutes.
Shadow. Thank heaven you found the place.
Taggart.
Give the man a hypo if he can stand it. Put him to sleep.
I've already given it to him, but he should be in a hospital.
He'll be on his way to a hospital in a few minutes.
Are those the men you want out there, Shadow? Red Doyle is the actual leader of the gang, but Taggart gives the orders. I don't know anything about Grogan.
Grogan is the rottenest of the lot. He's a political fixer, without whom no big gang can operate.
I know, but you're not going to tackle them alone.
No, but we're going to hold them in the next room until the police can close in. Commissioner Weston is waiting for word from me. Can you handle a gun?
Yes. Here. This wounded man has gone under. He won't give us any trouble.
Good. Quick now. Take his gun over there on the table.
All right, Shadow. It's loaded.
Good. Now pocket that gun. Go in that other room. Get as close to Taggart as you can. When I speak, grab Taggart and shove that gun in his back. Don't let anyone get behind you.
All right, Shadow. You haven't failed me so far, and I trust you now.
Calling Margot Lane. Phone Weston at the 17th Precinct Station. He is there, ready and waiting. Tell him to surround and raid the Empire Hotel. Break into basement. Let no one escape. That is all.
All right, Taggart. The split is all figured out. Now, here's the payoff sheet.
All right, Doyle. Pay off the punks first and get them out of here.
Okay. Come here, Ruth Dale. Now, here's your cut. $50.
I don't want it. I won't take it. $50. $50 for turning criminal, helping rob 3 jewelry stores. You got $50,000 worth of gems. The newspaper said so.
Quit reading the papers. They always double a haul.
$50 for helping you.
The fence only paid us $10,000 for the stuff. There was 5 of my regular boys who did the dirty work. $1,000 for Taggart, the Springers, if things went haywire. $1,000 to Grogan for a fix just in case and the getaway car.
You better take it, Ruth. There's no other way.
Take it or leave it. Only remember what I told you. The electric chair's still waiting for your brother here.
Oh, please, I don't want the money. I don't care. Just let us go.
Out of the way, dame. All right, Dale. Here's your cut. $100.
Don't take it, Harry. Don't.
Better take your share, Dale. Next time I may not be able to spring you.
No, my sister's right. I didn't want to get mixed up in this. You made me, Taggart. I'm getting out with Ruth.
Don't try it. Nobody quits. All right, now beat it, punks. Go on upstairs. Doyle and Grogan and I have got some things to talk over.
Well, what about me, Taggart?
Oh, I almost forgot you, Lambert. Didn't see you standing behind me. Give the doc 200, Doyle. How's the patient?
As well as could be expected.
Don't worry if you lose him. He's a dumbbell anyhow.
Come on, Doyle. Let you, Taggart, and me get down to business.
Okay, Grogan. Come on, Dale. You and your sister and Lambert beat it.
fast, gentlemen.
Hey, what's that? Who was that?
Just an unseen guest at the Division of the Spoils of Crime.
Taggart, there's only one guy that lays like that. A guy nobody's even seen.
The Shadow.
Yes, Taggart. The Shadow.
Boss, he's come for a cut. Give it to him. He's poisoned.
He'll get a cut.
Stand still, Taggart. Don't move.
Lambert! What are you doing? Let go of me! Take that gun out of my back, you fool! Doyle! Grogan! Help me!
They move, I'll shoot, Taggart.
Well done, Dr. Lambert. Careful, Taggart.
Lambert, you double-crossing...
Shut up, Taggart. Doyle, throw your gun on the table. Throw it. Now you, Grogan.
I don't carry a gun.
Harry Dale, search Grogan.
Right.
Miss Dale, you search Taggart.
All right.
Grogan hasn't got a gun, Shadow.
Taggart hasn't either.
Don't move. Those sirens mean Commissioner Weston and the police are coming to the feast of the unholy three.
Shadow, I don't want to get mixed up with this gang. Taggart arranged my parole and forced me into it.
Will you tell that to a grand jury, Dale?
Yes. Yes, I'll testify. I'll testify against them. And my sister will, too, won't you, Ruth?
Yes, I'll tell the police everything. I'll tell them, Shadow.
If you turn state's evidence, you'll both go free. I have Commissioner Weston's promise.
So you're working with Commissioner Weston, eh, Shadow?
I've always worked for law and order. Keep away from those books on the table, Grogan. Dale, pick up those books. Hold on to them. Give them to Weston when he gets here.
You can't pin anything on me, Shadow.
Your name is in those books. You're on the payroll, Grogan. Those books will send you up for 20 years.
The cops are coming down here, Taggart. Don't move, Taggart.
Stay where you are, Doyle.
There they are, boys. Somebody.
Stand where you are, all of you. Don't move.
Commissioner Weston, here are the gang's books.
Thanks, Dale. I know all about you. All right, Dr. Lambert. You can take that gun out of Taggart's back. I know all about you, too.
You sweat for this, Weston.
Well, if it isn't my old pain in the neck, Grogan, the political fixer.
He's part of the gang. He's on the payroll.
You
The
ain't
proof
got
is in
nothing
these
on me.
books.
Hey, what about this girl here, Commissioner?
He's all right, too. Don't put the cuffs on her. Red Doyle, Taggart, Grogan. What a night's work.
You never pin anything on me, Weston.
Save your shyster breath for the trial, Taggart. All right, take him away, boys.
Right here, Commissioner.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Take Harry Dale and his sister Ruth and Dr. Lambert to my office. Get their statements and have them wait for me.
Yes, Commissioner.
There's a wounded man in the other room, Commissioner. He's badly hurt.
Sergeant, get him and rush him to the hospital. All right, boys, take these crooks out of
Let me
here.
get right here. All right,
Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks. You certainly handed me an airtight case against three of the biggest crooks in the city.
You'll keep your promise to help Dr. Lambert, Dale, and his sister?
You kept your promise. I'll keep mine.
That's all I ask.
You're a strange man, Shadow. That's all you ever ask.
I told you I was just a citizen interested in law enforcement, in seeing the innocent protected and the guilty punished. Goodbye, Commissioner. Until we meet again.
In just a moment, we have a surprise for you. A preview of next week's exciting Shadow adventure. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some more helpful information to all householders. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Many people write in to tell me that they don't get the best heating results from the amount of coal they put on the fire. Well, that may be caused by losing heat up the chimney. Chimney loss is a common source of trouble and unnecessary waste of coal. However, it's an easy matter to remedy. The next time you fix the fire, move the handle of your turn damper, that disc inside the smoke pipe, 1/16 of an inch toward the closed position. If the fire continues to burn freely, turn it another 1/16 of an inch. Repeat this operation until you've moved the turn damper as near as possible to the closed position. For the nearer the turn damper to the closed position, the smaller the chimney loss. When you've found the ideal adjustment, mark the position with a piece of chalk on the smoke pipe and leave your dampers there throughout the burning season. If you find you have any other particular heating problem, I'd suggest you call your Blue Coal dealer. He'll place a trained John Barclay heating serviceman at your disposal. You'll find him fully qualified to check over your furnace and show you how to get better heat at less cost. I thank you.
Now, a preview of next week's Shadow story, Black Rock.
Martin, and you too, Ward. You're working for me now. What I say goes.
Okay, Burkett, we get it.
What's the gag? A big business executive like you turning crook. Shut up, you two, and listen to me. Now, here's the setup. I'm going to steal, or shall I say acquire, the entire profits, $2 million of my company.
Oh, boy, I get it, and then leave all the poor stockholders holding the bag.
You'd take candy from a baby, wouldn't you?
Don't worry. You two guys, you'll get your cut.
Will innocent stockholders be robbed by an unscrupulous profiteer, or will the Shadow be able to protect them? Find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Black Rock. This program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present The Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, war has driven the demand for anthracite coal to an all-time high. Yes, anthracite is pitched in to do 5 big extra wartime heating jobs, of which replacing wood is just one. That's right, friends. Wood, cordwood, was an important peacetime fuel. But suddenly it disappeared. All over rural America, wood piles vanished. The cutters were off to war, or to work in war plants in the cities. 544,000 homes faced bitter cold weather without fuel unless anthracite was immediately supplied. But you can bet it was supplied, friends. And not just to meet this missing wood emergency, but to meet other wartime demands, too. To fill Uncle Sam's huge new military coal bins. To replace oil shipped to Africa. And coke now making steel in Pittsburgh mills. True, to meet these tremendously increased demands, you have been limited to 87.5% of last year's coal. But knowing how vital the coal thus made available is to victory, we know you are accepting this war limitation cheerfully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Drums of Doom.
Lamont, have you ever seen such dancing? She's wonderful.
Unbelievable, Martin. She's all over the stage at once.
Ooh, what tom-toms giving the shivers.
The most amazing bit of interpretive dancing I've ever seen. A high spot in Luis Ronaldo's career, all right.
This is the Macumba number, isn't it, Lamont?
Yes, based on a native sacrificial dance of Haiti. According to the program, no white man's ever seen it before.
Look, Lamont. She's actually frozen in the middle of the stage. staring up as though she was hypnotized. Heavens. Something's wrong, Lamont. The curtain's coming down.
Yes, I wonder what it...
Oh, Lamont, what could have happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to announce that due to a sudden indisposition, Miss Ronaldo will be unable to continue her performance. Oh, what a pity.
Yes?
Miss Lane?
Yes, I'm Miss Lane. What? You're Louise Rinaldo, the dancer.
Yes. They told me I might find Mr. Cranston here. It is terribly important I see him.
Oh, well, I'm expecting him shortly. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Why, that was a brilliant performance you gave last night. I hope your sudden illness was nothing serious.
Illness?
They said unfortunate interruption in your performance last night.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was most unfortunate. In the midst of life, there is always death.
What?
Oh, there's nothing. An old proverb.
Oh, that's probably Mr. Cranston now. Excuse. Will you excuse me?
Of course, Miss Lane.
Hello, Margot.
Lamont, Louise Rinaldo, the dancer's here to see you.
She wants me?
Yes, and she seems terribly frightened about something.
Well, let's go and find out what this is all about. Hello, Miss Ronaldo. Miss Lane tells me you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston. It is very important. Could I speak to you alone?
You can speak freely in front of Miss Lane.
Oh, very well. I wanted to show you this. I know you have made a study of these things, Mr. Cranston, and I hoped you would be able to help me.
Where did you get this?
I found it in my dressing room last night. And then, during the performance, I happened to look up in the scenery loft. A larger one hung up there, suspended in midair, like an omen of the devil. And that's when I screamed. Oh, Mr. Cranston, you've got to help me. I'm in terrible danger.
Why, it's just a piece of black satin cut out in the shape of a little hand.
Do you have the scissors, Margot?
Wait, yes. Just a minute, Lamont.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I don't know what to do. They are after me.
Come now, Miss Ronaldo. You've got to pull yourself together.
Here, the scissors.
Oh, thanks, Margot. I will cut open this hand. Just as I thought. A bone and dust inside.
I'm afraid I don't follow all that. What is this queer-looking black hand?
Margot, it's a symbol of something that reaches into the heart of our most civilized places. In the black jungles of Haiti.
Sounds menacing.
It is. This little black hand is a voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yes, Margot, the black magic of Haiti. This little black hand is the calling card of the voodoo. Whoever receives it is marked for death.
Lamont, Miss Ronaldo found the black hand right on this dressing room table, didn't she?
Yes, Margot, and I... Shh, quiet.
Oh, I didn't know Mrs. Ronaldo had visitors.
Well, she asked us to wait in her dressing room until the performance was over.
I am sorry, Mrs. Ronaldo said. I come to get castanet for her next number.
Sarah, have you been with Miss Ronaldo long?
6 months. I must go. Mrs. Ronaldo waits for castanet.
Not very talkative, is she?
See the look on her face, Margot, when she saw this little black hand?
Yes, it was either fear or guilt.
Margot, I think we'd better watch the rest of this show from the wings. Come on.
Lamont, she's giving a magnificent performance. No one in the audience would ever suspect that poor girl's terror-stricken.
Mr. Cranston.
Yes.
I'm Ralph Henderson, Miss Ronaldo's manager.
Oh, how do you do? This is Miss Lane.
How do you
do? Louise has told me that you've consented to help her. Frankly, I'm afraid for her. She never was very strong, and this fear that's taken hold of her seems to be undermining her health completely.
Mr. Henderson, do you know anything about Miss Ronaldo's maid, Sarah? She's a native of Haiti, isn't she?
Yeah, she's a strange girl, full of native superstitions.
Do you have any idea who might have put that voodoo in Miss Ronaldo's dressing room last night?
Oh, I've been trying to figure it out. You see, I know a bit about Haitian folklore myself. Perhaps Louise may have unwittingly antagonized the natives on her trip to Haiti. Well, the arm of the voodoo is long, Mr. Cranston.
You mean Zara?
Well, she'd be the most likely suspect, but she seems so devoted to Louise. Good heavens, the sandbag's fallen.
He's been hit.
Get a doctor,
Was it Miss Ronaldo?
I can't tell. There's so much confusion out there.
Bill, ring down the curtain. How is Louise, Miss Cranston?
She's not injured, Mr. Henderson. She just fainted when the sandbag fell so close to her. She's still unconscious. We'll need some water.
Oh, Zara, get some water.
Oh, yes, Mr. Henderson.
That other dancing girl was killed, wasn't she, Lamont?
Yes, it was a terrible death.
Oh, sir. Sir, I think she's coming out of it.
It's the water, miss.
Oh, thanks, Zara. Here, Miss Ronaldo. Try to swallow a little of this. There. That's fine.
Drum, the drum.
What is she talking about? Shh, I want to hear what she's saying.
Grave, tombstone, bracelet.
It is them. It is them. Papaluba. Papaluba. Papaluba.
What are you gibbering about?
Listen to drum.
A voice. It is zombie. A voice of walking dead. Zombie.
Yes?
It is zombie.
Miss Ronaldo needs quiet. Do you mind taking Zara outside?
Papaluba.
Oh, all right.
It's zombie.
Come on, Zara.
Zombie. Oh, zombie.
I wanted to get them out of here, Margot. I think this may be a chance to find out some things we want to know.
Lamont, she seems to be in a trance.
Yes, I know. It'll help.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try hypnotism. Louise Ronaldo, listen to me. You're going to tell me everything. Everything that has frightened you from the beginning.
Yes, from the beginning. It began in Haiti. We were walking through the woods one day.
Oh, Ralph, this Haitian countryside is beautiful.
It has been fun exploring it, but it's getting dark, Louise. I think we ought to be starting back.
Oh, Ralph, look over there. Those tombstones. Why, it is a native burial ground.
Louise, come back here.
Oh, Ralph, come and look at the exquisite trinkets on these graves.
Don't touch them, Louise. Those ornaments are put on the graves by the natives to ward off evil spirits. The natives are very superstitious. Listen. Tom-toms in the hills.
Oh, it is just a ceremonial dance, Ralph. Oh, look. Here's a curious-looking bracelet on this headstone here.
Hey. Why, that must be centuries old. A relic of the old slave trading days.
I want it.
No, Louise. Might stir up trouble with the natives.
I don't care. I want it for my collection, and I'm going to take it.
Louise, we'd better get out of here quick. There's someone watching us from behind that tombstone.
All right. There is no one behind that tombstone, only under it. And he will never miss the bracelet.
That was the beginning. From the moment I took that bracelet from the grave, I had no peace. I did not sleep. And always I hear the tom-toms throbbing. It almost drives me mad. Finally, my husband suggests we cut our visit short and return to the States.
Her husband. I didn't know she was married.
Margot. Your husband?
Yes, Ralph Henderson.
Ralph Henderson? Why, that's her manager.
Let her go on, Margot.
The trip back was uneventful. The symptoms disappeared. I thought I was cured. After we got here, I began rehearsing for my recital. And then it started again.
What started again?
Visions in the night. I would wake and see a figure standing by my bed, pointing at me. And then the drums would begin. Oh!
She's coming out of it. Quiet, Margot.
Where am I? Oh,
Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane.
You're telling us a very interesting story, Miss Rinaldo.
What did I say?
A good deal. Why were you keeping your marriage to Ralph Henderson a secret?
Oh, did I tell you that? He thought it would interfere with my career if it were known. Please, do not let him know I told you.
No, we'll keep your secret.
One more question, Miss Rinaldo.
Yes.
That slave bracelet you took from the grave, you have it with you?
No. No, it has been missing for several days now.
Well, could you describe it to me?
I have a picture of it here in my bag.
Good.
I was going to sell the bracelet to a dealer. I had it photographed so he could distribute copies among his clients. Here's the picture.
Thank you. Very unusual looking. Shouldn't be hard to identify.
Lamont, do you think so?
Later, Margot. Well, Miss Rinaldo, I think you'll be all right for tonight. Miss Lane and I have to be running along now.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, I'm over here.
Oh, there's Shreve's cab, Lamont.
Hey, where have you two been? You said I should meet you here after the show, you said. It's been over for hours.
Get in, Margot. I'm sorry, Shrevey. We had a little business backstage. Hope you didn't mind waiting.
No, I didn't mind. I didn't. I had the meter running the whole time.
You know, Lamont, I'd say that Zara is the most likely suspect. Maybe one of her ancestors is buried in that
No,
grave.
Margot, I've got a hunch there's something more diabolic than that behind this case. You see, Margot, that sandbag didn't fall by accident. The rope holding it was cut.
You mean that someone meant to kill Louise Rinaldo tonight?
I'm not sure, Margot. Anyone might have been under that sandbag when it fell, and the person who cut the rope knew that.
But I don't understand.
That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Lamont, what about that bracelet? If we could find out who stole it.
Yes, Margot, I'm thinking about that. Maybe we'll locate that bracelet through Doc Bronson.
Doc Bronson? Who's he?
Someone the Shadow sent to jail some years ago. He's a dealer in all sorts of strange curios, charms, bracelets, amulets, mostly stolen. If that bracelet was stolen from Miss Rinaldo, the chances are sooner or later it'll find its way to Doc's place.
And you think...
I think it's about time the Shadow renewed Doc's acquaintance.
Yes? What can I do for you? Well, as fine as no one here. I could have sworn I heard the door open. Who's that?
You forgotten your old friend, Doc?
That voice. It's the Shadow.
So you do remember me.
What do you want with me this time, Shadow? I ain't done nothing.
Little black hand I've just thrown on the counter. Do you recognize it?
No, I never saw it before.
Haven't you, Doc? What about that bracelet you're fingering so nervously? Where did you get it?
Oh, a friend gave it to me.
That bracelet was stolen from Louise Rinaldo, the dancer. It's a collector's item worth a fortune. Worth even murder.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're lying, Doc. I remember receiving stolen goods is one thing, murder is another.
Murder? I ain't mixed up in no murder, Shadow.
Where did you get that bracelet?
All right, I'll tell you. Nobody's going to pin a murder rap on me. Some customer gave it to me as payment for a job I done.
What job?
That little black hand. This customer asked me to make him another one, just like the one I made for Gloria Nelson.
Gloria Nelson? Gloria Nelson died under mysterious circumstances a few years ago. Or maybe she was murdered, Doc.
Honest, I had nothing to do with it. All I did was...
Who had you make those voodoos, Doc?
It was...
Doc! Doc! He's dead.
March winds roaring around and over your home as they do, friends, have an effect on firing your furnace you don't want to overlook. Yes, high winds inevitably increase the pull of the draft in your chimney and accelerate the rate at which your fire burns. What can you do? Well, close the turn damper as far as possible, for one thing. But the best thing to do is install an automatic heat regulator now. Do it now for two reasons. First, to save precious coal. At this season particularly, hand control of furnace dampers is inefficient and wasteful. Trying to keep up with changes in wind velocity makes correct hand regulation practically impossible. So install a heat regulator and let it control those dampers for you efficiently, automatically.
Your regulator will keep the temperature in your home right on the beam without any attention from you and protect your family from spring colds due to uneven heating. And remember, heat regulators are quickly available now. They may not be next fall. So be safe, friends. Call your dealer and order your automatic heat regulator tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow.
Commissioner Weston will see you now, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, thanks, officer.
Well, hello, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, Mr. Henderson. Were you just in talking to the commissioner?
Yes, that unfortunate accident at the theater. Police have been conducting an inquiry.
Oh, is that so?
I hope you're not one of the suspects.
No, I'm afraid my visit here is purely social. Commissioner's a good friend of mine. Oh, how is Miss Ronaldo?
Well, Mr. Cranston, I'm afraid her health won't stand up under the strain. Her heart isn't too strong.
Why don't you get her to go away for a while?
I've suggested that, but she won't hear of it. Well, I've got to get back to the matinee. Goodbye, Mr. Cranston.
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, hello, Cranston. What's on your mind?
Hello, Commissioner. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
What is it?
Remember the Nelson case about 2 years ago, I think it was?
Nelson? You mean Gloria Nelson, the heiress?
That's right.
The heiress?
That's right.
That's one I won't forget. She was found dead in her home. Someone in the department got the bright idea it was murder. We investigated thoroughly, and there wasn't anything to that theory. Gloria Nelson died of a heart attack. But what's that favor you were going to ask?
Well, I'd like the name of Gloria Nelson's nearest living relative. You probably have it in the files.
What's on your mind, Cranston? You haven't found out anything, have you?
Oh, come, Commissioner. You know I have no interest in crime.
Pardon me, Commissioner. I just got this report from the 9th Precinct. Old Doc Bronson's been found dead in his curio shop.
Doc Bronson, huh? Looks like the underworld is settling accounts again. Well, I think I'd better go down and have a look myself.
Oh, but Commissioner.
Huh?
The file on Gloria Nelson, remember?
Now, Cranston, you can't have it. It's against regulations. You'll find it in that first filing cabinet.
Good old Weston.
Lamont, we've got to do something. Louise Ronaldo just about got through her performance tonight. I never saw anyone so frightened.
Yes, I know, Margot.
Lamont. My door. It's open.
Margot, wait out here.
Be careful, Lamont.
There's no one here. It's all right. Come in, Margot.
Well, now, what do you suppose? I'm sure I locked the door.
Look, Margot, on that chair.
What is it?
Little black satin doll with a dagger through its heart.
What does it mean?
Another sign of the voodoo, Margot. It means someone's going to die tonight.
Oh, Lamont.
Now, we've got to act fast. Go over to Louise Ronaldo's apartment. Don't alarm her, but get her out of there somehow. I've got a hunch we'll find the answer to some of our questions tonight in Louise Ronaldo's apartment. Good. Margot got on the way. I'll take this lock. Someone's opening the door.
What happened? Help me.
Zara, what happened? You're hurt.
No, Miss Cranston. Hurry. Miss Ronaldo. Miss Lane in danger. Theater. Hurry.
Louise, I don't think we should have come. But you heard the voice on the phone. He said I must come here to the theater at once if I wanted to end this horror. I'd like to know who made that call. There's nothing so menacing as a dark, empty theater. If only we could put on a few lights.
No. Well, the voice said, in darkness the terror came. In darkness it must go. It said we must find the center of the stage and wait there.
I don't like this. Suppose it's a trap for me. I think we ought to leave at once.
The drums are back in my head again. They are following me.
I hear them, too. Louise, we're getting off the stage right now.
The light. Someone has turned his spotlight on us.
Don't move out of the circle of that light.
Who are you?
You die here tonight.
I can't see the spotlight's blinding me.
You took the bracelet of the grave. You have violated the sleep of the dead. You must pay with your life.
No! Louise.
You will die with Army's Lane.
Oh, no.
I will come down. Down. You die now.
Light's gone out. Oh, Shadow. Oh, thank heaven you've come. Yes, Shadow, I will.
Why don't you come up and get me? All right, I will. You can't prove anything. Ruth? You've been talking to Ruth? She lied. Whatever she told you, she lied. Gloria's death was due to natural causes. The police said so. No, it's not true. You know too much. Who are you? You won't be a shadow when I get the spotlight focused on you. There. I've got the spotlight on. I'll just swing this beam around until I can see you. Then you'll be a perfect target for my knife. I hear you coming, but I can't see you. The light's right on you, but I can't see you. I can't see you. I can't see. Voodoo! Voodoo!
But, Lamont, I still don't understand what made him do it.
And you see, Margot, Henderson, alias Nelson, was a psychological murderer. Took fiendish delight in literally frightening his victims to death.
Oh, how horrible.
Yes, his plan was to marry into a wealthy family, get his wife to sign over her interests to him, and then proceed to terrorize her.
But where does the voodoo come into it?
When he and Louise took that trip to Haiti, it gave him an idea how to get rid of her. And when she took the amulet from the grave, she was playing right into his hands.
You mean he used her own conscience to frighten her?
Yes. Together with a recording of tom-toms, the witch doctor's costume, those voodoos he got from the doc. Henderson had Doc killed to seal his lips, just as he killed Zara when she refused to assist him further in his plans.
Oh. Then Zara was in the scheme, too.
Yes. She confessed just before she died.
But, Lamont, where does that falling sandbag fit into the picture?
All part of Henderson's campaign of fear, Margot.
Oh, I see. You know, you never did tell me what happened up there in the scenery loft with Henderson and the shadow.
Well, naturally, Henderson couldn't see the shadow coming. He must have fallen a victim of his own power of suggestion. Thought the shadow was some kind of black magic that had finally caught up with him. And as a result, he jumped to his death from the catwalk.
And now, friends, let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Or perhaps I should say good afternoon, with the days so much longer. Spring is here, or will be shortly. And spring brings with it special conditions to keep in mind in heating your home. First, as we've noted, the day is longer. And the sun's rays are daily gaining in strength, too. So what you want to be sure to do is get all the good you can out of those solar rays. Let the sun help heat your home. Keep the shades up. Allow it to shine in all you can. That'll help quite a lot. You'll be surprised how much. Now, another thing is the problem of high winds. Watch out for them. They create a stronger draft in your chimney, cause your fire to burn too fast and overheat your home. Offset high winds by closing the turn damper of your furnace just as far as you can. And I'd like to repeat an earlier warning about carrying a deep fire even in mild weather. Remember, another little trick of spring weather is the sudden drop in temperature. So for best results, even in mild weather, keep a deep fire. Then you're always prepared. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, for several weeks we have repeated to our listeners the forecast of government experts that all home heating fuels will be scarce this winter. If you heat with coal, you're lucky, because you can store most of your winter's needs and be sure of warmth and comfort throughout the year. Ask your Blue Coal dealer to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. Another point, more important this winter than ever, is to save fuel. Correct size of coal for your furnace and a clean coal furnace with automatic temperature control are all important factors that help you get more heat from less coal. So tomorrow, call the nearest Blue Coal dealer for his recommendations on saving coal and ask him to schedule your deliveries so that your bin is always well filled with Blue Coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Doom and the Limping Man. In the old Stokes mansion, 50 miles from the city, Frederick Stokes, senior member of the law firm of Stokes, Fielding and Minton, is waiting with his two partners for a fatal report from state prison. Victor Farnall is to be hung for the murder of his uncle, Judge Carter Farnall. The three lawyers, naturally, are interested, since it had been their combined efforts that had sent Farnall to the death house. It is almost midnight, when suddenly the library door bursts open.
Fielding.
Mr. Stokes, I want to see my husband.
Vera, what are you doing here? How did you get into the house?
I took one of your keys, John. I have to talk to you.
Couldn't have waited until I got home.
By that time, he'd be dead.
Am I to understand that you've come here about Victor Farnall?
Yes.
But why, Vera?
I want you to stop his execution.
Oh, see here, young woman.
I'm not appealing to you, Mr. Minton, or you either, Mr. Stokes. You both consider this a brilliant legal victory. But John still has a few human emotions, and he'll never forgive himself for murdering Victor Farnall.
Murdering?
You know you took that poor, simple-minded man and used every trick in the book to convict him.
Victor Farnall killed his uncle. What we did was only our duty.
Was it your duty to distort the facts? To confuse the jury? To build a murder conviction out of pure circumstantial evidence?
Mrs. Fielding.
Oh, John, please call the prison and say you have a reasonable doubt.
I can't, Vera.
It's out of the question.
Ridiculous. Please do it now, while there's still time.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mrs. Fielding.
12 o'clock.
There's no longer still time.
What have you done? What have you done?
I'll get it. Stokes Mansion?
Frederick Stokes, please.
Speaking.
This is Warden Sanders of State Prison.
Yes.
Victor Farnell was hung on the stroke of midnight and pronounced dead 30 seconds ago.
I see. Thank you, Warden.
Well?
For now, he's dead.
Oh, no.
Vera.
Oh, it happened. It happened.
Vera. She's just gone out in the hall. Leave her alone a while, Fielding. She'll come around. Meanwhile, I think the occasion calls for toast.
In some of your best brandy, I hope.
But of course. Let's see, shall it be cognac? Cavassier?
Who can that be?
Get it, Fielding. Hello?
I want to speak with a member of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton.
This is John Fielding.
You'll do, John Fielding.
Who's this?
This is Victor Farnell.
Victor Farnell.
What did you say?
He says he's Victor Farnell. It's some kind of a ghastly joke.
I'm calling to tell you three and all who belong to you that you've sealed your own doom when you plotted my death.
Hello. 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 Get the operator, Fielding. Trace that call. Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
This is the Stokes Mansion. On that call you just put through to us.
The one from State Prison?
No, the one just after the call from State
There
Prison.
must be some mistake, sir.
What do you mean?
You haven't had any calls since then.
What did she say?
She said that we've had no call since... What was that?
It's Mrs. Fielding.
Vera! Vera! Come on, quick! Vera! Vera, where are you? Screams came from right here in the hall. Wasn't time for her to get far. Stokes, Minton, look.
What is it?
There, at the foot of the stairs.
A rope. Let me see that. You know what this is, don't you?
No.
It's a hangman's noose.
Don't be ridiculous, Minton. What would a hangman's noose be doing at the foot of my... What's that?
Coming from the attic. Footsteps of a lame man. Listen.
Victor Farnell.
And all that happened last night, Mr. Stokes?
Police were here all day and got nowhere, Detective Duffy.
They found no trace of Vera Fielding?
None.
Or of Victor Farnell?
Victor Farnell? Of course not. Victor Farnell is dead, Duffy.
But you did hear Farnell's voice.
No.
Well, I thought you
We
said...
heard a voice. Could have been Farnell's. He was hanged at midnight last night at State Prison. But see here, Duffy, I've called you in for protection, but not against a ghost.
Against who, then, Mr. Stokes?
I don't know. Some crank, business enemy. Not an out-and-out maniac.
Okay, then. That's a job. By the way, where are Mr. Fielding and Mr. Minton?
Fielding should be here any minute.
And Minton?
The office. He'll be phoning soon.
Good. If I'm responsible for your welfare, I'd like to have the three of you under one roof. Did you hear that?
What?
Sound like a door opened somewhere.
Nonsense. The house is locked up as tight as a drum. Now then, as you were saying that... There is a draft.
The door is open somewhere, Mr. Stokes.
Where are you going?
Have a look around.
I'll go with you.
Take it easy, Mr. Stokes. I'm being paid to take the chances.
Yes?
Stokes?
Yes?
This is Minton. Listen, Fred. Don't you think it'd be wise to pack up your things and get out of that house?
Under no circumstances.
Just for a few days.
I don't intend to allow a non-existent goblin to drive me out of my home for even 1 minute. Besides, Mike Duffy's here now.
Mike Duffy?
Detective Duffy. You remember, the private operator who always does work for the firm?
Oh. You called him in?
I thought it best.
All right, then. I'll be there in an hour.
Pack up my things. Run away like a scared child. Who's that? Duffy, is that you? Is it?
What are you doing? Playing a game with me?
No.
No, I don't believe it. It can't be you. Stop. Stop. No.
Mr. Stalks! Mr. Stalks, what happened? Mr. Stalks, where are you? Who's that? Mr. Stalks, is that you?
No, it's John Fielding. I'm here in the front door. What's you, Duffy? What are you doing here?
Mr. Stokes called me in.
Oh, I see. Where's Stokes?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. I heard him yell for help. I ran back here in the library as fast as I could, but he was gone. All I found was this piece of rope.
Good Lord, it's not just a piece of rope, Duffy. It's a hangman's noose.
A hangman's noose?
Exactly like the one we found when Vera disappeared. Duffy, look. The wall's safe.
It's open. And it's empty.
Empty?
What was in it? Do you know?
Yes, of course. We kept the assets of our firm here.
What?
$500,000 in negotiable securities.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. The senior member, Stokes, accepted the responsibility. He kept them here in his library.
And the old man was right.
Right?
He said the menace we had to deal with was flesh and blood.
What do you mean?
Ghosts don't use money, that's what I mean.
But if it wasn't a ghost, how did he get into a house that's locked and barred?
Good question. Wait a second. Maybe they can tell us.
What are you talking about?
Through the window there, a couple of dark figures moving through trees.
Good Lord.
Got a gun, Fielding?
Yes.
Good, you may need it.
Where are you going?
Outside.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't leave me here
On your
alone.
own, Fielding. We got visitors.
Are you sure you heard a cry for help, Lamont?
Positive, Margot. A man's voice is plain as day, and it came from this old mansion here. Not afraid, darling.
No, but it's a dangerous business prowling around a strange place in the dark.
You bet it is.
Oh.
Who's there?
Put your hands
Lamont.
Who are you?
Don't let that worry you. Point is, who are you?
Well, I'm Lamont Cranston. This is Miss Lane. I've taken the cottage just over the rise of the hill.
We heard a man call for help and came to see what was wrong.
Helpful, huh?
Yes, that's it. We hadn't done our good turn for the day.
Well, it's never too late, Mr. Cranston. You can do me one now.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, keep your hands up and start walking.
What was that?
Duffy! Duffy!
You're the Duffy in question. I think somebody wants you in an awful hurry.
Fielding, what was that shot?
I just stepped out of the library door and I saw a figure limping up the attic stairs. When it wouldn't stop, I fired.
Did you say limping?
Yes. You know what that means, Duffy. Karnahl was lame.
What was that?
Forget it. Old man Stokes was right. Whoever's in that attic's probably a half-witted crank or a lunatic.
But there's nobody there, Duffy.
What?
I went up and looked. The attic is empty.
Sounds very much like a ghost, eh, Margot?
I'm afraid it does.
Oh, so you're on the ghost kick, too, huh? Maybe you've got your reasons.
What reasons?
I don't know yet. But when there have been 2 disappearances in as many days and a strange couple is picked up wandering around the dark, it's time to call the police.
The police?
Tend to it, Fielding.
Yes, Duffy.
Lamont.
Just a minute.
Go on, Fielding. You've got your orders.
What's this all about?
You never heard of the $500,000 in negotiable securities, of course.
Huh? $500,000.
Okay. I'll play along. Last night, Fielding's wife disappeared, and a few minutes ago, the owner of this house, Mr. Stokes, vanished into thin air. Aside from that, all I know is that there was a phone call out of nowhere from Victor Karnahl.
Victor Karnahl? He was executed last night at state prison.
Sure, I know. But according to Fielding, he's back from the grave for a return engagement.
Listen. Did you hear that?
It's coming from the attic.
Yeah, you bet it is.
Where are you going?
Find out who it is.
You want an extra hand?
No, you two stay here, right here. And if you try to get past Fielding, remember he's got a gun. He likes to make it work.
Well,
Sorry, Margot.
we couldn't have just stayed home and listened to a mystery story on the radio.
Why listen to one when you can live one out, darling?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd rather just sit in an easy chair and turn the dial. Lamont!
Come on, Margot. Come on up the attic stairs. Duffy! Duffy!
Why doesn't he answer?
Find it difficult, I'm afraid.
Oh, Lamont.
He's been hanged. Hanged by an experienced gallows bird, Margot. The rope around his neck is a hangman's noose.
return to the Shadow in just a moment. Your neighborhood blue coal dealer would like to do this. He'd like to send you a Temp Master automatic heat regulator for your furnace with a tag attached. The tag would say, "This Temp Master is yours. You are paying for it. Here it is." Yes, that's exactly what's happening. If you heat with coal and do not have a Temp Master, you are paying for all the comfort and convenience of automatic temperature control without getting it. You see, fuel studies prove that a hand-controlled furnace fire cannot help running away with itself at times and overheating your house. When that happens, you're losing plenty of heat up the chimney. You're wasting a lot of fuel. You may be wasting enough to pay for a blue coal Temp Master in a single heating season. So, if you don't have a Temp Master now, you're missing the carefree heating comfort that you're paying for anyhow. Call the nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to demonstrate the blue coal Temp Master, the modern electrical servant that pays for itself. See how it operates. See how furnace controls are operated from a thermostat in your living room. Remember, you're paying for a Temp Master anyhow, so why not get the comfort, ease, and more healthful heat you're entitled to? Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. Now, back to the Shadow. Margot and Lamont are in the home of lawyer Frederick Stokes. They are investigating the strange events happening in the old mansion when suddenly they hear a scream from the attic. Rush up to find Detective Mike Duffy hanged from a rafter.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, what's happened here?
Seems Mr. Duffy had a slight accident, Fielding.
Duffy?
We found him hanging from that attic beam of the ceiling.
Is he dead?
Well, not quite. I think we cut him down just in time.
He was unconscious.
He'll come out of it. Here, help me get him over on that cart.
In just a moment. All right.
Careful now. Here we are. Did you call the police?
I tried. The trunk lines are busy.
Better try again. Stick with it till you get Commissioner West at headquarters.
I'll do my best.
Funny?
What'd you say, Margot?
I said it was funny. It's
Ah.
the only new-looking thing in this old attic.
What is?
This filing envelope. There's no dust on it at all.
Where'd you find that?
Over here in the corner.
Let me see it.
Is anything in it, Lamont?
It's more than a little, Margot.
Oh, what's that?
It's a legal document of some sort. Margot.
What?
Look, this is a murder confession.
Murder confession?
Yes, signed by Edgar Minton of the firm of Stokes, Fielding and Minton. Listen to this. In order to prevent his exposing certain illicit practices of my career, I, Edgar Minton, did murder in cold blood the eminent criminal judge Carter Farnall.
What? But Victor Farnall was hanged last night for murdering the judge.
No, Margot. Minton's two partners probably helped him frame the poor fellow, but exacted this confession first as a club to hold over Minton's head forever after. Who's that?
I'm Edgar Minton.
Edgar
What's happened here?
Well, it seems we have disappearances, ghosts, stranglings, three-ring circus, Mr. Minton.
Where is Stokes?
He's become part of the disappearing act.
But I talked to him from the office not over an hour ago.
Police are on their way, Cranston.
Oh, good.
Police? You say police, Fielding?
Yes, and they can't get here too soon. We've been robbed, Minton.
Robbed?
Our $500,000 in securities is gone.
What are you saying?
You come down to the library and see for yourself.
You'll excuse me, of course. Fielding and I have some pressing business.
Yes, I'm sure you do, Mr. Minton.
Lamont,
Yes?
why didn't you accuse him of the murder of Judge Farnall?
I want somebody else to do that job.
Who?
Old and mutual friend of ours, the Shadow.
So Detective Duffy and I found the wall safe here in the library open, the money gone. And Bear and Stokes are gone, too. And you and I'll be next, Minton.
Get hold of yourself.
You and I'll be next, Minton. We should never have done it.
Shut up.
We should never have sent Victor Farnall to the gallows.
I said shut up. Don't rock the boat, Fielding. We're all in this together. You're letting your nerves run away with you.
But...
Straighten out. Get back up to the attic and tell that Mr. Cranston I want to see him.
Where is it all going to end, Minton?
Whatever it does, Fielding, just remember that you'll end at exactly the same time I do. Stupid young fool. Picks a time like this to get weak in the knees. What was that? Farnall. Is it you, Farnall? Is it true? Are you really in this house?
Why do you fear Victor Farnall, Minton? You're the man to fear. You're a murderer. You killed Judge Carter Farnell in cold blood.
Who are you?
I'm the Shadow. I'm here in this room, but you cannot see me. Where is Vera Fielding?
I don't know.
You're lying, Minton. Where's your partner, Frederick Stokes?
Go away, go away.
Where's Frederick Stokes?
You drive me insane.
And answer me.
All right, I will.
Minton!
Shadow. Shadow.
Yes, Minton.
Listen to me. The plan.
What is it?
The plan. Nobody knows. You get it, Shadow.
The plan?
Yes.
Where is it, Minton?
Sir Joshua.
I heard a shot, Lamont. What happened?
Our chief suspect is dead, Margot.
Minton?
Yes. Shot came out of the dark just as he was about to tell the Shadow the truth.
Who did it?
I don't know yet. Margot, is there anybody in this house named Sir Joshua?
Sir Joshua? I don't know. Who's he?
Not the faintest idea. Apparently, he had a plan, a very important plan, and I want it. Where's Duffy?
Well, I left him in the attic unconscious.
Left him in the attic?
Yes.
Well, you shouldn't have. Come on, let's hope we don't find him in another hangman's noose. Duffy.
Where is it? Oh, the attic.
Easy now, Mr. Duffy.
You're okay. You did better than poor Minton.
Minton? What about Minton?
He's dead.
Dead?
Yes. Look, Duffy, I need help. Try and think clearly. Did you ever hear of anyone connected with this family named Joshua? Sir Joshua?
Joshua? No, never.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. That don't mean there isn't a Sir Joshua. Might be. Might be the guy who shot Minton.
Yes, possibly.
What do you ask?
I'll explain later. Meanwhile, maybe Fielding can help me.
Shall I go with you, Lamont?
I'd rather see him alone, Margot, if you don't mind.
Cold up here.
And dreary. Piles of old, dusty furniture. There must be hundreds of years. Mr. Duffy.
Yes.
There's a man back there in the shadows.
A man?
Yes. Just standing there, staring. Oh.
What are you laughing at?
It's not a man at all. I'm sorry. It's a portrait, an old family portrait. See, right here.
Yeah. Dignified old codger.
Covered with dust. See? Duffy.
What now?
Look, nameplate. Sir Joshua Stokes.
What do you know? So that's him.
Sir Joshua. But what did Minton mean? How could he have had a plan?
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Yep. Wait a minute.
What's that?
Well, it's a blueprint. Blueprint of this house. Now I see what Minton meant, a plan.
Yeah, sure, a plan. A plan of the house.
Let's take a look at it. Look. Oh, here's the drawing room, the bedrooms. Look. There's another room up here in the attic.
What?
See? Right here. That'll be just behind that beam there to the left.
Yeah. Yeah, take a look at this.
A door.
You never see it. It's built right in the woodwork.
Shall we go in?
Yeah, after you, lady.
Just be careful the door doesn't close. Mr. Duffy.
Oh, it's slammed.
Try and push it open. Oh. Mr. Duffy, look. Hanging from that beam in the ceiling.
Yeah. I see him.
They're dead. They're dead. 2 dead bodies.
Vera Fielding and Frederick Stokes, to be exact.
So this is where they disappeared to.
What are you going to do?
We're to beat on the door until Mr. Cranston hears me.
Oh, no, you're not, Miss Lane.
I'm not?
No, Miss Lane.
Why not?
Because you're going to join Vera and Frederick.
What?
There's a lot at stake for me in this, Miss Lane. You see this envelope? There's $500,000 in securities in here. It's mine by right of seizure. Minton would have gotten it when he hung me in the attic, but you and Mr. Cranston came running too quickly for him. You didn't even have time to find the confession where it'd fallen out of my pocket.
Please let me go.
I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Miss Lane. Once I'm rid of Fielding, who knows the serial numbers, and of you, who know too much in general, I'll burn the blueprint, close this door, and the Stokes Mansion disappearances will go right on being a mystery forever.
No. Please. Lamont!
Screaming won't do any good. I closed that door when we came in. I'm going to keep it closed until I'm through with you, Miss Lane.
You would if you could, Duffy.
Who's that? Who opened that door?
The Shadow did.
Who are you? What do you want here?
I'm here to accuse you of the murders of Vera Fielding, Frederick Stokes, and Edgar Minton.
You're crazy.
You'd been a trusted employee of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton for many years. So when Minton wanted to get back the murder confession he'd been forced to write, he looked around for a helper. He found you were only too willing to make a dishonest dollar.
How do you know this?
You got greedy, didn't you, after you got your hands on the confession and the $500,000? You decided to keep them for yourself and cut Minton out. That's why Minton tried to hang you in the attic out there.
Who told you? How do you know?
Funnell's ghost was meant to scare the occupants out of the house so you and Minton could loot it at your leisure. But Stokes refused to run away, so you went through with the hangings as scheduled. But they're over now, all except one.
Which one?
Yours. The law will see that you hang, Duffy.
No, not in a million years. Fielding's still alive. He'll get me off.
Why?
Because if he doesn't, I can prove he was an accomplice to the courtroom murder of Victor Farnell.
I won't allow him to clear you, Duffy.
Then I'll blast him wide open in court.
I don't think you will.
Mr. Fielding!
No.
That'll do for you, you hired hangman.
Yeah, for me. And for you too, Fielding.
Fielding, look out.
No.
Good work, Lamont. Well, they did the work for me, Commissioner Weston. They shot it out to the death.
What I don't see is how you knew to follow us to this room, Lamont.
Well, I knew Duffy was the killer before I left you alone with him in the attic. When Duffy said that maybe Sir Joshua had shot Minton, I knew he was only pretending he'd been unconscious. The others had been hanged. So how, if he'd been unconscious, did Duffy know Minton had been shot?
Oh, I see.
After that, I kept my eye on you and him and saw you discover the secret room.
And what was all this nonsense about a ghostly telephone call?
You'll find a telephone over there in the corner of this hidden den, Weston. It was used to impersonate Victor Farnell. It's connected with the wires of the downstairs telephone. Childish trick, but effective.
Then the voice threatening the death of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton wasn't Farnell's at all.
Of course not.
Whose was it? Duffy's?
Perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps?
Well, I mean, Margot, that since the entire firm is dead, as promised, one might think of that voice out of the night as voice of justice.
And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. As the old saying goes, well begun is half done. If you emphasize fuel saving in your home now, as the cold weather is just beginning, you'll start fuel-saving habits that will last all winter. Tell your family to always close off rooms that are not used. Ask the children to be sure to close doors behind them when they come in or out of the house. And, of course, now is the time to install a Tempmaster automatic heat regulator. A Blue Coal Tempmaster is not only the last word in heating convenience, but it's just about the surest way to conserve fuel. It can save as much as 20% of your fuel consumption. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer can install a Tempmaster easily and quickly. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Now, the Carey Salt Company, producers of salt for every farm and home use, bring you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Today's exciting adventure will begin in just a moment. Now, boys and girls, here's an important announcement. Carey's special Magic Shadow Ring offer is nearly over. Just one more week and it will end. If there are still some of you who haven't sent for your Magic Shadow Ring, better not wait any longer. It's your last chance to get this wonderful ring that glows in the dark with a weird, mysterious radiance. The ring cannot be bought in any store, you know, but it's so easy to get one from the makers of Carey Salt. I'm sure Mom knows that Carey's is the extra refined salt, the salt that always carries the flavor. Ask her to listen with you later in the program when I tell how to send for Carey's Magic Shadow Ring. And now, the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Seance with Death. It is midnight. The door to the bedroom of a large suite in a fashionable midtown apartment opens. A tall, dignified man enters, walks over to the telephone next to the bed. He hesitates for a moment. Then, as though reaching a decision, removes the instrument from its hook.
Number, please.
Get me police headquarters, operator.
One moment, please.
What do you want? What do you want?
I'm ringing that number, sir.
Never mind it now. Look, I wasn't going to call the police, honest. I'll make a deal with you. I've got plenty on all of you, but I'll tear it up. Honest, I will.
I tell you, I don't like it, Robbie. Killing Sanders was a bad idea. Faking spooks is one thing, but making real spooks is not good for business.
Oh, wait a minute, Swanee. You talk as though I knocked off Sanders.
Well, you did, didn't you?
No. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh. Maybe you want me to think Doc killed Sanders.
Maybe I did, Swami.
Doc, I did not hear you.
No, well, I heard you.
I guess I was just sounding off. You know how it is.
Sure, I know how it is. That's my business, remember? Applied psychiatry and consultant. I know exactly how it is.
Sure. Doc can read your mind for you. Doc.
The police are pretty mad about Sanders being killed, Doc. They said he was killed to keep him from giving some dope to the cops.
He was. And the police are no madder than I am, Swami. You tipped our whole business to Sanders. He had enough evidence to break our little game wide open.
Yeah. You weren't playing Sanders for a sucker, Swami. He's been playing you.
Yeah? How about his daughter?
She's still on the hook. But now we're running into a few legal difficulties in procuring the girl's inheritance.
You mean with lawyers?
With one lawyer, a man named Jackson. Sanders' personal legal advisor and a very suspicious man.
Oh? You're going to have to give Jackson a spook business, Doc?
Jackson is going to be taken into the fold, made a believer.
Oh. We make him such a believer, he loses his suspicions and does not object to signing over Sanders' fortune to his daughter.
Precisely. We start Mr. Jackson's conversion to the faith with this.
A picture of Sanders.
Right. Treat it with that luminous paint of yours and make it a spirit photo. Robbie, here can do an excellent imitation of Sanders' voice. We'll have a record made, and as soon as the Sanders girl comes in with Mr. Jackson, we'll have a little session.
And the Sanders girl doesn't know we're using it, huh?
Does a lamb know it's being led to slaughter?
It sounds good, but...
There are no buts, Swami. Don't forget, I took you from a mit camp in a carnival and set you up in the best spook setup in the country. You wouldn't want to go back to reading palms at a dime a throw, would you?
Mr. Sanders promised he'd contact me as soon as he got the evidence he wanted, Cranston. Well, you know the rest.
You say he said he was on the trail of a racket that was milking hundreds of gullible old men and women, Commissioner?
Yes, Cranston. He sounded pretty bitter about it, almost as though it hit close to home.
His wife, perhaps?
No, his wife has been dead almost 10 years.
Any family at all?
Just a daughter, Consuelo.
She have any idea who killed her father?
If she has, we haven't been able to get it out of her. At any rate, we haven't pushed her too hard.
Why not?
Now, you see, the girl's been under the care of a psychiatrist for quite some time.
You mean she...
No, she's not crazy. It's just that according to her psychiatrist, his name here someplace. Oh, yes, Dr. Thor Sampson. According to him, she suffers from a psychic maladjustment.
What does that mean?
Well, it means about $10 a treatment. He's located on Park Street in a swanky apartment building.
Anyway, we can help find Sanders' killer, Commissioner?
No. Everything possible is being done. For Pete's sake, don't complicate it any more than it is.
Okay. Come along, Margot. The commissioner sounds busy.
Goodbye, Margot. Cranston?
Goodbye, Commissioner. See you soon.
I don't think you fooled him either, Lamont.
Whatever do you mean, darling?
Just that. Don't you think Weston knows that you're on your way to see the psychiatrist right now?
Of course he does, the old faker. Otherwise, why do you think he'd go to such pains to make sure we got Dr. Sampson's name and address? Pretty swanky layout, Emma.
Yes, someone's coming.
Yes?
Dr. Sampson?
Well, no, the doctor's busy. Do you have an appointment?
Why, no, it's not a case for the doctor. It's some information I'd like.
Well, sorry, but the doctor...
Ravi, what is this? Don't we ask the people in?
Well, they're just looking for information, Doctor.
Good. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Cranston, Lamont Cranston. This is my friend, Miss Lane.
I'm Dr. Sampson. How do you do, Miss Lane?
How do you do?
And this information?
It's in reference to the Sanders killing.
Oh, yes. Unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate.
I understand his daughter Consuelo is a patient of yours.
Why, yes.
I wanted to ask your advice before talking to her.
How very strange. You know, Mr. Cranston, by the oddest coincidence, Consuelo is here in my office at this very moment.
Oh?
Why not question her here, Mr. Cranston?
That would be splendid.
Good. If you wait just a moment.
Oh, Lamont, what a big man. He must weigh 300 pounds. And that servant of his... I wouldn't want him around very much.
He's probably chauffeur and general handy boy. It's a nice setup. Here they come.
Here you are, Cranston, Consuelo Sanders. This is the man I told you about, my dear.
How do you do?
And this is his friend, Miss Lane.
Oh, you're pretty. Thank you.
Mr. Cranston wanted to ask you a few questions, my dear.
What did you want to know, Mr. Cranston?
You know your father is dead, don't you, Consuelo?
Of course, Mr. Cranston, I know.
You have any idea who might have killed him?
Yes,
What?
it was Mother. She did it. She shot Father.
But, Consuelo, your mother's been dead for over 10 years.
Yes, Mr. Cranston. You see, it's been a long time, and she's been so tired of waiting. Now, at last, they're together. Nobody ever dies. They are simply on another plane.
I see.
Were there any other questions you wanted to ask Consuelo, Mr. Cranston?
No, Doctor. I think that'll be all. We'll be going.
Goodbye, Mr. Cranston. Goodbye, Miss Lane. Goodbye. No wonder that girl's being treated by a psychiatrist. She's completely unbalanced.
Maybe Margot. Maybe she just believes in spirits.
What?
There's a growing cult that believes that the spirits of the dead are all around us, that through some mediums it's possible to establish contact.
That's spiritualism, isn't it?
Yes, Margot. And spiritualism is often used as a racket with which to prey on the rich and old.
You think that's what Mr. Sanders was referring to when he told Weston he was out to break up a racket?
May well be, Margot. At any rate, it's worth a try. Come on, we've got some investigating to do.
This is Mr. Jackson, Swami, my father's lawyer.
How do you do, Mr. Jackson? Come in. Come in.
Well, I must warn you, sir, that I'm being brought here under protest. If it weren't for Consuelo's insistent pleadings, I can promise you I wouldn't submit to this seance.
I understand perfectly, Mr. Jackson. Now, if you will just sit over there on that side of the table, sir, and you, Consuelo, on this side, we will begin.
Thank you, Swami.
Now, Consuelo, you must concentrate, my child.
Yes.
You will be the medium through which I speak to your father. The medium through which I bring his image to you both. Concentrate, Consuelo. Concentrate.
Father? Father, answer me. I see a horn. And the light near the cabinet. Swami, look. Look, it's Father.
Good heavens.
My child, I have come at your call. I am with your mother at last. Someday soon, you will come to us. We will never be separated again. Never.
Oh, Father, I was afraid you weren't happy.
This is incredible.
I must go now. But, Consuela, there is something.
Yes?
You must support the institution that makes it possible for me to come to you. Give. Give freely.
I will, Father. I will give everything, everything.
I must go now, my child.
No.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Father. Father, come back.
Oh, Consuelo, I hope everything went well. We made the contact.
Yes, Swami, we made the contact.
You are satisfied, Mr. Jackson?
That's the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
You are satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Oh, the gong. Excuse me, I will be right back. You rang the gong, Robbie. What for?
Yes, the phone. Doc wants to talk to you.
Girl and Jackson are in there. I do not have much time. Hello.
Hello, Swami. How did it go?
Like clockwork. I gave them everything but the Battle of Iwo Jima and Technicolor.
Good. But you'll have to do more. A serious complication has developed.
What now?
The chap that was questioning her about her father is Lamont Cranston, a dangerous man. We've got to take care of him, Swami.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. That is your department. Let Robbie handle it.
No. Cranston's too smart to let Robbie get close enough. The girl
Consuelo? You're nuts. She won't do it.
Yes, she will. I've conditioned her to hypnosis. You can put her under in a second. Get rid of Jackson. Then tell her exactly what she's to do and leave her with a post-hypnotic suggestion that later she will remember nothing.
You sure this is okay, Doc?
Absolutely. She'll walk up to Cranston, let him and Miss Lane have it, then forget all about it. What could be sweeter and neater?
We should come in for a minute, Lamont.
Thanks, Margot, but it's pretty late. I'll just see you to the door.
Right. Oh. Look who's over there near the entrance. Isn't that Consuelo Sanders?
Yes, it looks like her. Do you think she's waiting for us?
Hello, Consuelo. Hello, Miss Lane. Hello, Mr. Cranston.
Consuelo, is anything wrong? You feel all right?
I have something for you, Mr. Cranston. Something I must give you.
Yes? What is it, Consuelo?
This, Mr. Cranston.
What?
It's a gun. I must kill you.
Put away that gun, Consuelo.
No, Mr. Cranston.
Consuelo.
Don't come any closer.
Look out, Lamont!
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute.
All right, kids, ready for that thrilling offer from the makers of Carrie Salt. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get Carrie's wonderful magic shadow ring while you still have a chance. You can have so much fun with a strange and fascinating ring that glows in the dark. Yes, it soaks up the living light and holds it. Then the darkness brings out its mysterious radiance. A steady, watchful glow like the unsleeping eye of a jungle cat. Now that everybody knows the offer will close next week, the rings will be going fast. So don't wait till it's too late. Here's how to get your magic shadow ring right away. Ask Mom for the white star from a round package of Carrie Salt. Tell her you need it quickly because the offer is almost over. Then mail the white star along with 5 cents, just a nickel, to Carrie Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. Or you can send the sales slip from any Carrie Salt product and 5 cents. Print your name and address plainly. Your exciting magic shadow ring will come postpaid. I'll repeat. Send 5 cents in coin with either that Carrie Salt White Star or the sales slip from any Carrie product to Carrie's, C-A-R-E-Y-S, Carrie Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. Now back to the shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are investigating the murder of wealthy Roger Sanders. They meet his daughter, Consuelo, who is under the spell of a pseudo-psychiatrist and spiritualist named Swami. In an attempt to get rid of Cranston, Swami hypnotizes Consuelo, instructs her to shoot Cranston. She meets Cranston in front of Margot's apartment, pulls out a gun, fires it.
I wouldn't have been if you hadn't hit her arm just as she fired. Thanks, Sally. Consuelo.
She's fainted, I think.
Help me get into the lobby. There. She seemed in a complete daze, didn't she?
Yes. Could she have been hypnotized?
She's coming out of it, Mom.
Oh, where am I? Mr. Cranston. Miss Lane, what am I doing here?
You don't remember coming here, Consuelo?
Well, no. It's all a blank, Mr. Cranston. I can't remember a thing. I remember seeing you this afternoon at Dr. Sampson's.
You don't remember anything beyond that?
No. Nothing. Oh, what's wrong with me, Mr. Cranston? What's wrong?
You've been under a terrific strain. Margot, why don't you take Consuelo upstairs and let her lie down?
What are you going to do, Lamont?
After we're sure Consuelo is safe, I think we'd better drop by headquarters and see what Commissioner Weston has to say.
I tell you, Cranston, you're playing with dynamite. I suppose you know that hiding that girl makes you an accessory.
I'm not hiding her, Commissioner. I put her someplace.
where she can rest.
Rest? That girl's an attempted murderess. For all we know, she may have killed her own father. She's crazy enough to.
She's crazy, all right.
Well, crazy or not, she tried to kill you, and I'm taking her in for it.
Oh, really? You have any witnesses, any complaints?
Cranston, some days to help me.
Mister, all I ask is that you give me 24 hours. If I don't have something by then, I'll turn the girl over to you.
Well, I'm going to hold you responsible for that girl.
I'll accept the responsibility. Come on, Margot.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, I hope you know what you've let yourself in for, Lamont.
I think that girl can help me smash this racket, Margot.
But how? She doesn't even remember anything.
Not consciously, Margot. Maybe the shadow can decipher the secret from her unconscious mind.
Consuelo. Consuelo Sanders. Consuelo.
What? Who said that?
I am the shadow. I've come to you for information.
You are the Swami's control spirit.
No, Consuelo. I am the shadow. I want information about the Swami.
You're trying to test me. You're here because the Swami sent you. You think I'm an unbeliever like my father. I'm not.
Father was an unbeliever? But he was one of the Swami's patrons, wasn't he?
Yes, but the Swami couldn't convert Father. He tried to, but he couldn't succeed.
I see. This Swami, where can I find him, Consuelo?
He's everywhere and nowhere.
Where is this Swami? Tell me, what is his address?
On Forsyth Road, the old frame house on the corner of Nassau. What else do you command?
Stay here, Consuelo. Shadow will return when he has done what must be done.
Lamont, are you sure we should do this? Suppose someone's here at the Swami.
I doubt it, Margot. The place is dark. It doesn't look as though anyone lives in it during the day. The door's locked. This will take care of it. I'm stepping past.
I hope you know what you're doing.
There must be a switch around here someplace. Oh, here it is.
What was that? It sounded like...
Wait.
Consuelo, my child. You have come at last to your father.
There's someone in this room, Lamont. Let's get... Look over there near the cabinet. A man.
That, darling, is Mr. Sanders, if I'm not mistaken.
Sanders? But he's dead. Get me out of here,
Now, wait a
Lamont.
minute, Margot. Now, these are all tricks.
What?
Watch. I bring out the astral horn by pushing this button. The voice of the control spirit by pushing this one.
Consuelo, my child. You have come at last to your father.
All tricks, Margot. Cruel tricks designed to get money from the bereaved and the credulous.
But how do they work?
The horn, recorded. It is the imitation of the voice of Sanders. As for the picture, just treat it with luminous paint. When I push the button, the dark cloth in front of it falls away, and it glows in the dark. Shh, Margot, someone's coming. Hide behind these drapers.
One place I can't have too much light. Where's that switch? That's
Hello, Robbie.
What?
So you work for the medium as well as for the doctor, eh?
Cranston. I thought you...
Ed? Sorry to disappoint you, Robbie.
What do you want?
Facts. The facts on what's behind all this.
You can't make me talk.
Maybe you better help me tie Robbie up, Margot. Those cords from the drapery should do it.
Right.
I warn you, Robbie, I'll shoot at the slightest resistance. Okay, darling?
He won't get out of that.
All right now, Robbie. Now, where's the Swami and what's his connection with Dr. Sampson?
They're in cahoots. The doc gets the dope out of the suckers when they come to him. He passes it along to the Swami, and he uses it in the seance.
What are you doing here?
The doc figures things are getting too hot. They're pulling out. Swami sent me here to pack his stuff.
What about the girl, Consuelo Sanders?
I don't know. They got all they can out of her.
All right, Margot, let's go.
What are you going to do?
First, make sure Consuelo's all right at your apartment. Then pay a visit to Doc Sampson and the Swami. Give me your apartment key, Margot.
You don't think anything's happened, Lamont?
I don't know. Consuelo?
Consuelo.
Lamont, she isn't here.
Huh. There's a note on the table.
Oh? What did she say?
Thank you both for your help. I must leave. I feel a call. I cannot resist.
Can they have that power over Lamont? A power that makes it possible for them to will her to do things?
I think I finally got the answer, Margot. If I'm right, the Shadow may still have time to prevent another murder.
Consuelo, what are you doing here?
I had to come, Swami. I felt your call.
Nobody called you. Look, run along, Consuelo.
No.
Doc and I have some important business. We must...
A voice told me to come to you, Swami.
Please, Consuelo. Later on, perhaps.
I want you to make a contact for me.
Look, Consuelo. Nobody on this plane can make a contact.
But you can, Swami. See, Swami? Now you can make the contact. You're no longer on this plane, are you?
Good heavens, Consuelo. What have you done?
What's the matter, Doc? I thought you didn't like the Swami.
I don't. But you needn't have done it here. What am I going to do with him?
Why not leave him here?
Be reasonable, my child. Police.
I wouldn't worry about the police, Dr. Sampson, because by the time they get here, you'll be with the Swami.
What? Why, no. Don't be hasty, my dear. Just as soon as Jackson signs over your inheritance, we'll go away together.
Oh, no, we won't, Doc. No, we won't. You see, you're the only one left who could tie me to this whole business and indirectly to the killing of my father.
But what can you gain by killing me?
Gain. When the police find you, this gun will be alongside you. It's the same gun that killed my father. The police will put two and two together and then...
Forgotten the Swami, Consuelo.
What was that?
Swami! You're dead. I just killed you.
Don't you remember, Consuelo? Many of our dear departed that we think are gone forever are always with us.
It can't be true.
But it is.
I'll kill you.
With an empty gun? No, Consuelo, you're not going to kill anyone else.
Let go of me.
Who are you? You're not Swami.
I'm the Shadow. I've come to see justice done.
I have done nothing.
We'll see about that, Dr. Sampson. We'll all stay here together and wait for the police. They'll be very interested in this story. You two will have to tell them.
Well, Cranston, now will you listen to me? Just as I told you, that Sanders girl was behind the murder of her stepfather.
Then he wasn't her real father, Commissioner?
Oh, no, Margot. That's why she had to go to such lengths to get hold of the family fortune. First, she tried to interest her stepfather in the fake spiritualism and have the spirit of her mother demand that he change his will to her favor.
Sanders became suspicious, Commissioner.
Yes, in fact, he had enough evidence to expose the whole racket, so the girl had to kill him. And later, she tried to convert Jackson, the family lawyer, with another seance.
They've all confessed?
Oh, certainly. They're all inside testifying against each other. Say, by the way, we found the gunman Robbie all tied up waiting for us at the Swami's place.
Now, I wonder how that could have happened. Do you think it's possible we might have been on the right track at that, Margot?
Farm friends, don't miss reading the important new Carrie booklet, Minerals on Your Livestock. It's free for the asking at all dealers who sell Carrie's Mineral Supplement Salt. This amazing booklet is helping hundreds of farmers make bigger profits from livestock. You see, Minerals on Your Livestock tells the shocking truth about mineral deficiency, the unseen danger that threatens all farm animals. More important, it tells how to fight mineral deficiency, gives facts, figures, pictures. It's authoritative, it's practical. If your dealer doesn't have it, just put your name and address on a postcard, ask for Minerals on Your Livestock, and mail to Carrie Salt, Hutchison, Kansas. This free booklet is a real help in safeguarding your stock from mineral deficiency. Another help, of course, is Carrie's Mineral Supplement Salt. You just use it instead of ordinary block or loose salt. Mix with feed or supply at free choice. Either way, your stock gets extra amounts of valuable phosphorus, calcium, and iodine, and other minerals as they satisfy normal salt appetite. Remember the name, Carrie's Mineral Supplement Salt.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Carrie Salt Company brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Don't miss it. And remember, only 2 weeks left to send for your magic Shadow ring. Mail 5 cents in coin and either a Carrie Table Salt White Star or the sales slip from any other Carrie Salt product. Address Carrie Salt, Hutchison, Kansas. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, the Mutual Network brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The shooting war is over, but your Red Cross is still in there fighting, planning new invasions against suffering, hunger, and loneliness. And speaking of loneliness, let's not forget the Low Point boys still overseas. There are more than 1,500,000 of them spread out all over the world, including God-forsaken islands in the Pacific. Many of us already have forgotten, but your Red Cross never forgets. It's still there with our rear guard, helping to make life a little brighter, helping to ease the burden. Yes, the job of the Army of Occupation, according to both Generals Eisenhower and MacArthur, would be 10 times tougher if it were not for the Red Cross activities overseas. Now, The Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Ghosts Without a Face.
Third act, Mr. Johnson. Curtain going up. Third act, Mr. Johnson. Is anything wrong? Door's not locked. Maybe he's not in his dressing room. Oh, I'd better have a look. Mr. Johnson. Oh, there you are, sir. That's your dressing table. You're still in your dressing robe. Third act curtain is up, sir.
Raise it high, Billy. That pack of stupidity will never gaze upon the handsome face of Gaylord Johnson again.
What's the matter, Mr. Johnson? You sound sick.
Yes, sick and dying. You see only my back. Now, Billy, look upon my face.
Mr. Johnson, your face. It's bleeding.
Ripped and slashed with my own razor blade.
There's blood on your arms. Your wrists are cut.
I cut them. I died.
No.
But they killed me. They spurned me off.
Let me go.
But they can't escape the horror that will return to
torture them off to death. Let me go. Let me go. You'll see me again. I'll return from the dead to haunt this theater for eternity. Help somebody. Mr. Johnson killed himself. Mr. Johnson's dead. He killed himself. Help.
Yes, Mr. Ames, I have heard stories about your theater, that it's haunted, that some fantastic ghost without a face roams around at night in that house.
The police searched the place thoroughly. There's nothing more they can do, and that's why I've come to you, Mr. Cranston. As an amateur criminologist, can't you help me track this thing down?
You say you've actually heard this ghost, that you've seen it?
Others have too, Mr. Cranston. Actors I've hired and tried to rehearse there. I can't keep a casting.
Let's try this, Mr. Ames, if you want to open your theater again. Rehearse in some other place until the night your new play opens. On opening night, have the entire theater searched thoroughly to be sure no one can be hiding.
This thing is a ghost. You can't find it.
Mr. Ames, you and I both know there aren't any such thing as ghosts.
I've seen and heard. Gaylord Johnson's ghost with its face slashed and bloody. It's horrible. So horrible that it almost drove Billy, our young stage manager, out of his mind.
His mind is still affected?
His memory is gone completely. I talked to him, Mr. Cranston. He doesn't remember a thing.
Ames, it seems to me the best thing to do to help you is to deliberately invite your ghost to appear.
Or you?
Yes. Whatever it is, it's apparently trying to keep your theater closed by frightening people away. It's certain to do something if you open your house.
Well, I don't think it's wise, Mr. Cranston, but I'll do it if you insist.
Good. I'll be there with you to see if I can see and hear this ghost of Gaylord Johnson.
Musty, dark old place. It's backstage, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, first act's over, darling, and so far no ghosts appeared.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think we better wait here in the wings out of the way until Mr. Ames comes off stage.
Yes. The play seems to be going very well. Ames is really experts on this one, isn't he?
Yeah. Lamont, what really happened here that night a year ago?
Well, the third act had just started, as I understand, when Billy, the young stage manager, came running to Mr. Ames in a terrified, hysterical condition, telling him that Gaylord Johnson had killed himself.
And when Mr. Ames reached the dressing room, the body had disappeared?
Yes. There was blood on the floor, and the dressing table, and on the boy, where Johnson had grabbed him before he died.
And no trace of the body has ever been found?
No. I still don't see how it could possibly have been taken from the theater that night. Backstage was crowded with actors. Well, the fact remains it never has been found.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, this way.
Well, hello, Mr. Ames.
Well, how do you like the play?
Oh, it's very good, Mr. Ames. Where did you find that wonderful old actress, Madame Trombetta?
Because she did a magnificent bit in that last scene.
She's been in this country since the war. She's a real trooper, Miss Lane. Now, here she comes now.
Oh?
Madame Trombetta.
Mr. Ames, is he gone?
The other way, Dorothea. And here are two new friends of yours. Proof. Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston.
How do you do, Madame Trombetta? It's a beautiful job.
Thank you. Thank you. So kind. I must change my costume now. I will see you later. Perhaps after every show.
Second act. Places. Places, please. I suppose you noticed, Mr. Cranston, I asked the police to surround the place.
You had the place searched tonight?
Thoroughly. Before any of the actors came in. There couldn't be anyone human hiding here.
There go the lights, Lamont.
Oh, yes. Well, I think we better stay backstage here.
I wish you would, both of you. We can stand right here.
Ooh. Goodness, it's awfully dark.
Yes, this is a murder scene. It's quite a sight.
There goes the kitten.
No!
What's that scream?
That wasn't on stage.
Take your hands from my throat!
Come from one of the dressing rooms, isn't it? Madame Trombetta.
It's the ghost!
Where's the dressing room? Quickly, it's this way. Down this corridor here. Come on, quick.
Something horrible happened.
Well, this is the run. The door's locked. Help me break it in.
Oh, hurry, hurry.
Once more, Mr. Ames, come on. There it goes. Dorothea. There's no one in. The room's empty.
Well, we just heard a voice calling for help from this room.
It's the ghost. Johnson's ghost. He's killed her.
He's killed her and spirited her body away.
Lamont, what's happening in that theater? First the young boy, and now Madame Trombetta?
I don't know yet, Margot. I'm going back there tonight and find out.
Oh, darling, you've gone there before at night, and the ghost has never appeared to you.
I think he might this time, Margot. If he's killed Madame Trombetta and hidden her body.
Why do you?
I was just ghost chasing before, Margot. This time, I think we may find a killer.
Oh, Lamont, look at that old theater. So dark, so ugly. It's almost as if it was challenged.
It's probably hidden plenty of secrets. It's been standing there for years.
Darling, I'm suddenly very afraid. Let's wait.
Come on, darling. You stick close to me. Now, we'll go down this alley here to the stage door.
Well, all right, I guess I'd go through most anything to get even with whatever it was that harmed poor Billy. The old actress.
Yes. Well, here's the door.
So dark, I can't see a thing. Come on, the door's open.
I haven't touched it yet. And who are you? Who's coming into this theater? Go away. Get away quickly. I'm Lamont Cranston. Who are you? What are you doing here? Well, I'm Pops the Nightman and the janitor. Hey, I've seen you two before. Well, you best keep away from here. Mr. Ames has given us permission to come here anytime, Pops. Well, tonight maybe you come once too often.
Why do you say that?
We heard the voice tonight. In there. Louder. Angrier. Angrier than before. You've heard the ghost, too? Tells me to follow. But I know that there is death and madness where it leads.
But why do you stay here then, Pa?
Well, there's not many a job open for an old fellow like me. I'm safe if I don't listen. But now don't you two be going in there. We've got to tonight, Pops. You stay here at the door. Don't let anyone else in. We'll call you if we need you, Pops. All right, but remember I warned you.
I can't see a thing here.
Take my hand. Oh, you got the flashlight?
No, Lamont, I thought you had.
Great. Really, madame. Now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Darling, just what do you expect to find wandering around in here in the dark?
I want to take a look at Johnson's dressing room first. That was where Johnson died and Madame Trombetta was killed.
I wish I'd waited outside with Pops.
This whole theater is certainly the perfect background for a ghost story.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if... Oh!
What's the matter, darling?
Come on. There's a body hanging by its neck. I just something.
Stop, there is something.
What is it?
You bumped into one of those big sandbags that's suspended from the rail.
Oh, no.
Come on, darling. We'll get this over with as fast as possible.
Oh.
I see the dressing room that Johnson used is just down here, I think.
Yeah. That's it right there, isn't it?
Yes.
Come in, my friend.
Wait. There's a voice coming from inside the dressing room.
It's the ghost.
It is. We're going to have a look at it.
Come in, my friend, and gaze upon death.
Lamont, there's someone sitting there at the dressing table.
It does look like someone.
My face, a ripped and bloody face.
Voice.
It's Nicky Lord Johnson's voice.
Horror of my face will drive men mad.
I'm going after that thing.
Lamont, it's falling. What is it?
Nothing but a stage dummy, Margot.
What?
Used in that dungeon scene. Someone threw it on this dressing table chair.
But there was a voice in this room, Lamont. I heard it.
Yes, I heard it too, Margot, but there's no one in here but us.
Go! Go! Before the horror strikes.
Well, now the voice is coming from somewhere on the stage.
Stay here, Margot. I've got to go after it.
Lamont, don't leave me. Lamont, take me with you.
Doom! Doom! Blundering fool!
Lamont, where are you?
Over here, Margot. Come here, take my hand.
No, you have no madness.
Margot.
We shall look upon terror and death.
Look out, Margot. Margot! Look!
Well, darling, it's so dark I can't see you. Just reach out your hand and I'll... Oh, there you are. What's going... Lamont. This isn't you, is it?
No. Lovely lady. You are holding the hand of a ghost.
A year ago today, General Courtney Hodges and his 1st Division were battling their way through the streets of Cologne. Your Red Cross girls were there, directly behind the lines, dispensing cheer and donuts to the battle-weary GIs. Today, your Red Cross is still there with the Army of Occupation. We have silenced the Wehrmacht, but your Red Cross still fights a battle against loneliness. For the men now overseas, the warmth and hospitality of the Red Cross Recreation Club is the one bright spot in their arduous task yet to be completed. At home, their comrades in the hospitals and other veterans struggling to adjust themselves to civilian life are also benefited by your Red Cross. More than 4,300 Red Cross hospital workers assisted servicemen in our veterans' hospitals during the year of 1945. And 450,000 veterans' claims were handled by local Red Cross chapters during the same period. So, give generously to your American Red Cross for its wide and diversified program of service to humanity. Now, back to the Shadow.
During their search for the horrible ghost in a haunted theater, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane have become separated on the huge, dark stage. Thinking the figure in the dark beside her was Lamont, Margot has taken its hand. When she discovers it is the ghost of the dead actor they come to find.
Let me go. Let me go. Let go of my hand.
Margot,
Let go.
darling, it's Lamont.
Oh, Lamont, no. No, I felt the cold, dead hand. It was the ghost. I know it was the
Whatever it
ghost.
was that held you, I must have frightened it away.
Oh, darling. I'm sorry. Well, I'm home, aren't I? I must have fainted.
You did, darling, and I brought you home with Pop's help.
Well, what happened to you? Your clothes were all torn.
Something dropped me through a trapdoor on that stage. It's lucky I found my way out of that cellar and up through the orchestra pit.
There are ghosts there, aren't there? There is something horrible in that theater.
Yes, Margot. Something horrible, but not ghosts. I'm sure of that now. No ghost would have to resort to such earthly tactics as dropping me through a trapdoor to get me out of the way.
Who then, Lamont? Who could it be?
I don't know, Margot. I suddenly thought of someone who might help me out.
Who?
The only living person who saw Gaylord Johnson before he disappeared. Billy, the young stage manager who went to his dressing room to call him that night.
His memory's gone.
I might be able to get through to him to help him, Margot. He's going to hear the voice of the Shadow when I visit him tonight. Billy, are you sleeping, or is it only your mind that sleeps tonight?
Voice. Is it a voice?
Can you hear me, Billy? I am your friend.
Friend?
Yes, Billy. Try to remember. It's curtain time for the third act.
Curtain time?
Time for the third act, Billy. Call the actors on stage.
Call the actors?
Call them, Billy. Places, everyone.
Places. Places, everyone.
Now call the star, Billy. Call Mr. Johnson.
No. No.
Hurry, Billy. Call Gaylord Johnson. The curtain's up.
Up? The curtain's up?
Hurry, there's not much time now. He's in his dressing room.
Yes. Mr. Johnson. In his dressing room.
The door's closed, Billy.
Mr. Johnson. Third act. Places, please.
That's it, Billy.
Curtain's going up.
Try the door, Billy. Maybe something's wrong.
The door wasn't locked.
Then open it quickly.
No. No.
Open the door, Billy, quickly. The curtain's up.
Yes. Yes, open the door.
There's Mr. Johnson at his dressing table in his robe. He's turning now.
Yes, turning to me.
All right, Billy, what did you see?
I saw him. He got up and came toward me. I saw his awful bleeding face. And then he...
Then he dropped dead at your feet?
He fell. My thought he was dead.
But you don't know for certain.
No. No, I was scared and ran out for help. I don't know whether he was dead or not.
You do remember, Billy. The shadow has awakened your mind.
The shadow? The shadow? Who are you?
I'm your friend, Billy.
Yes, my friend. A voice in the moonlight. Shadow, you've helped me.
You helped the shadow too, Billy. Go back to sleep now. In the morning, you will remember. The shadow will discover the secret of the ghost without a face.
I don't care what Billy told you, Lamont. Even if Taylor Johnson is alive, just the sight of this theory gives me a chill.
I'm sure we're on the right track this time, Margot. Here's the stage door. Who is there? That you, Mr. Reeves? No, Pops. It's Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane again. No, not tonight. I can't let you go in this place tonight. Why, Pops? But I'm going. I'm leaving here. I can't stand this job anymore.
What happened, Pop?
It's that voice. The ghost again. Stronger and stronger each night. Tonight I nearly followed. Pops, lock up. You'll be able to keep your job. I think we can put the finishing touch on your ghost tonight. You just watch the door. If I need you, I'll call. Come on, Margot. Hang on to me this time. Give me the flashlight on.
Here you are. Are we going back to that dressing room yet?
No. Let's go look around here for a moment. The stage.
Oh, what a dark, ghastly place this is. And it's so big. Look, shine the light up there, Lamont. And just look how high that ceiling is. And way up there, there's a little wooden balcony running all the way around. You see it?
It's a catwalk, Margot. The stagehands hang the sets from there, I guess. Well, come on, darling.
Lamont, that heavy sandbag. Right up above us.
It's swinging.
It's falling.
Margot, look out!
Lamont!
Darling, you all right?
Oh, yes. I guess so.
Blessing, we're looking up.
Yes, a moment later, and we'd have... Lamont, you know that something is trying to kill us.
Yes. I think our ghost is desperate. Looks like it's going to be a fight to the end.
Come! Help me! Come where I beckon.
Voice again.
Where is it coming from?
It sounds like we're coming from Johnson's dressing room down that hallway.
Yes. I come when you call.
Look, it's Pops. They're across the stage.
I come. I hear the ghost voice now.
Pops, I'm into the dressing room, Margot. The door's closing. Come on, Margot, quickly. Door's locked again.
I'll help Lamont. Hurry.
Get closed, Margot. Keep back. Pops!
He's fallen.
Pops! Pops, are you all right? He disappeared through that door. Out the door to the stage. Get him. Get him quick. Stay here with Pops, Margot. I've got to get our ghost this time.
Right. I'll help. Here, just put your arms on me and let me get you put on the couch. Oh, I can manage. But, Pop, you can stand alone. Wait, don't come. Pop! Pop, take your hands from my throat. Lamont, we've been tricked. Pop!
Pops, what are you... Oh. Pops! Stop, come back here.
Lamont! There he goes, Lamont, up that fire escape to the catwalk.
Good. I got him trapped this time. The shadow will bring that ghost down to earth. They'll never get me. They'll never find me up here. Shadow finds all evil. There's someone coming up the fire escape. Put down that revolver. You cannot escape the shadow. I can't see anyone, but I hear him coming up on the catwalk with me. Yes, Pops. Up on the catwalk. The shadow comes closer to you. Where are you? Who are you? Closer and closer. Shadow comes to you.
ghost. Another ghost. You won't get me. I'll find you and kill you.
You'll never find the shadow.
I will. If you're up here, I'll find you.
Come take that gun.
Something grabbed hold of me. Oh, it's a ghost.
Drop it.
Let me go.
Drop that gun. Now you're getting down off this catwalk.
I don't know what you are, but if I find you, I'll throw you over that rail.
Come back here, you fool. Come back. That rail's breaking.
If I find you, I'll kill you.
Get away from that rail. It's breaking. Look out.
So it was Billy who gave you the idea that Gaylord Johnson didn't really die after all.
Yes, Margot. But Johnson was still hiding in that theater.
Well, how did Johnson disappear from his dressing room that night after he told Billy he killed himself?
The door to the furnace room was right next to his. That's where he went down and changed into Pop's coveralls and beard. He'd actually had to cut his hands to leave traces of real blood.
Realistic school of acting, is that it?
Besides being a superb makeup artist. He disguised himself as Madame Trombetta when he heard the theater was opening again, used a heavy accent and plenty of veils, killed himself off again to frighten people away.
Yes, but how did he manage so that his voice as the ghost seemed to be right in the dressing room with us that first night?
It was actually in the next dressing room and spoke through the ventilator, then ran out onto the stage.
For goodness sake. But why? Why did Gaylord Johnson want to keep that theater closed?
Mr. Ames told me that by the second act of Johnson's play, he knew it was a flop. He told Johnson he was going to close it that night. Ames said Johnson threatened him, seemed actually unbalanced with rage, and swore that no one else would ever star in that theater again.
That's a strange, twisted ego, playing the starring role of a ghost.
Yes, and what a fantastic performance. Playing the parts of Madame Trombetta, Old Pops, and the Ghost.
Then there weren't any murders after all, were
No,
there?
Margot. The only life Gaylord Johnson took was his own, when he tried to kill the shadow and fell through that broken railing tonight.
The Shadow returns in just a moment. Since Pearl Harbor, over 500,000 victims of 869 domestic disasters have been given food, clothing, shelter, and medical care by your Red Cross. Yes, even in spite of war, Red Cross carried on the home front, for disaster is no respecter of war. When tragedies occur, Red Cross disaster workers are on the scene immediately. They feed, clothe, and shelter the needy victims, give medical care to the injured, and stay at their side through the long period of rehabilitation. But your Red Cross is present not only in time of disaster, it is also with our men still overseas, our wounded in the hospitals, and our veterans who are struggling to try and readjust themselves to the problems of civilian life. The Red Cross is G.I. Joe's home away from home, and wherever he sees the sign of the Red Cross, he knows that America isn't really thousands of miles away. So give generously to your American Red Cross for its wide and diversified program of service to humanity.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Mutual Network will bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. Remember, friends, give generously to your American Red Cross for its wide and diversified program of service to humanity. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow in a moment. But first, remember when you were a kid, Mr. Motorist? Remember how full of vim, vigor, and daring you were? How reckless or thoughtless you were at times? How many chances you took on your way to and from school? Well, all of us take for granted our right to live and be sound of body. But the National Safety Council, conducting a back-to-school safety campaign this month, reminds all motorists that other kids, just like you, are on the streets today. Kids who forget the safety rules sometimes. Kids who like to show off their recklessness. Kids who take it for granted that you won't run them down. So the next time you're tempted to drive heedlessly, think of your own childhood. And remember, today's children are just like you. Give them a break. And now, to the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death is a Colored Dream.
Mr. Thorncroft, the phone. Stay away from it, you idiot. But, Mr. Fanning will be walking into this house at any moment. Through the back door. We can't either of us be tied up by a telephone when he does. I guess you're right, Mr. Thorncroft. Of course I'm right. Tell me, Graham. Have you ever murdered anyone before? You don't want to ask me that kind of a question, Mr. Thorncroft? No, I guess I don't. After we get rid of Venning, we'll know enough about each other, won't we? Why don't you try to relax, Mr. Thorncroft? We have to get rid of Venning? Either that or go to jail. He's so moral about money. How much of the firm's money did you actually steal, Mr. Thorncroft? Graham, you're a clerk, not an accountant. All right, that wasn't a good question either. Venning's got his trunk packed, hasn't he, Mr. Thorncroft? Yes. Trunk large enough to hold a body. Trunk addressed to South America. Venning, step behind the door. Has he got the persuader? The blackjack, yes. I'll be in front of him when he comes. And... Hello, Billy. You're late.
Oh, not very.
Come in, will you? You're making me nervous.
All right. Oh, you look strange. What is it?
Now!
Oh.
Shut the door, Mr. Thorncroft. Yes.
while I finish. I think.
Grim. Is he?
No pulse. Heartbeat? No. No heartbeat. He's dead.
There wasn't much sound, was there?
No. And no blood. Give me a hand now.
Yes, of course. Got it?
Now, over to the trunk.
Yes.
Easy now.
Now then. He's in. Shut the lid.
All right.
I remember. I read a story once. Murderer was supposed to put a corpse into something large enough, but he waited too long. Rigor mortis set in, and the corpse wouldn't bend. The door.
What are we going to do?
Keep your voice down. It's probably nobody.
Don't answer there.
Now you're losing your head. You've got to. The trunk lid's down. We're all right. Probably some salesman knocking. I'll see whoever it is. Yes?
Hi, I'm sorry, but I didn't know if anyone was in. My name is Mary Blake.
Mary Blake?
Yes, I have an appointment with Mr. Venning.
Appointment with Mr. Venning? About what?
Well, I saw him yesterday. He hired me.
Oh, yes, of course. You're the new secretary.
That's right.
I'd forgotten. I've had so many things on my mind. I'm William Thorncroft. Oh, that's Mr. Grimm over there, our bookkeeper.
How do you do?
How do you do?
As it happens, Mr. Venning was suddenly called out of town.
Oh?
Yes. Very urgent business. However, that needn't interfere with any arrangements he made.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Thorncroft.
Incidentally, you needn't stop today. Tomorrow morning will do.
Yes, Mr. Thorncroft.
Why are you staring at that trunk?
What? I hadn't even noticed it.
Sorry. Run along now, hmm?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, Miss Blake.
Yes?
How long were you in the reception room before you knocked?
5 or 10 minutes. Why?
Did you, hear anything strange?
No.
Very well, Miss Blake. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mr. Thorncroft, do you think she really didn't hear anything?
I don't know. We'll worry about that some other time. Get the trunk locked. We've got to ship it out to South America tonight.
Yes, sir.
As for Miss Blake and what she may or may not know, we shall have to find out. One way or another. Hmm?
Yes, Margot?
What's the four-letter word meaning insanity?
Fine state of affairs. Here I am alone with my best girl, and what does she do? Crossword puzzles.
What is a four-letter word meaning insanity?
Love. Margot, don't throw that inkstand at me.
One good reason.
No ink.
Well.
I'll run out and buy some later today. But in the meanwhile... Margot, whoever that is, I don't want to see him.
Why not?
A four-letter word meaning insanity.
Hello?
I'm Mary Blake. I've got to see Mr. Cranston. Come in.
Lamont, this is Mary Blake.
How do you do?
Mr. Cranston, a friend of mine told me about you. You'd helped her years ago, and I need help right now.
Well, if there's anything What's wrong?
I have dreams.
I beg your pardon?
I have dreams, sad dreams. Nightmares, I guess you'd call them.
Well,
They happen night after night. It's got so that I'm afraid to go to sleep. Nightmares in which voices shriek at me. They want something of me, and I don't know what. I don't know what.
I'm sorry about that, but wouldn't a psychiatrist be more to the point, Miss Blake?
I've been to one. All he says that he can find nothing wrong. Oh, I suppose I was foolish coming to you. Hysterical. Thanks for listening to me. You get desperate after a while. After the questions and the green faces and the red ones and the yellow.
Wait a minute, Miss Blake. Please come back.
Well, all right, but...
Sit down. I'm not promising anything, but I want to hear your story. All of it. There might be something we can do.
Why did you change your mind, Mr. Cranston?
Because people don't dream in color, Miss Blake. Thorncroft and Benning along this corridor someplace.
Lamont, you help Mary. At least you sent her home feeling a lot better. But what can you do about nightmares?
Well, maybe we can wake her up. Bring her out of them, Margot. We can use some information, though. Here we are.
Yes?
Mr. Thorncroft?
No, sir. Grimm. Mr. Thorncroft is in the other office.
Would you please tell him Mr. Cranston would like to see him?
Of course. One moment, please.
I don't like him. He looks like a villain.
That's his mustache.
No, something...
Will you, go right in, please?
Thank you.
Mr. Cranston?
Yes, this is Miss Lane.
How do you do?
Mr. Thorncroft, we're friends of Mary Blake, or at least we're trying to be.
Oh?
She works here for you, doesn't she?
Yes. Her work's quite satisfactory.
What else can you tell us about her?
Very little. I'm afraid it was my partner, Mr. Venning, who employed her.
Oh, I see. Well, then perhaps Mr. Venning would be the one to see.
I'm afraid he's out of town. Has been for some time.
Well, that's too bad.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I'm worried about him.
Any particular reason?
He's never been away from the office this long before. But there's no reason to bore you with my troubles. About Miss Blake, what's bothering you? Or her?
Oh, nothing serious. Dreams.
Dreams? You must be joking.
Maybe. I'm not quite sure. Thanks a lot, Mr. Thorncroft. We'll run along now.
You're quite welcome. Goodbye.
Bye.
Grimm.
Yes, Mr. Thorncroft.
Those people who were just here. They were friends of Mary Blake.
Were they?
Yes. They say Mary has bad dreams.
Mr. Thorncroft, you ought to fire her. Get rid of her.
No. Keeping her here, we can keep an eye on her.
We haven't been able to find out what she knows.
Those friends of hers may be the beginning, Grimm.
Beginning of what?
Pressure. The thumb screws. So I'd suggest, Grimm.
Yes?
That we apply a little pressure ourselves. Hmm?
Hello, Miss Blake.
Oh, you startled me.
The door was open. Thought maybe nobody was home.
Did you want to see me, Mr. Grimm?
Mr. Thorncroft said I should talk to you. He didn't want to do it in the office.
What did you want to talk to me about?
How you been feeling?
I don't feel very well.
Something on your mind, maybe?
I guess so.
Dreams, maybe?
How did you know that?
Bad ones?
The dreams. They're horrible. Hideous nightmares.
Too bad. You ought to get rid of them. Mr. Thorncroft thought if you told us what's on your mind, maybe you wouldn't have any more dreams.
But I don't know why I have them. I really don't.
Mr. Thorncroft thinks you do. And so do I, Miss Blake.
What?
I said we think we know why you dream.
My arm.
What's on your mind, Miss Blake?
You're
What
hurting
is
me.
it?
Let me go.
Better tell me, Miss Blake.
Please.
Better tell me. Or we'll fix it about those dreams. We'll fix it so they all come true.
Yes? Margot? Oh. Please come in.
Hello, Mary. Lamont thought I ought to stay here with you for a while. He thought you'd feel better if there was someone with you.
That's very sweet of you.
Don't be silly. Both Lamont and I want to help.
Mary,
What's the matter?
nothing. It's just that I'm tired.
Well, then we'd both better get to bed right away.
Yes, I went out for a walk and got very tired.
Well, just tell me where I can bed down and I shan't bother you.
Oh, well, there's a little guest room. It's that door. It's really sort of a sun porch.
It'll do me, especially at this time of year. Besides, I've always liked the idea of sleeping in the open. Mary.
What?
Come here.
All right.
There's someone already sleeping in the sun porch.
No.
It's Grim. I saw him at the office. I didn't like him. But somebody didn't like him even more than I. Somebody murdered him.
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute.
A quotation of Daniel Webster's made years ago has a special meaning for all of us today. Listen. If we work upon marble, it will perish. If we work upon brass, time will efface it. If we rear temples, they will crumble into dust. But if we work upon immortal minds, if we imbue them with principles, with just fear of God and love of our fellow men, we engrave on those tablets something which will brighten to all eternity. Now, perhaps few of us have thought of education in just that way before. Perhaps we've taken the education of our children for granted, feeling secure in the belief that because the school system was adequate in our day, it's adequate for today's children. But, friends, it's time we realize just how important our schools of today are to our country of tomorrow. When we take an active interest in our educational system, when we help to improve it, we'll be helping to build America's future, as well as our own children's. Friends, your local schools, your local teachers urgently need your support and encouragement. Remember, education can maintain our freedom, and freedom is everybody's job.
Mr. Venning of the firm of Thorncroft and Venning has mysteriously disappeared. Venning's secretary, Mary Blake, has come to Lamont and Margot for help. She has been suffering from a series of wild, terrifying dreams. However, when Margot goes to stay with Mary Blake, she finds the body of Grim, Thorncroft's assistant who has been murdered in Mary's apartment.
The police were decent, Lamont. They put a man on at Mary's flat so I could come here and report. Grim was shot. They've taken him to the morgue.
Margot, I'm worried. Venning hired Mary, and Venning's disappeared. I've had him traced. He was last seen in San Antonio. It's not very far from the border. After that...
Now, what do you think's been happening, really?
I don't know. But there have been lies, Margot. I think it's time for the shadow to do some work.
Thorncroft. Thorncroft.
Who's there? What are you?
Like the unsleeping conscience and the dread guilt, I cannot be seen, Thorncroft. But I can see and I can judge.
What do you want?
The truth about the firm, Thorncroft and Venning.
There's nothing to tell.
Why has Venning run away?
You know he's run away?
I know. Why, Thorncroft? Why?
All right, since you know that. We've been handling contracts for constructors. The last batch were illegally secured. That's why Venning ran away.
And you, Thorncroft?
I had nothing to do with the contract. I've been trying to straighten things out, make up for Venning's thieving, but...
Mary Blake was hired by Venning. If you knew Venning was crooked, why did you accept his recommendation about Mary Blake?
Because I thought she was a spy for him.
And still you hired her?
Yes. You see, I wanted to find out where Venning was. Make him assume responsibility for his dirty work. I thought I might be able to through her.
And did you?
Not yet. She's been too smart for me.
Was Grimm working with you on that?
Why do you ask?
Was he or was he not?
Grimm was honest. Yes, he was.
He's dead now.
Dead?
He was found murdered in Mary Blake's flat.
Mary killed him?
Among other theories, that's one. However, she's had a nervous breakdown. She cannot be questioned.
Perhaps it could be guilt?
Perhaps. The police are doing nothing until she recovers.
I might be able to find out.
Stop trying to find out things from Mary Blake, Thorncroft. Let me do that. If you've been lying to me, put your life in order.
I haven't lied.
If you don't, I'll return, Thorncroft. One way or another, I'll return.
Lamont?
Yes, Margot.
Anything?
Nothing definite. I've set a trap, however.
Lamont, for whom? Mary?
Now, she may be guilty of Grimm's death.
I can't believe that. Besides, if she is, she probably had a good reason.
In other words, you're for Mary. Margot, I can't be sure yet. I did advise the police to hold off. They wanted to arrest her immediately, but I need her for the trap. You're staying the night with her?
Of course. There'll be a policeman on guard, too, won't there?
No, not tonight.
What?
I had him taken off. This trap has to look good. I told Thorncroft Mary's had a nervous breakdown. Now I'm going to call him up and become Lamont Cranston, boy doctor.
Hello?
Lamont Cranston, Mr. Thorncroft. I've some news.
Yes?
Mary's better. Recovered much more quickly than anyone expected.
You're, at her flat?
No, I'm home. What brought about her recovery was a phone call, she told me. A phone call from Venning.
Venning phoned her? From where?
Oh, south of the border, I think she said.
I see.
Another thing, Mary said she just remembered something. Something very important.
What did she remember?
She didn't feel well enough to tell me tonight. I have an appointment with her in the morning. Shall I phone you as soon as I've seen her?
Yes, please do. Naturally, I shall be interested.
Naturally. Goodbye. That's that. Margot, staying with Mary tonight might be dangerous. You never can tell.
Don't worry about me, darling. If you want to get in touch with me, I'll be at Mary Blake's. With Mary and whatever else drops in. It's late.
Margot, you're nervous. Why?
Oh, no particular reason. I'm worried about Lamont. I don't know where he is.
Oh, I'm sure he's all right. That's probably Lamont now.
Hello, Mary. Mind if I come in?
No, of course not.
Thought I'd drop in and see how... Oh, Slan.
Hello, Mr. Thorncroft.
Hello. Mary, Mr. Cranston told me about how you remembered.
How I remembered?
Yes. He thought I'd be interested, so... Suppose you tell me.
But I don't know what you mean. Remembered what?
Let's not play games. I want to know what you remembered. I also want to know how you could have got a phone call from Venning when...
But, Mary, that's none of Mr. Thorncroft's business.
I suggest you keep out of this, Miss Lane.
Why should I?
Perhaps this will help.
Again?
Now then, Mary. You know I'm in deadly earnest. So...
You don't have to tell him anything.
You're being very brave, Miss Lane. And perhaps a little foolish. No one knows I came here. There's no guard.
You'll be found. Besides, why should you want to kill?
I haven't said I do. Nor shall I, unless...
Just leave it at nor shall you.
Shall I?
I'll take the gun, Thorncroft.
Oh, you devil, where are you?
This is difficult, isn't it? Thank you for the gun. disposed of that. Mary, was Grimm at your apartment last night before he was murdered?
No, he wasn't.
She's lying. It's obvious.
He was here, wasn't he, Mary?
Mary, you better tell him the truth.
Oh, all right. Yes, he was here.
Why?
I don't know. He wanted me to tell him something, but I didn't know what. I didn't have anything to tell him. He hurt me.
She's lying again.
This time I think it's the truth. What happened then, Mary?
He left. I was frightened. I couldn't stay in the flat. I went out and walked. And then when I came home, Margot met me, and she found... You know what she found.
The body of the man you killed.
Those fraudulent contracts you claimed Venning had drawn up. You drew them up yourself, didn't you, Thorncroft?
Nonsense.
Venning himself phoned me earlier tonight and told me.
You're lying. He couldn't have.
Huh? And why not, Thorncroft?
Why,
You're about to say that Venning couldn't have phoned me tonight because he's dead, weren't you?
I know nothing about that.
All right, Mary. You can tell the story now.
The story? Yes, of course. I saw Thorncroft kill Venning.
She's lying. Grimm killed.
Grimm did, huh? But you were there, Thorncroft. You were an accessory. And accessories die just as murderers do.
No, I know nothing about it till afterwards.
You knew about it before. That's why Mary had colored dreams. That's why Grimm had to die, to implicate Mary for one thing and for another to remove a dangerous man. But we don't have to worry about Grimm. You'll die for Venning, Thorncroft.
No, you can't do that.
Mary, what was in the office when you walked in?
Shut up.
Something that didn't belong in the office, Mary.
Well, if you mean the trunk...
That's exactly what I mean. And Venning's body was in that trunk. It'll be simple enough to find out where they sent it. And when it's opened, your death will be in it, Mr. Thorncroft.
They found the trunk, Lamont.
Yes, this morning, Margot. Police put a tracer on it, picked it up the dock just before sailing time.
And that's all the police need to take care of Thorncroft?
I think a jury will consider one trunk murder more than enough to take care of Mr. Thorncroft, Margot, for life.
Then everything's cleared up. Except I still don't understand about Mary's colored dreams.
Oh, that gave me my first inkling. You see, people don't dream in colors, not unless they've been fed one of the narcosynthetics. Sodium pentothal, for example.
A truth drug.
Mm-hmm.
They were giving Mary that stuff to break down her resistance so they could find out whether or not she'd really noticed anything or heard anything to do with Venning's murder.
That's right. From there on, the pattern was quite plain. They're trying to find out drastically about what? Murder. Who? The missing Venning was being offered as candidate for fraud. And therefore...
Lamont, what on earth are you doing?
Margot, what's a four-letter word meaning the end of the story?
My crossword puzzle. The four-letter word is love.
Love? Nice. Let's end the story then, shall we? With love.
May I ask you a very important question? Here it is. How does the respect and recognition accorded teachers in this community compare with that accorded other trades and professions? Do you know the answer? Of course, maybe you don't think it's an important question, but it most certainly is. To you personally and to your children. You want able, intelligent people to be teachers, to continue to be teachers. If your school system doesn't have skilled, experienced teachers, your children won't get the education they need to fit them for a good life and good citizenship. So here's a suggestion. For the sake of your children's future, for the good of the community, be sure you know that your teachers are receiving the respect and recognition they deserve. Remember, teachers are the backbone of our educational system. Education can maintain our freedom, and freedom is everybody's job.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. All names and places are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Listen again next week, same time, same station, when The Shadow will again demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, we bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The part of Lamont Cranston was played by Brett Morrison, Margot by Grace Matthews. This program came to you from New York. Stay tuned now for Quick as a Flash. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Now, the Carrie Salt Company, producer of salt for every farm and home use, brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. In just a minute, today's exciting adventure will begin. But first, have you farm folks heard the news? Yes, sir, it's great news. Your copy of the new 1947 Carrie Farm record book is waiting for you now. Be sure you get it at your Carrie Salt dealers. Say, this big 1947 edition is even better than last year. It gives you everything you need to maintain a complete check on farm expenses and income. Helps you plan ahead for more profitable crops. Makes it easy to compute income tax. Go to your Carrie Salt dealer tomorrow. Ask him for your copy. It's free. A Christmas reminder from him to you. If your dealer supply is exhausted, just send 10 cents 1 dime to cover mailing costs to Carrie's, Careys, Carrie Salt in care of this station. Be sure to get your 1947 Carrie Farm record book right away. But now, The Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Murders on the Main Stem.
I got the part, Margot. I'll say I'm excited. You know what did it? My hair. Yes, darling, my beautiful, golden, fine spun hair. Oh, bother, there's someone at the door. Hang on a minute, Margot. Be right back. Oh, hello. Come in. Do you mind waiting till I finish with the telephone? Margot? Where was I? Oh, yes, telling you how I got the part. Well, I knew they were looking for a blonde actress, but I didn't think they'd go that crazy over my hair. I was... What do you want? Let go of my throat.
Extra, read all about it. Julie Fraser, blonde actress, murdered. Police hunt killer who scalped beautiful victim. Read all about it.
Always interruptions. Coming. Oh, it's you. Well, come in, but you'll have to wait till I finish practicing. Here, you can read the review of my last engagement. I had them, how you say it, in the aisles. Now, quiet, please. What are you doing with that knife? Hey, let go of me, you...
Famous French ballad singer stabbed his throat. Mystery killer strikes again. Extra!
Well, what do you want of me, Mr. Cranston? Any information that might help us solve these two murders, Mr. Fleming. Both Julie Fraser and Jean LaRue were your clients, weren't they? I handle their business affairs.
You don't seem very friendly, Mr. Fleming.
Well, frankly, I'm tired of answering questions.
Before you get too tired, here's something you might consider. The police judged the killer to be about your height and build, Mr. Fleming.
What?
Rather strange. Just a few weeks ago, you insured LaRue's voice and Julie's hair for large sums of money.
Well, that was a business proposition, nothing to do with
and
this.
Stranger still that LaRue was stabbed in the throat and that Julie's hair was brutally cut from her head.
Look here, Mr. Cranston, you're not suggesting that
I'm just refreshing your memory, Mr. Fleming. Now, if you're ready to talk.
What do you want to know?
You say that Julie and LaRue had no enemies. Did they have any friends in common?
I only know one, if you can call him a friend.
Who was he?
Philip Dobray.
Oh, the actor.
Yeah, the most hated and feared man in the American theater.
But why?
Well, he was a jinx, Miss Lane. Whenever he appeared in a play, why, some disaster was bound to occur. And then besides, theater people say that something very strange happened to him during a tour that he once made in Australia.
Could you drive out with us to see Dobray tonight, Mr. Fleming?
Oh, I'm afraid not tonight, Mr. Cranston. I have an important engagement. I'll send Ann Johnson with you. She knows the address.
Ann Johnson?
Yeah, my secretary, the young girl in the outer office.
Oh, yes.
You probably didn't notice looks aren't her strong point, but her heart's in the right place.
Well, come on, Margot. We'll take Shrevey's cab on the corner. Oh, by the way, Mr. Fleming, have you got a photograph of Dobray? Perhaps one of those on your wall?
Well, I did have one, Mr. Cranston, but I took it down. I couldn't stand it staring at me.
Why not?
Well, in the theater we say that an actor grows to look like the parts that he plays. And Philip Dobray always played murderers.
Say, this is a pretty unsavory neighborhood, Mr. Cranston. It's pretty unsavory. You sure this is where you want?
What about it, Miss Johnson?
Well, I'm sure it's the right street this time. I've only been out here once before.
You came out with Julie Fraser?
Yes, Miss Lane.
Did you know Julie well, Miss Johnson?
Oh, no, Mr. Cranston. Though, of course, I saw her around the office all the time. And poor Mr. LaRue, too. They were both such lovely people. Who do you think killed them, Mr. Cranston?
I don't know. Have you any ideas?
Well, Mr. Cranston, I'd say a nut, I'd say.
You better slow down here.
Okay. Which is the residence we're looking for? Which is the residence?
You can't see it from here. The entrance is through that iron gate.
All right, then I'll park here. I never seen a house with so many trees around it. I never seen. It's kind of spooky, ain't it?
Wait for us, Shrevey.
Okay, Mr. Cranston. I'll be waiting, but don't be too long, don't be, please.
We just go through this gate here, as I remember.
It's so dark.
And then down the driveway here to the side entrance.
Mr. Dobray certainly makes it difficult for us visitors.
Look at the yard.
Gravestones. Waiting to be carved, apparently.
Let's go back. This place gives me the creeps.
Wait, hold it. Something's moving over there.
Mm-hmm.
Come out, you. I've got you covered.
Now, don't shoot.
Mr. Fleming.
Ann. And Mr. Cranston.
What are you doing here, Fleming? I thought you had an engagement.
Well, it was called off right after you left the office, Mr. Cranston, and I came out here to join you.
What was the idea of hiding from us?
Well, I got rattled, I guess. Something weird is happening over in Dobray's house.
What do you mean?
Well, I could swear I heard Julie's voice.
What?
Quiet. Dobray's coming out.
Who's there? Who's spying on me? Show yourselves, you villains, or I'll slit your throats. Strange. I was sure I heard voices.
He's going back in.
So that's the great Philip Dobray. He's handsome, I must say.
Yes, isn't he?
I'll bet women fell for him in his day.
No. Please don't kill me, please.
Listen.
I don't want to die. Give me another chance, please. Please.
Julie's voice.
What? But it can't be. Julie's dead.
Stay here, all of you. I'm going in to find out.
A strange delusion you have, Mr. Cranston.
I'm certain I heard Julie's voice, Mr. Dobray.
Yet you've searched my house and found nothing. But then the imagination can play tricks on the mind of man. As an actor, I should know that. Did you ever see me in one of my celebrated roles?
No.
Ah, a pity. I was magnificent. The greatest actor of my time. I'd still be acting if it weren't for those fools.
What fools?
Actors I appeared with in the theater. They created a stupid legend that I was a jinx, and in consequence forced my retirement. I hate them. Every last one of them. Someday I'll get my revenge.
Looks like you've already started.
What do you mean?
Julie and LaRue were actors.
Are you suggesting... How dare you? Oh.
Mr. Dubray, what is it?
Oh, it's nothing. It'll pass. There. That's better. Now you'd better go, Mr. Cranston. There's nothing in my house to interest you.
Perhaps there is. Your home is luxuriously furnished, yet you've been retired for years. Where did you get the money? Did Julie or LaRue give it to you?
What are you getting at?
You had some kind of hold over them, blackmail most likely. You milked them for all they were worth. And when the game got too dangerous, you got rid of them.
Mr. Cranston, I've asked you once to leave my house. Now get out, sir. Get out, I say.
Lamont, is that you?
Margot, what are you doing here in the back of the house? I told you to stay with Fleming and Ann Jones.
I was just looking around. What did you find out from Dobray? Was that Julie's voice?
Still can't be sure of anything yet, Margot. The old boy was furious. He practically threw me out of the house. As soon as I found the answers to some questions, I'm going right
Darling,
back.
this may be one of the answers right here.
Hmm?
Look in this shed.
Strange odor.
It must come from pots along the wall.
I'll get my lighter. Acid. For cleaning tombstones.
And here they are. 2 of them. Read what's written.
Loving memory of Julie Fraser.
The other one is for Jean LaRue.
The same inscription on the base of each. Erected by an old comrade of the theater, Philip Dobray.
Why was Dobray in such a hurry to have them made? Julie and LaRue were killed only 2 days ago.
These headstones were engraved long before that, Margot. If you look closely, you'll see the letters have already withered.
And that must mean that Dobray knew they were going to die.
Certainly looks like it. This might be the clue we've been looking for, Margot. I'll soon find out.
Where are you going, darling?
Back to visit Dobray, Margot. This time as the Shadow.
That interfering fool, Cranston, tried to pry into my secrets, will he? He won't dare to come back here again. Thought I closed that door. Drafts must have blown it open. Yeah. Only it won't budge. What's holding it?
Nothing but a shadow, Dobray.
Who are you? I don't see anyone.
No one sees the shadow.
What do you want with me?
The truth about Julie Fraser and Jean LaRue. What is the mystery of the voice calling for help in here, Dobray?
The voice? That was Julie's. On a phonograph record.
Don't lie, Dobray.
I have recordings of some of our scenes together. I play them often.
And do you often engrave epitaphs for your friends before they're dead?
What?
Why did you order gravestones for both Julie and LaRue before they were dead? Why?
They were both superstitious and afraid to die. They thought by erecting tombstones to themselves they could deceive death.
An old belief, still practiced among the tribes of Australia.
What do you mean?
And you brought it back from down under to teach to the superstitious people of the theater. Didn't you, Dobray?
How did you know, Shadow?
So that was your racket. That was the hold you had over Julie and LaRue. You set yourself up as a high priest of black magic and sold them your secrets.
I needed the money. I didn't mean any harm by it.
That's for the police to decide.
No, Shadow. You mustn't give me away. I'll tell you anything you want.
You know who killed Julie Fraser and Jean LaRue?
Yes. Someone they never suspected. Someone they thought was their friend.
What was his name? Look out, Dobray, the window.
Oh, my face! My face!
We'll return to the Shadow in just a moment.
But now, here they are, folks. Here are 2 more winners of the Carry Salt contest. And what swell letters they wrote. Letters which win each of them a gorgeous $100 17-jewel Harmon Gold wristwatch. The ladies' watch goes to Milletta Naran, 1316 Rock Street in Little Rock. She gives a timely warning to you cooks who sometimes find that the grease in the pan on the stove has caught fire. Don't run to the sink and pour water on it. Just grab your box of Carrie salt and pour salt on the fire. Presto, the fire is snuffed out. Say, that's a good hint for all you listeners to remember. And here's the winner of the man's watch. He is Mr. Samuel M. Parker of Grand Junction, Colorado. He tells us of an easy way opticians have to fit lenses into plastic eyeglass frames. First, he fills a small pan with Carrie salt and heats it over a hot plate. Then he places the plastic frame in the salt. The frame expands, then it's easy to insert the lenses. When the frame cools, the lenses remain firmly in place. Congratulations to both of the winners. And folks, if you'd like to win one of these beautiful watches, listen for the easy rules later in this program. Meanwhile, remember, there's a fine Carrie salt for every farm and home use. There's deep penetrating Carrie's table salt, Carrie's meat curing salt, Carrie's mineral supplement salt, and many others. Always look for the white bag, box, or carton with a bright red band. But now, back to the Shadow.
Philip Dobray, the weird old actor, was about to tell the Shadow the name of the mystery killer when a pot of acid was thrown into his face. A few minutes later, in Dobray's house, Margot, Max Fleming, and Ann Johnson are gathered around Dobray as Cranston bends over him.
He's so quiet, Lamont.
I'm afraid permanently, Margot.
But how could acid...
His heart was already weak, Mr. Fleming. He had an attack when I was talking to him. The pain and the shock was just too much.
Then he's been murdered, just like the others. And his face disfigured.
Yes, Miss Johnson.
But who could have done it? I mean, we were all around the house. Surely we'd have seen whoever threw in the acid.
Unless it was one of us.
Mr. Cranston, you're not suggesting...
We're all under suspicion, Miss Johnson. None of us has alibis. I was in one place, Margot in another. You and Mr. Fleming admit you lost touch with each other.
Oh, but we...
The next step is up to the police. I'll phone Commissioner Weston. Wait a minute, what's that?
What?
Something shining on the floor. It's a piece of velvet sewn with sequins.
Mm-hmm. Could Dobray have dropped it?
Oh, Margot, I'd have seen that. It must have been thrown in the window.
Here, let me see that. Huh. Where have I seen this cloth before?
Think hard, Mr. Fleming.
I have it. Julia wore a costume made of it in our latest play.
Are you sure?
Almost positive. It was a play about the French Revolution, as I remember.
Where would the costume be now?
Stored away in Raff's theatrical warehouse.
I'll soon check up if you're right. Shreve's still outside with his cab.
But, Lamont, if the cloth was dropped on purpose, maybe it was to lure us to the warehouse. A trap.
I hope so, Margot. And I hope we find the killer there waiting to spring it. Watch your step, Margaret. This warehouse is littered with rubbish.
You don't have to tell me, darling. And these ropes hanging down, bumping in the nose every 2 minutes. It's horrible in here. Do we have to go on?
Just a little further, Anne. We're almost at the costume.
The very idea of a murderer lurking somewhere, even if it's one of us.
Well, now, don't be frightened. Here, I'll take your arm.
Oh.
Margot, you all right?
Yes, darling, and look what I've discovered. A lovely old spinet. It's been years since I played one.
Well, you certainly have a beautiful touch, Miss Lane, and beautiful hands.
This is hardly the time for a concert, darling.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we're close now, Mr. Cranston. Ah, yes. You see, there's the guillotine.
Guillotine?
It was used in Julie's last play, the one about the French Revolution.
That doesn't look much like a stage prop.
Oh, this is a real guillotine, Mr. Cranston, with a razor-sharp knife.
Well, isn't that unusual for the theater?
Well, Dobray insisted on it. You see, he played the executioner.
Darn it, another rope hitting me in the face. This time
Margot, look out!
What happened?
That rope you pulled released the blade. Lucky you jumped back in time, darling.
Yes. Oh, look.
What is it, Anne?
Behind you. Faces staring at us.
Oh, it's all right, Anne. They're just wax.
Oh, yes, of course, so they are. Wax figures wearing costumes.
And look. There's Julie's sequin dress on that figure. You see?
Wait.
What's the matter, darling?
Something else of Julie's on that figure. Her hair.
Now that we've wound our way through that maze of traffic, Mr. Cranston, where to?
Oh, anywhere, Shrevey. Just drive around. I want to think.
Drive to my apartment, Shrevey. He thinks better over a cup of coffee.
Okay, Miss Lane, you're the doctor.
Can't make sense of it, Margot. Why would anyone take us on a wild goose chase through that warehouse so we'd find that horrible wax figure?
Oh, like I told you, Mr. Cranston, somebody's nuts, somebody is.
Yes, now all we have to do is find out who, Shrevey.
Well, I'll be glad to get home and clean up anyway. I'm sure I look a fright. Oh, dear.
What's the matter, darling?
Well, I meant to give Anne back her compact. She dropped it in the warehouse.
You see that? Why, it's bent.
Probably when she dropped it.
The whole case is buckled.
Oh, so it is.
I think we're getting someplace at last, Margot. Step on it, Shrevey. We've got to drop Miss Lane off at her apartment.
Nonsense, darling. If things are popping, I'm going with you.
Now, listen, Margot, this is serious. It's clear as daylight now that you're next on the killer's list.
What?
You're going to lock yourself in your apartment and not stir out till I get back.
Where are you going, darling?
Find out some very important things from Mr. Fleming.
Dear, I can't let that coffee perk forever. I was so sure Lamont would be back by this time. There he is now.
Angel, I'm sorry to be troubling you this time of night, Miss Lane, but I'm so frightened.
Has anything happened?
No, it's just that I couldn't stand it all alone in my room after all that's happened.
Oh.
And then I thought of you and wondered if you'd mind if I came over.
Of course not. Please come inside.
Thank you. You're so kind to me, Miss Lane.
That's all.
Do I smell coffee?
Indeed you do. Just freshly made. I'll get it. I'll get the cups ready.
It's just what we both need to cheer us up.
Yes.
Looks good. It is good.
Well, it's hot anyway.
Does Mr. Cranston know who committed these awful murders?
Yes. I'm afraid it'll come as a shock to you, Anne, but you'll have to know it sooner or later. He believes Max Fleming to be the killer.
Oh, and to think I've been working right with him in the office all this time.
Well, it should be a relief to know you don't have to go back.
Oh.
Yeah.
Except I don't know what I'm going to do about a job now.
What were you doing before?
I had a small part in a vaudeville act.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know you were on the stage. Oh, excuse me, Anne. I don't know why I'm yawning like this. I suddenly feel so sleepy.
I know. It's like your brain is floating away.
Exactly. How did you know that?
Because I put the drug in your coffee, Miss Lane.
You what?
It won't put you all the way to sleep. Just make you numb so you won't give me any trouble.
Trouble? What are you talking about?
You'll see what I'm talking about, Miss Lane, when we get back to the warehouse.
What are you doing at that guillotine, Anne?
Winding the blade back up. There, it's set. So you've come to, Miss Lane.
Yes, and I feel so strange, as if it were all a dream. Nothing matters.
Nothing will matter in a few minutes, Miss Lane.
You'll never get away with this, Anne.
I got away with it the other time.
Why did you kill the man? Julie never did you any harm.
I couldn't get her pretty face and yellow hair out of my mind. Why couldn't I be like that instead of plain and dumpy? So I had to put her out of the way. Everybody was always talking about him, praising his voice. I couldn't stand that.
Oh, but no one praised Philip Dobré.
Yes, Miss Lane, you did. You called him handsome. Well, he wasn't handsome after he got that acid in his face.
And you're not well. You need help. Care.
Stop talking like that.
But it's true. You don't know what you're doing. Untie my hands, please.
Yes, I'll untie them. Mr. Fleming thought they were so pretty when you were playing the spinet. Maybe he'll think different when the guillotine's through with them.
No.
Come on, stretch your hands out.
Oh, please.
Then I'll drag you over. You're as light as a feather to me. Something's holding me. What is it?
The shadow, Anne.
Let go of me. I'll make you let go.
You're strong, Anne. Strong enough to twist a metal compact in your bare hands. Not as strong as the shadow.
I'll show you.
Convinced, Anne?
You win, Shadow. I give up.
That's better. Now untie that girl.
Let go my hands.
All right, but... Anne, come back here.
You'll never get me alive, Shadow.
You fool.
They'll say I'm mad. I'll die first.
Let go of that rope.
Why did you pull me back, Shadow? I wanted to die.
You can't take justice into your own hands, Anne. The law, not you, will decide your fate.
Well, Mr. Cranston, didn't I say right along it was a nut?
You're so right, Shrevey. The only trouble is you didn't say which nut.
I'm still a little baffled how you found out yourself, darling.
Well, through the compact, of course, Margot. It was the clue I was looking for. When I realized that Anne had the strength to bend that metal, it put an entirely different complexion on the probable murderer.
Then I misunderstood you. I thought you said you were going after Fleming.
Well, I went to him to check up on Anne's background. When I found she'd formerly been in some sort of acrobatic vaudeville act and had been dismissed because of her insane jealousies, the case was all wrapped up. That is till I got back to your apartment, darling, and found you gone.
How did you ever guess that Anne had taken you over to the warehouse, darling?
A pure hunch. I remember how Anne had looked when Fleming praised your hands. And then I remember the guillotine.
Ooh.
Hey, watch out, Shrevey.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cranston.
One more thing. Why did Anne lure us to the warehouse to find Julie's scalp?
Her crazed vanity at work, Margot. It wasn't enough that she'd gotten away with murder. She had to flaunt her cleverness in our faces and be there to gloat. In her excitement, she twisted the compact in her hands. Shrevey, what's the matter?
I don't know, Mr. Cranston. I've been feeling dopey ever since I drank that coffee in Miss Lane's apartment ever since I drank.
You drank the rest of that coffee?
Yeah, sure I did.
Good heavens, Shrevey, stop the cab. You just finished off the rest of Anne's knockout drop.
Friends, do you know some new or unusual way of using any Carry Salt? Then be sure you enter the Carry Salt Company's exciting prize contest. You bet. Carry Salt is giving away 2 gorgeous $100 17-jewel Harman Gold wristwatches. One man's watch and one lady's watch every week. And you may win. Listen to these easy rules. First, write 100 words or less describing some new and unusual way of using any Carry Salt product. Second, print your name and address on your entry. Third, mail to Carries, Careys, Carry Salt in care of this station. That's all. Nothing to buy, no box tops to send in. You can write about deep penetrating Carrie's round package table salt, or Carrie's mineral supplement salt, or Carrie's pickling and canning salt. Letters postmarked before midnight Friday will be judged in this week's contest, and winners announced 3 weeks from today. The judges' decisions are final. All letters become Carrie's property. In case of ties, duplicate prizes will be awarded. Remember, the man and woman who write the most interesting letters describing some new and unusual way of using any Carry Salt product will each win a gorgeous $100 wristwatch. Send your letter to Carry Salt in care of this station. Better jot that address down now. It's Carry Salt in care of this station. Mail your letter today.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Carry Salt Company brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Remember, there's a Carry Salt for every farm and home use. Look for the package with the bright red band. And don't forget Carrie's exciting new contest with 2 beautiful $100 Harmon Gold wristwatches given away every week. Mail your entry now to Carrie Salt in care of this station.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Once again, the Grove Laboratories bring you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, when doctors prescribe multiple vitamins in big doses, it's because they're trying to relieve you of an ailment due to a deficiency of vitamins in your diet. So if you suspect you need vitamins in bigger than minimum daily doses, consult your doctor. And here's another important point. Possibly your doctor was in the Army, where he learned all about Defender multiple vitamins that the Army used by the millions. He knows that 2 Defender capsules taken every day will help prevent fatigue, nervousness, poor appetite, lowered resistance to colds due to insufficient vitamins in your diet. So don't forget, to help keep feeling tip-top in wonderful health, supplement your food every day with Defender multiple vitamins distributed by the Grove Laboratories.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Curse of the Sun.
Janice, we seem to be getting settled down here in the city now. We're back to civilization again. Do you like it, my dear? Are you happy?
Of course, Father. You know I never want to go back on another expedition again.
I don't either, Janice. After your mother's death, I never want to see the tropics again.
Why did you ask?
You just seemed quiet lately. If you weren't feeling quite yourself.
I'm all right, I guess. It's just Mother. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
I know, my darling. But you mustn't think back on it, Janice. Well, you'd better run along up to bed now. You need all the sleep you can get.
I suppose so. Funny, I seem to need more and more rest lately. Sometimes I don't even sleep at all. I just curl up on the couch and doze.
Curl? Well, you better run along now. Good night, darling.
Good night. Oh, Father.
Yes?
Would you leave a note for the milkman in the morning?
Yes, of course. Regular order?
Yes, the regular order. But from now on, would you have him leave an extra bottle of cream? Dinner's ready, Father. It's on the table now.
Oh, good. Yes. You've turned out to be a good little housekeeper, Jenny.
If I hadn't been feeling so strange lately, I'd have done much more.
Well, this looks like quite a table you set. Oh, you sit down, my dear. Individual steak. This is a treat. What?
What's the matter, Father?
This steak. It's not cooked.
It's just the way you like it, Father. Rare.
This isn't rare. It's raw.
Is it, Father? It's just right to me.
TV projector all set up. Shades are all drawn.
Oh, you really didn't have to go to all this trouble for me, Father.
Well, you have to be kept busy, Jenny. Keep your mind off things. Which will amuse you for a while this afternoon. Now then, turn off the reading light in the corner, Jenny. That's it. Now then, let's see. Where's the projector stick? So dark in here.
It's over here on this side of the machine, Father.
Oh, yes. So, how did you know where that switch was?
I saw it, Father.
You saw it? In the dark? Jenny,
What's the matter, Father?
turn on the lights.
Why are you looking at me?
Turn on the lights, quick.
What's wrong, Father?
You're not well. You're getting worse.
Oh, there's the doorbell. I'll get it.
No.
But, Father, it's probably Jenny.
No, go to your room, Jenny. Go to your room and stay there.
But, Father, I just...
Please do as I say. Go quickly.
All right, Father.
I'm Jim Ryan, the new owner of the pet shop. I come to deliver your cat.
Cat? What cat?
This one right here in this basket.
I don't know anything about a cat. Now, get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
I said get out.
Look, you pay me, and then you can take your cat and that temper of yours, too, and keep both.
For the last time, I said get out of here.
Now, don't start pushing me around. I want to see the lady of the house.
Lady of the house? No.
No, well, I'm going to. She's the one who run up the bill at the pet shop, and I'm coming to collect, see?
Don't come another step farther.
Now, look, mister.
I warned you, don't come another...
I'm bringing this cat in here. Let go. I smell.
Kill him.
Oh, here's a place, Lamont. Ryan's Pet Shop. Maybe they have some of that special new dog food.
Now, Brownie's getting special new dog food. But sometimes I think you lavish more attention on Brownie than you do on me.
Darling, don't tell me you're jealous of a company friend.
Take a look if there's anyone's home.
No, there's a youngster right over there. Hello. Can you help us?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm looking for some special new dog food. I don't...
Gosh, I'm afraid I don't know much about the stock here, miss. I'm just a delivery boy. Mr. Ryan, the new owner, he's up the street delivering a cat.
Quite a system. You run the shop and the owner runs the errands.
Well, Mr. Ryan went to collect the bill. That's why he made the delivery. Funny, though, he just went a couple of blocks and he's been gone almost 4 hours. Well, maybe that's Mr. Ryan now. Ryan's Pet Shop, Billy speaking. Oh, Miss Adams? Yeah? And Mr. Ryan was supposed to be at your house. No, he's not back here. Okay, bye. Gosh, now this one.
Well, what's up, Billy?
Well, that was the woman Mr. Ryan was supposed to deliver a cat to. She said he hasn't shown up yet. Only a couple of blocks, 223 Locust.
Locust? Oh, well, we're going that way. Maybe,
won't you go with me? I hate to ask you, it's strange and all, but I'm awful worried. Mr. Ryan is known in the neighborhood, but I don't see how he could have gotten lost.
Oh, of course. We'll be glad to go with you. Won't we, Lamont?
Of course, Billy.
Would you? That's swell.
Well, Billy, it's about time you got here. Who are those people? Are they from the pet shop?
We're just friends of Billy's. We're trying to help him find Mr. Ryan and your cat, Miss Adams.
Well, I could swear you and Mr. Ryan went into Mr. Strong's house next door about 4 hours ago. He was carrying something that looked very much like my cabbage basket.
Well, he must have gotten the addresses mixed up.
Well, if he did, he'd better get it straightened out again. I want my cat back, and I want it back right away.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, no.
Very helpful. Well, come on, Billy. We're going next door and have a talk with Mr. Strong. Now, here we are. Residence of Michael J. Strong, according to the mailbox here.
Lamont, that name is familiar.
There's been quite a lot about Strong in the papers recently. The Explorer and Big Haymaker. Oh, Mr. Strong? Yes? I'm Lamont Cranston, Mr. Strong. We're trying to help out young Billy here from the pet shop. Did Mr. Ryan deliver a cat to you by mistake about 4 hours ago?
Cat? I know, but a man with some sort of basket did come to the door a few hours ago. You must have had the wrong address. We don't have any tax here.
You don't know which way he went, do you?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Well, sorry to trouble you, Mr. Strong. Thanks very much.
No, not at all. Good day.
Gee, I don't know what to think now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Billy. We'll go back to the pet shop with you, and I bet you find Mr. Ryan back there waiting for you.
If he's not Billy, I have some pretty good friends at police headquarters. I'll notify them of Ryan's disappearance.
The police? Gosh, you don't think anything happened?
No, Billy, I don't. Sometimes it's a good idea just to make a routine police report in cases like this.
Jenny, what are you doing with that cat? Well, I told you to stay upstairs in your room.
I was in my room, and this cat just wandered in, Father. Where do you suppose it came from?
In the back way, probably. Put it down, then.
Oh, it seems to like me. Can I keep it, Father? I'll put it in the garage at night.
Garage? No. Oh, you stay away from the garage this evening. I mean, well, all right, Janet. Keep the cat in here for the night anyway.
Oh.
Now, I've got to go out. I have an errand to do.
Could I go with you, Father?
No, I've got to do this alone. I'm going to take the car and deliver something along the river drive. I may be late.
Get back as soon as you can, Father. Doug Hartley's coming over to me.
Who?
Doug Hartley. You remember, he just got out of the service. He's stopping off here on his way home.
I don't want to see anyone for a while. Call your friend up and tell me I'm feeling well.
Father, you won't let me see anyone anymore. Is there anything wrong?
I'm sorry, my dear. I've been under a terrible nervous strain lately. I've got to go now. Call your friend, Janet. I'll be back later.
All right, Father. Hotel Kirsten and Mr. Douglas Hartley, please. Hello, Doug. This is Janice. I'm sorry, Doug, but I'm afraid I won't be able to see you tonight after all. I haven't been feeling very well, and Father said I shouldn't. Well, yes, I suppose I could see you for a little while. You'd better come around the back way, though, just in case. I'll be waiting for you in the garden. Bye. Doug, is that you?
Janet, where are you?
Over here on the bench, Doug.
The flame's dark out here. Oh, there you are. Janet, darling, how are you?
Oh, fine. Oh, it's wonderful to see you again, Doug. Oh, sit down.
Hey, what is all this about your father and meeting here in the garden?
Oh, it's nothing, Doug. Father's just been a little upset lately for some reason.
Oh, well, then you're not really ill.
Well, I haven't been feeling quite myself the last few weeks, but I'm all right.
Oh, that's good. Janet, I heard about your mother. I want you to know how sorry I am.
Mother? Oh, thank you.
I know how fond you were of her.
Yes, I was.
What a tragedy that she had to go like that.
Yes, wasn't it?
Janet, are you sure you feel all right?
Well, yes. Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
You seem so nervous. And now that I can see you better, you look different somehow.
Different?
Yes, you... Oh, that darn cat. Go on, beat it.
No, don't touch that cat.
Darn thing's moving in on us. I'll fix it.
Just stop it.
That cat needs a good swift kick.
I told you not to touch that cat.
Oh, my face. What? Janice, come back here. Janice. She's not here in the living room. Janice! Who's in here? Oh, Mr. Strong. You undragged your bat. What happened to your face? Janice, you ran half out of the nine. She leaped on me and scratched me when some darn cat. Who are you? What are you doing with my daughter? I'm Doug Hartley. Janice and I were out in the garden. Get out of here, young man. Never come back as long as you live. Now, wait a second, Mr. Strong. I want to find out what's the matter with Janice.
Something's happened to us.
Get out of here, I said.
I'll get out, Mr. Strong, but before I do, I'm going to see Janet.
You're going to do nothing of the kind.
Put down that cane, Mr. Strong. Put it down!
When you're suffering from all the usual miseries of a cold, that's the time to get Grove cold tablets. Why? Because they're specifically designed to get down inside and work internally for relief quickly. You see, Grove cold tablets are a multiple medicine compounded like a doctor's prescription. Not just one or two ingredients, but a combination of 8 active ingredients that work on all these usual cold miseries at once. Relief number 1, help reduce fever. Relief number 2, ease your headache. Relief number 3, alleviate body ache. Relief number 4, reduce nasal stuffiness. Relief number 5, lessen muscular pain. No wonder millions of folks turn to Grove when they want cold relief that really works. Now, when you have a cold, remember to rest and avoid exposure. Remember to get Grove cold tablets and take exactly as directed, except only the box with the name Grove. Grove. Grove cold tablets, because Grove spells relief from cold misery. And now, back to the shadow.
Cranston and Margot Lane are paying a visit to Commissioner Weston at police headquarters. They have just read in the afternoon paper about the murder of Mr. Ryan, the pet shop owner, who disappeared so mysteriously the day before.
I read about your men finding Ryan in the river last night, Commissioner. I just thought we'd drop in and see if you had anything new on the case.
No. Ryan's wife just identified the body as that of her husband this morning. You reported his disappearance, Cranston. I suppose you have some theory about the murder.
Commissioner, you're not asking Lamont's advice about the case.
I certainly am not. Someone had it in for Ryan. They mugged him and threw him into the river. Why they stripped him of all identification and didn't take a cent of his money, I don't know. But we'll find out. Pardon me. Hello? Oh, Cardona. What? Another floater found in the river? Yeah. Don't tell me. All right, Cardona, have the body brought down to the morgue. I'll meet you there.
Another murder, Commissioner?
Looks like it. Kid this time, boy in his 20s. Same setup. Body in the river, no identification. Money still on him.
Have you been reported missing, Commissioner?
No, we haven't had any report on missing persons since Ryan's disappearance.
Mind if we go down to the morgue with you, Commissioner?
No. Come along. I'm going down there right now.
But what about the scratches on the faces of those 2 men at the morgue, Lamont? What did Commissioner Weston say about them?
He said the men were probably scratched when they were dragged through the bushes at the river's edge.
You believe that?
Well, those scratches were in a pattern. I think they were made by the claw of an animal. Yes, Margot, just what you're thinking. By a cat.
Yes, but Miss Adams was the only one who had a cat. Sorry, you don't think
so. The cat that Ryan was delivering when he disappeared and was later murdered.
Yes, of course. And that would mean that she lied to us yesterday. That her cat was delivered to her, wouldn't it?
That, Margot, is what I'm going to try and find out from Miss Adams right now. As the shadow.
Why are you sitting alone in this half-lit room, Christine Adams?
What was that? Who's in this room?
The shadow is here, Miss Adams.
Who are you? What do you want?
I've come to you for information. Information about 2 men who were murdered and thrown into the river. Men whose faces were scratched by a cat
Murdered men? That's by a cat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. Why did you say your cat had not been delivered to you?
It hadn't. I don't know where my cat is.
Don't lie to the shadow, Miss Adams.
I'm not lying, I swear it. My cat is gone. I thought I'd heard it next door in the backyard. But when I looked out, it wasn't there. If you want information, you'd better go next door.
Home of a respected explorer and lecturer? You wouldn't be lying to shift the guilt from yourself, Miss Adams.
No, I've heard cats over there before. Besides, there's something queer about the place. Strong's daughter. She hasn't gone out in months. I think she's a captive in there.
And I think, Christine Adams, that you have a very peculiar imagination. I'm going now, but if I find that you've been lying to me, the shadow will be back, Miss Adams, to see that you're brought to justice.
Father, is that you?
Yes, Janet.
Where have you been, Father?
Been on an errand for your young friend. Why did you let that young man come here to see you?
Father, what's happened to Doug?
I've taken your friend away. I've got to protect you, to keep anyone from seeing you, as you really are.
As I really am. What's happening to me?
I didn't want to tell you, Janet.
What is it, Father?
Your mother's tragic death in the jungle left a mark on you, Janet. A terrible mark.
What kind of a mark?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Has it anything to do with the jungle, Father?
Yes, it has.
The jungle. Mother's dead. Father.
Yes?
Look at me. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Where, Father?
No, Janet, stop.
Where, Father?
In your eyes, in your fingernails, your hair.
Go on, Father.
Your habit, your appetite.
Oh, no.
Janet, stop it. Stop it. Stop it for the Lord. Stop it. Stop it. They found out about me or you, Janet. We got to get out of here. Now, tonight.
But, Lamont, I still don't see why we're poking around the Strong's backyard. What did Adam tell you that made you so curious about the Strong?
It is of the sounds of cats over here. Also some weird story about Strong's daughter.
And you think they're mixed up in this sunlight?
The cat that Ryan delivered is in this house, Margot. We'll know it was Strong who was lying to us yesterday. He has something very definite to do with Ryan's murder.
No, but... That is a cat. Sounds as if it came from inside the house.
Sounded almost human.
Oh, Lamont, I don't like it.
I don't either. That cat is our only evidence, Margot. We've got to find it. Maybe that's it.
What? Why, the light. Every light in the house just went out.
Whoever or whatever's in that house heard us. They're trying to make a getaway in the dark. Come on, Margot. The back door.
This must be the system area now.
Now it's found.
It's closed. Oh, there's something horrible going on in there.
I'm going through the house and find that cat, Margot.
No, please don't.
Let me stay here, Margot. If anyone tries to leave by the back way here, shout for me.
Oh, I'd much rather have gone with Lamont than leave you alone. There's that cat again. And it sounds as if it's coming this way. It is coming closer. So dark. But listen, there's him. No. No, stay away from me, wherever you are. Please.
That cat was hit somewhere in this living room. Lights don't work. No flash. Who's that? Strong, is that you? Strong, is that you? Oh. And I'll take care of you for a while. Now, down the hall. Out the back way. Janet. Janet. Janet, is that you? In the kitchen?
We've got to get out of here. Hurry, Janet. Out to the garage. Out in the car. We're going to get out of here. No one will ever know about you, Janet, or me. They'll never find either of us at the bottom of the cliff. We'll get smashed to 1,000 pieces. No one will ever know our secret.
I know your secret, Michael Strong.
Who put on the brake? Who stopped the car?
The Shadow did, Michael Strong. You can't escape that easily.
I haven't done anything. It's just my daughter.
You haven't done anything, no. Nothing but brutally murder two innocent men.
I had to do that. I had to. They would have found out about Janice.
Your daughter will be taken care of, Michael Strong. Right now, the Shadow's going to see that the law takes care of you.
That's about the whole story, Margot. Of course, I didn't know you were out cold in the back of the house because I had to go out the front way to catch Strong in the car.
Well, it wasn't very gallant of you, darling, which was forgiven, but... Oh, I'm so glad it's over now. And you know, in a way, I'm glad, too, that Strong is going to be sent to a sanitarium instead of the penitentiary.
I am too, Margot, now that I know the whole story. By the time Strong committed those murders, he didn't have a vestige of sanity left.
Yes, but that's what I still don't understand. Why did Janice have that awful illusion? If she's going to be all right, and it's her father who's completely mad.
Her mother's death left the girl ill and neurotic, Margot, and it broke Strong's mind completely. Mrs. Strong was killed horribly by a giant jungle cat on their recent expedition.
Oh, no.
From then on, Strong began to interpret every move Janice made, every word she said, as being cat-like, till the poor child almost believed it herself.
So terrible to think of a father hating his daughter so much that he'd force her to believe she was becoming a cat.
That's the terrible irony of it, Margot. Strong didn't hate his daughter. He worshipped her. It was simply his own twisted mind that tried to destroy the one thing he loved most in the world. When a real old-fashioned cold makes you suffer all the usual cold miseries, headache, fever, nasal stuffiness, body aches and pains, get Grove Cold Tablets. More Grove Cold Tablets are used each year than any other cold tablet in the world. There's good reason. Grove Cold Tablets are not just a headache remedy, not just one or two ingredients. Grove Cold Tablets are a multiple medicine, compounded like a doctor's prescription. A combination of 8 active medical ingredients especially designed to give you relief from all these usual miseries of cold. They get right down inside and work internally for relief. Now, when you have a cold, rest, avoid exposure. Get Grove Cold Tablets and take exactly as directed, except only the box with the famous Grove signature. That's Grove. Grove Cold Tablets.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Grove Laboratories will bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
thrilling adventures of the Shadow are on the air. Brought to you each week by the Blue Coal Dealers of America. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow will be with us in just a moment. But first, here's an important tip that will add to the enjoyment of your home. When ordering fuel, be sure to ask for blue coal. You'll enjoy greater heating comfort at less cost. What's more, the extra convenience of a steady burning, longer lasting blue coal fire will give you more leisure time. More time to enjoy a truly comfortable, well-heated home. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. You'll find him eager to please you with a prompt, clean delivery, plus free information about low-cost home heating. Phone him tomorrow, won't you? He'll show you the easy blue coal way to heat your home. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Leopard Strikes.
Oh, hello, officer. Officer Kelly.
Well, how are you, Mac?
Fine. Had any excitement tonight?
Now, my young lad, what would be excitement on a beat like this around the animal house? Nothing's happened here in the park for 20 years.
Well, you can always hope.
Oh, yes, that you can.
What time have you got, Officer Kelly?
And it's almost midnight.
Well, if anything's to happen, this is the time. Midnight. Say, do those animals always howl like that?
Never let up all night long. They just don't like being caged up in a zoo, I guess. You'll get used to them after a while.
I suppose so. You know, for my first assignment, I sort of hoped I'd get a more exciting place than this.
Well, the park is the home of the rookies and the has-beens, son. Barring promotions, you start here, move away, and end here.
Well, I hope I move away soon. Maybe you've noticed I sort of like action.
Well, if it's action you want, go in and wrestle with one of them wild beasts. Yeah, that are the only culprit you'll ever find here, Mac.
I guess you're right. Well, I suppose I'd better take one more turn around the beat.
Yes, see that the squirrels and the spooners are behaving themselves. Well, see you later, son.
Okay, see you later.
Excitement. Ah, the rookies want excitement. It's those green kids that are pushing us old ones off the force. Well, maybe some of them will get more than they bargained for. Hey, what's that? Hey, Mac! Mac, what's the matter? Mac, what in the name of... Glory be. Magpie. What happened, son? Mac, your face. Ripped and cut. Mac, speak, son, speak.
Shakespeare, read all about it. Policeman killed by wild animal in park. Read all about it, Harry.
They're holding an inquiry at the head keeper's office at the zoo this afternoon, Margot. Commissioner Weston asked me to drop by.
Well, Lamont, why are they holding an inquiry? They know how he was killed.
I'm not so sure that they do.
What do you mean?
Well, when I spoke to the commissioner this morning, he told me that there was no evidence of any animal having escaped from the zoo last night.
Excuse me, but could I subject my opinion?
Of course, Shrevey. This is your cab.
What is your opinion, Shrevey?
Well, it is not exactly my opinion, Hay. It is more the opinion of my friend and acquaintance, Big Charlie.
Oh, well, what is Big Charlie's opinion?
Well, he is making the observation, which is the same thing as an opinion, that this here now cop is not being killed by one of the animals from the zoo at all.
Oh, no?
No. He thinks it was done by a squirrel.
A squirrel?
Exactly. He says that them bushy-tailed beasts can be very mean when they're of a mind to be.
Oh, now, Shrevey, how could a squirrel kill a man?
Well, that's just what I asked Big Charlie.
And what did Big Charlie say?
Well, he just shows me a scar on his finger that was given to him by a squirrel. And he says that if a squirrel could do that to him, he could certainly kill anybody else.
Oh, Shrevey.
That's an excellent deduction. In fact, I'd like to hear more, Shrevey. But I think we've reached the zoo.
Reached the zoo, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, so we have.
All right. Come on, Margot.
All right.
Do you want I should wait, hey?
Well, yes, you might as well, Shrevey.
Good. I'm going out and give a couple of squirrels the third degree.
What a man.
Oh, Lamont, are they holding this inquiry in one of the cages?
Well, if they are, they'll probably lock you up and throw away the key.
Oh.
We go right in here.
Oh, hello, Cranston. Come on in.
Well, thank you, Commissioner.
How are you, Margot?
Fine, thank you, Commissioner.
These are the two keepers that were on duty here at the zoo last night, Mr. Oliver and Mr. Harper.
Harper? Well, have you come up with anything yet, Commissioner?
Not a thing. The officer was killed by a wild animal, all right. But both these men here swear that none of them was loose last night.
Yes, that's right. They were all locked in.
Oh. Any clues at all?
Well, Harper here thinks that the job was done by some member of the cat family. Isn't that right?
Oh, yes. After looking at the body, my guess would be that he was killed by a member of the cat family.
I see. Well, why do you say that?
Well, we get to know all the habits of the animals around here. We watch them eat and sleep. We practically live with them. My opinion is that it was a leopard.
Wait a minute. I don't agree.
Well, now, John, you know that...
Why don't you agree with him, Mr. Oliver?
Because that would put the blame on Rebu. She's the only leopard we've got here. Why, she wouldn't hurt nobody. She was in her cage all night, and you know that, Harper.
Now, wait a minute, John. I wasn't blaming Rebu. Of course, I know she was in a cage. But there's more than one leopard in the world, you know.
Yeah, I know, and I also know you don't like Rebu. You're jealous because she only lets me feed her. She'll only obey me.
Hold on, both of you. You can settle that later. I've got a tougher problem on my hands. There's a wild beast at large in this park, and we've got to find it.
Just how do you propose to do that, Commissioner?
Well, now, don't you worry. We'll find him, that's all. We'll set traps for him. Yeah, set traps. That's what we'll do.
That should be very effective, very. You'll probably catch everything in town but the leopard.
But in this weather, you might catch a cold in that trap.
Yes.
You're both a big help. If you don't mind, I'll conduct this thing my own way.
But, Commissioner, you asked me to come here.
Yes, I thought that your knowledge of wild animals that you picked up in Africa or wherever it was might be of use to me.
Well, I still offer that knowledge.
No, I don't need it.
Very well. I guess we better be going, Margot.
All right, Lamont.
Good day, gentlemen.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Cranston.
Catch a cold.
Now, Margot, it might be wise if I took an active interest in this affair.
What do you mean, Lamont?
That argument between the two keepers interested me very much. I'd like to learn more about them.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, late this evening, those two gentlemen are going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
Now, Rebu. Quiet, Rebu girl. Don't you behave like the others.
Now, look, Oliver. There are other animals in this house, you know. They need attention, too.
Rebu hasn't finished her dinner yet.
Well, can't she eat it without your help?
Leave me alone, Harper. I'll tend to the others when I'm done with Rebu.
I wonder if she knows that she's under suspicion of committing murder.
Now, listen, Harper, don't start that again.
Well, you heard what the police commissioner said.
Well, who put the idea in his head that a leopard done the killing? You did.
Well, he asked my opinion, didn't he?
Yes, and you tried to frame poor Rebu. That's what you done. What was that?
Which of you gentlemen is on the right side of this quarrel, may I ask?
Who was that? Who spoke to us?
I did, gentlemen.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
But where are you? I can't see you.
I'm standing right here beside you.
Where? Where?
Don't try to find me. By my hypnotic power, I've made myself invisible to your eyes.
What are you doing here? What do you want of us?
I'd like to learn just what you both know about the officer who was killed last night here in the park.
We don't know anything about it, except that he was killed by a wild animal.
Was that animal from the zoo?
I don't know.
Do you know what kind of an animal it was?
Why, Well, it was a leopard, I guess.
No, he's wrong. It wasn't a leopard.
How do you know?
I don't know, except I know it wasn't Rebu here, and that's who Harper's trying to put the blame on.
Why should Mr. Harper do that?
Because he's scared of her, that's why. She hates him, and he knows it. That's why he wants to get rid of her.
Oh, he doesn't know what he's saying. I'm not blaming this cat here, and I'm not afraid of her either.
Then why don't you go into her cage the way I do?
Just a minute. You're avoiding my questions, both of you. You're hiding something from me. Something that you know and refuse to tell. Isn't this true? Isn't it?
No.
Of course it isn't.
I don't believe either one of you. So let me warn you. I'm going to be watching you both. And if the leopard strikes again, you'll answer to the shadow.
Read all about it. Mysterious leopard kills 2 more people in park. No clues found. Get you later.
Lamont, we've been walking through this park for 3 nights straight, and all we've accomplished is to fill our shoes with snow.
Oh, I'm sorry, Margot.
Now, Hawkshaw, you know you're not a bit sorry.
Well, I just didn't want to miss being around if that darn leopard should strike again.
Well, do you think that we might be the victims?
Could be.
What?
Oh, don't be alarmed. I have a gun here with me. Besides, I'm afraid this weather is a little too cold for a tropical beast.
Yes, but maybe he get... What was that?
Come on, Margot.
Stop!
Through these bushes here, Margot.
All right.
Oh, all the saints in heaven.
Now, what happened? What's going on here?
Look, the leopard. The leopard has struck again.
Oh, Lamont, look at that body.
Margot, stand over there, please.
He's beyond help. He's dead.
Yes. Who is the victim, do you know?
A park derelict from his appearance.
Did you see the leopard?
Yes, I did.
Where were you when the screams were heard?
Where was I when I was walking my beat about 50 yards away. When I heard the scream, I come running.
What happened then?
When I came near this clearing, I saw a large spotted animal standing over the body, tearing at it with its claws. Well, I was so surprised, I cried out.
And the animal heard you?
Yes. He turned quickly and snarled and leaped into the bushes.
I see. And that's when you fired at him?
Yes. I was quite a distance away, but I think that one of my shots must have winged him.
Oh. I'll have another look at this body.
He did a job on him, didn't he?
It was a leopard, all right. That's their method of killing.
Yes, the same dirty beast that got my pal Mac.
And there's something wrong here. Something missing. Can't quite place what it is.
I'm going now to send out an alarm.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Oh, Lamont, what do you make of it?
I don't know, Margot. When I was hunting one time in Africa, one of our native boys was killed by a leopard. The body, when we found it, looked exactly as this one does.
Well, then there is a wild leopard at large.
I'm not sure. While this killing tonight has brought back that whole episode in Africa, there's something missing here.
Well, Lamont, all I can say is it's a good thing I'm not an old-fashioned girl.
What do you mean?
After this little episode, I'd certainly need some smelling salts.
Some smell... Margot, that's it.
What?
That's it.
What, Lamont?
That's what's been missing. The smell. The unmistakable smell of the leopard.
Is the killer really a leopard? That's an important question. But there's no question about this. It's easy to keep your home cozy and comfortable morning, noon, and night with blue coal. And here's why. Blue coal is America's finest hard coal, carefully prepared for convenient home heating. You can depend upon blue coal for quick heat on cold mornings, steady, healthful warmth all day long, and a slow, long-lasting fire when you bank it for the night. No wonder thousands of people are heating their homes this easy blue coal way. What's more, with each order of blue coal, you enjoy the full benefit of your friendly blue coal dealer's extra home heating service. He'll gladly send a trained serviceman to give your home heating plant a thorough inspection and help solve any heating problems you have. This extra service is yours for the asking. Yes, you definitely get more for your money when you place your order with a blue coal dealer. So next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal. Your neighborhood dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of the classified telephone directory under the words blue coal. And now, back to Lamont and Margot.
Where are you dragging me now, Lamont?
To the zoo, Margot. The commissioner should be there by now.
Are you going to tell him about your discovery?
You mean the fact that there was no smell of leopard at the scene of the crime?
Yes.
I should say not. Can't you imagine what his reaction would be to that?
Yes, I suppose it'd be a big joke to him.
Yes, certainly. Oh, the squad cars are arriving now. That's the zoo just ahead.
Say, Lamont, you're not forgetting that Commissioner Weston is still angry at both of us.
Oh, he gets over those things very quickly, Margot.
Wait a minute, sir.
Oh.
Where are you going?
Oh, we're friends of the commissioner, officer.
Oh, okay. If you're looking for him, he's in the big animal house.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Come on, Margot.
All right. Say, Lamont, just how important is the fact that there wasn't any smell of leopard near the body?
Can be most important, Margot.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I can't tell you that yet. In here, Margot.
Well, I tell you... I don't give
look,
a
they're all over there by
Manny.
that cage.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Oh, it's you, Cranston. What are you doing here?
Well, Margot and I happened to be in the park when the last victim was killed.
Oh, yes, I remember them, Commissioner. They stood by the body while I phoned in the alarm, sir. Well, my amateur friend, you're a little too late this time.
Well, what do you mean?
Crime has been solved.
Really? Well, who was the murderer?
There he is, right in that cage. A leopard that belongs in the zoo.
No, you're wrong.
Quiet, Oliver.
Lamont, that animal is dead.
Yes, killed by one of the bullets from Officer Kelly's gun.
You mean one of the shots you fired in the park, officer?
Yes, sir. I got one of them all right.
And he crawled back to his cage and died, is that it?
That's it.
It's not true. Rebo didn't do it.
Oliver, your friendly leopard did do it, and that's that.
Were you on duty here in the zoo when the animal got out, Oliver?
No, I always eat my late dinner at this time, but I wasn't gone long, and she couldn't have got out of this house.
She got out all right.
May I examine the beast, Commissioner?
My compliments, Cranston.
Thank
Kelly,
you.
make out your report. I'm calling this case officially closed.
Yes, sir.
Calling the squad that's combing the park. We're finished here.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Commissioner.
Huh? What's that?
I say I wouldn't call this case officially closed yet.
Why not?
Just come here a minute, will you please?
What is it? What is it?
Officer Kelly killed this leopard, right?
Yes, Kelly killed him.
Would you say that Officer Kelly was a knife thrower by any chance?
Knife thrower?
Yes.
Of course he's not a knife thrower.
Oh, that's strange, because this animal died from a stab wound in the heart.
Well, Lamont, you certainly spoiled the commissioner's case.
Yes, I'm afraid I did.
What to do now?
Hmm?
I say, what's the next angle on this thing?
Oh, well, we'll have to wait until the police clear out of the zoo.
Then what?
Then the two gentlemen in charge of the animals are going to receive another visit from the shadow.
Poor Rebo. They tried to put the blame on you, didn't they, girl? Tried to say you killed all those people.
Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver.
Oh, it's the shadow again.
That's right.
What do you want? Why are you here?
Don't you remember my telling you that if another murder occurred, I would return?
Yes, I do.
Where is your friend Harper?
I don't know.
Isn't he supposed to be on duty tonight?
Yes, he is.
Then why isn't he here?
I don't know, I tell you. I haven't seen him since early in the evening. Before Rebo was killed.
You don't like Mr. Harper, do you?
Why do you say that?
It's true, isn't it?
What difference does that make?
Do you know who killed that animal? Do you?
Why do you keep asking me all these questions?
Because I want to find out all I can about Harper. He killed your leopard. I know he did. And you know it, too.
Yeah.
But you're afraid to say so because he has some hold on you. Something that he knows will keep you from talking.
Oh, yeah?
Sure, you're afraid of him, Oliver. Afraid.
That's not true. I'm not afraid of him. Even though he has got something on me, that doesn't stop me from talking.
Especially since he killed Rebo, eh?
Okay, I'll tell about him. I'll tell plenty.
Good. Where is he now?
Well, I'm not sure. He's probably downtown, down where he always goes, to the big house on Columbus Square.
What's down there in that house?
That's where they meet. All of them meet.
Who meet?
The whole cult.
Cult? You mean that...
I mean that Harper is the leader of a crazy cult.
Oliver.
Didn't get a chance to...
Yes?
To tell you the cult is...
He's dead.
You want I should cruise around the square again, Mr. Cranston, hey?
Yes, Shrevey. Once more, if you please.
You think we ought to get out and ring doorbells, Lamont?
No, you'll never learn anything doing that.
Hey, you know, going around and around the square like this is fun. It's sort of like a merry-go-round. Hey, do you indulge much in merry-go-rounds, Mr. Cranston, hey?
I haven't lately, Shrevey.
It's a nice, clean sport. You know, I remember one time I'm riding on a big one. It's down on the island, and...
Lamont.
What is it?
Shrevey, stop the cab a minute.
Oh, sure.
Lamont, that house on the corner. 2 men and a girl just went up the stairs, and she seemed to be ill. They were holding her up between them.
Yes? And what happened to them?
Well, I may still be upset from that killing in the park, but I could have sworn that when the door opened, they were greeted by what appeared to be a big leopard reared up on his hind legs.
What?
I'm quite sure, Lamont.
Then that's the place we're looking for. It's the headquarters of the cult that Oliver spoke of just before he died.
What kind of a cult?
A cult of leopard women and men. I've heard much about these things, but I never thought they were in this country.
Oh, but that's incredible, Lamont.
Margot, go get the police. Have them outside the house as soon as possible.
Well, what about the girl they were bringing in that house?
She's probably their next victim. Go, Margot, go at once.
As we are all gathered, the ceremony will begin. To you, O leopard, most lovely of beasts, we bow down in humble reverence. Your beauty of form we greatly admire. Your courage and cunning is our courage and cunning. As you are, so we will try to be. As you so majestically stalk through the jungle, so we too will stalk through the streets of this city. Our deeds are deeds that are done for you.
Priestess! High priestess.
Yes, O worshiper?
The offering. The sacrifice is ready.
There is time yet. There is time.
No, we must do it now.
Oh, you are too eager. We are not really going to kill this beautiful girl.
Why do we not kill her?
Why? Because we are not murderers. We worship beauty, not death.
Death is the beauty supreme.
You do not know what you are saying.
The cult of the leopard is death. It has always been death.
Worshipper, you are behaving most strangely tonight.
Why did we bring the victim here if not to kill?
Enough of that talk. There is no need. Your arm. What is wrong with your arm?
Oh, that is
How did you hurt it? Answer me. How did you hurt your arm?
I'll tell you how he hurt it.
Who speaks?
It is I, the Shadow.
Shadow?
Quiet. Quiet. Oh, where are you? I cannot see you.
I am standing right beside you here in the shadows. Your friend, Mr. Harper, can explain how I make myself invisible.
Do you know this voice? Did you bring him here?
No.
No, he didn't bring me here, madam. I came here seeking him.
What do you mean?
I said that I'd reveal how you hurt your arm, Mr. Harper.
How did he do it?
He was shot. Shot by a policeman who discovered him in the act of committing murder.
That's not true.
What are you saying?
This man, this member of your cult, disguised as a leopard, has already claimed 2 victims.
No.
Killing them as a leopard kills by slashing their throats with razor-sharp claws.
Is this true, Harper?
No, of course not. He's lying.
I suppose that you denied, too, that you shot and killed your fellow keeper in the zoo, just as he was about to tell me all about you.
Of course I deny it.
Then how do you account for that wound in your arm?
Yes. Yes, Harper. Explain that.
Why should I have to explain? What are you trying to do to me?
I already know what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to turn you over to the police.
Oh, no. No, you're not.
Let him, Harper. Then you can prove your innocence.
You keep out of this.
He's afraid. Afraid that he'll be found out.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything.
Harper. Harper, what is wrong with you?
You think that any of you can trap me? That you can match my cunning or courage? The cunning and courage of a leopard?
Harper, do not talk that way.
What if I did kill?
It's a leopard's right to kill. Wantonly. Joyously. Just for the love of killing.
Be quiet, Harper.
You can't silence me. And you can't trap me either. I'll fight. I'll claw, kill. You hear me? Kill! Kill!
Look out for him. Stand back. Harper!
Oh, you have killed him.
That's right, madam. And now you and your cult are going to have to explain your existence to the police.
Well, Margot, Weston has rounded up all the members of the cult, so I guess our work is done.
Well, Lamont, what I don't understand is how a cult like that was formed. What was the purpose of it?
Well, cults of leopard men had their origin in Africa. They're still active there. Their ritual is a form of pagan worship. This group that we encountered tonight were obvious fanatics who'd learned the secrets of the African ceremony and were practicing them here.
Nice people, these fanatics. I wonder if you'd mind taking me home, Lamont.
Why go home?
Because I want to dig into my closet and burn my leopard skin coat.
In just a moment, we'll hear from the Shadow again. But first, here's John Barclay, America's home heating expert. Mr. Barclay?
Thank you. And good evening, friends. Right now, with the whole world in a state of chaos, it's cheering to realize that in spite of war and widespread destruction, civilization marches steadily ahead. For instance, take the American home of 100 years ago. There was no electricity, no running water, and heating plants were in a crude state of development. Now compare that home with the American home of today, with its electric lights, modern plumbing, and central heating. And you know, folks, we can thank the blue coal engineers for many of the modern benefits of central heating. They've given us blue coal, America's finest hard coal. And they've perfected the blue coal heat regulator that automatically operates furnace dampers. All you do is just set that modern thermostat for whatever temperature you want. Then you can sit back and enjoy steady, even, healthful warmth. Yes, blue coal and the blue coal heat regulator are the modern combination for real comfort. So bring your home up to date. Buy blue coal. Just call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. He'll gladly show you this easy, economical way to heat your home. Thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Blue Coal Dealers of America bring you a thrilling adventure of the Shadow that will hold you in breathless suspense from start to finish. So be sure to listen. And be sure to phone your friendly Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, the Grove Laboratories brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
When you're suffering from acute nervousness, extreme fatigue, that run-down feeling and lowered resistance toward cold, see your doctor. He may decide that your ailments are caused by acute deficiency of vitamins in your diet. To relieve your distress, he may prescribe multiple vitamins in more than minimum daily doses. Possibly your doctor is just out of the Army, where he learned all about Grove Defender multiple vitamins, used by the Army by the millions of capsules. He knows that 2 Defender a day will help prevent the dietary vitamin deficiencies that drag you down. Then, be sure to supplement your diet with 2 Defender every day. More if your doctor advises. Defender multiple vitamins, distributed by the Grove Laboratories, now available at your druggist. Now, The Shadow.
Is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Murder with Music.
Why are you just standing there staring at me? Why don't you say something? No! Don't come near me! You wouldn't hit me. You wouldn't hit me. Oh, my face! Why? Why are you... Stop! Stop, for the love of heaven, don't hit me! Oh, no! Please! No! Stay away from me! Stay away! No! Stop! Don't! Oh, yes! No!
Does play well, doesn't he, Lamont?
I suppose so, Margot. Getting late, isn't he, ever huh?
Oh, darling. Mrs. Hamilton has planned this recital for weeks. Edward Milan is a protege. Now, we must be polite.
Why? Just because she's in the social register and has a mansion uptown?
Mrs. Hamilton is a patron of the arts. This Edward Milan is the latest discovery. She's put him up here at her home. She's given him the finest teacher. She's completely responsible for his success.
If you ask me, the old gal's probably just got a crush on that young pianist.
Now, you behave. It's his music, darling. He sponsored artist fee. Quite nice.
Well, that's over. Oh, it's past 11. Let's say thanks and good night and get out of here before the darlings and you played so divinely start.
Darling!
Too late.
Miss Lane, how charming to see you again.
Hello, how are you? Lamont, you know Oliver Viceroy, the society columnist.
Of course, everybody knows me, Miss Lane. Harriet's got a real find in Edward Milan, don't you think? Trying to make him a big star.
He's quite young, isn't he?
The aesthetic type, you know. Hope Harriet doesn't push him too hard. But you know Harriet Hamilton, once she sets her mind to a thing.
Well, she certainly got some of the most influential people up here to hear his first recital.
Oh, Harriet can do anything.
Oh, by the way, have you seen Jennifer Gay around?
No, I haven't seen Jen.
Well, she's a friend of yours and Mrs. Hamilton's, isn't she?
The truth is, Mr. Viceroy, I made Miss Lane promise to introduce me to Miss Jennifer Gay. I was anxious to meet the famous actress.
No, I don't think you're likely to see her here tonight. Well, Tessa, I must make the round.
That old fluff. The day I see him without that silly blue cornflower boutonniere, I give him a big red apple,
Now,
right?
Lamont, stop it. That's a trademark. You know, best man in town.
Let's get out of here, Margot.
Oh, you played so divine.
Spoiled again.
Didn't he play divinely, Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston? Yes, he certainly. This is my protege, Edward Milan.
How do you do?
How do you do,
How do
Mr.
you do?
Milan? We did enjoy your playing very much.
Thank you. Really, Harriet, I'd like to be excused, if I may.
Oh, just a few more introductions, Edward. Recitals upset Edward dreadfully. It's the first time he's played before so many well-known people.
Oh, by the way, Mrs. Hamilton, is Jennifer Gay around? I'd like to meet her. I've enjoyed her plays so much.
Jennifer Gay? No, she's not around, Mr. Cranston. As a matter of fact, she wasn't invited.
She won't be here tonight. What's that?
Sounds like someone rapping on the French door.
There is someone standing outside there.
It's a girl.
And there's something wrong with her. Look.
Harriet, look. She's falling against the glass. What is it? Stand aside, everybody.
Oh, Lamont, she's bleeding terribly.
Jennifer! Keep away from Mr. Viceroy. No, let me help her. Jennifer, my darling. Harriet, it is Jennifer.
Oh, don't look, Edward. Lamont, we've got to do something to help her.
It's too late, Margot. She's dead.
What?
Been brutally beaten. I'm afraid this is murder. Now, quiet, please, everybody. Just stay right here in the living room. The police will be here in a minute.
Oh, but this can't be murder, Mr. Cranston. Here in my home.
I'm afraid it is, Mrs. Hamilton. People don't commit suicide that way. Jennifer murdered this way. Now, please try to control yourself, Mr. Viceroy. Who could have killed her, murdered her so brutally this way?
Oh, it couldn't have been any of my guests, Mr. Cranston. We were all in this room when Jennifer was killed. You and Lane had chairs right by the door. You'd have seen if anyone had slipped out.
Yes, that's true. Hello, everybody. Sorry I'm late.
Lamont, that's Brad Bartholomew.
So I see. Body beautiful himself. Well, what's wrong, Harriet? I don't think it was a party. You all look as though you'd seen a ghost. Not a ghost, Mr. Bartholomew. A body. Huh? Jennifer Gay's dead body is under that robe. Oh, not Jennifer. You know her, Mr. Bartholomew? Well, certainly I know her. She's one of my best friends. I wouldn't exactly say friends, Mr. Bartholomew. Oh, you here too, Papa Viceroy? Where were you all evening, Mr. Bartholomew, if you were invited here? I was having a few drinks at the Penguin Club after dinner. I didn't realize it was so late. Oh, I see.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, can't my guests leave now? We were all in this room at the time.
Yes, please, Mr. Cranston. I'm afraid that will have to be for the police to say. They should be here any minute now. Mr. Bartholomew, would you step over here a minute? Well, yes, of course. It's been a terrible thing, hasn't it? Yes, it certainly has. Particularly since you were such a good friend of Jennifer Gay. Well, actually, I just met Jen since I came east. We were really only acquaintances. I see. No, I've admired those strong, silent roles you play in the movies, Mr. Bartholomew. They really give you some rugged parts to play. Well, thanks, Cranston. Yes, I really have to keep in trim for pictures. Of course. You say you were at the Penguin Club all evening? Yes, I was. Say, are you trying to pump me, Cranston? I've heard you're mixed up in some kind of amateur criminology. Not at all. Well, don't then. When the police get here, they can check my alibi. I was at the Penguin Club all evening. Mr. Jenkins, the owner, will verify that. He's a close friend of mine. I imagine he is. Well, thanks, Mr. Bartholomew. It was nice having the opportunity to get to know you better.
You know, Lamont, I'm amazed the police let everybody go.
Well, they really had nothing to hold them on yet, Margot. Of course, they're all well-known names.
Yeah, it's true. How did you make out with the Greek guard, Brad Bartholomew? You two seem to be having quite a chat.
So far, Bartholomew seems to be the only suspect with the strength to commit that brutal murder, and also the motive.
Motive?
Jealousy, darling. According to the society columns, he and Jennifer were having a pretty hectic romance.
Yes, but how could Brad have done it? He was supposed to be at the Penguin Club all evening.
Yes, I know. When Brad left this evening, I happened to notice him pick up a pair of men's gloves from the hall table.
Well, darling, they were probably his own.
I'm sure they were. I also noticed that those same gloves were on the hall table when we first came in.
Oh, you think he was there before the recital, attacked Jennifer in the garden, say, and then made a grand entrance to establish his alibi?
Alibi that might have been framed. Well, I know, darling, the police checked with the Penguin Club before we left. But by Bartholomew's own admission, he is a close friend of Mr. Jenkins, the owner of the club. I think the Shadow had better pay a little call on Mr. Jenkins and double-check that airtight alibi.
Okay, boys, close up and you can all go. I'm going over the books for a while.
There's something else we must go over first, Mr. Jenkins.
Who's that? There's nobody in this office.
The Shadow is here to pay you a call, Mr. Jenkins.
Shadow. Who are you? What do you want?
The truth.
A man's life is at stake.
A man's life?
Brad Bartholomew. Why did you say he was here in your club with you all evening? Why did you instruct your help to tell the same lie if anyone questioned?
Brad's a friend of mine. He asked me to say that. I didn't want to see him get in any trouble with that Jennifer Gay.
Jennifer Gay? What trouble, Mr. Jenkins?
Well, he's been trying to ditch her. He's got another girl. He was with that girl when he left here right after dinner tonight.
If Bartholomew wasn't here at your club, where was he? Where did he go?
I don't know, I swear. I wouldn't have lied about him being here if I'd thought I was going to get in any trouble.
You're in plenty of trouble, Jenkins. If Brad Bartholomew is the murderer, you've made yourself an accomplice. And you'll pay for that stupid lie.
Really, Lamont, you're going to get into trouble sometime. Barging into Mr. Bartholomew's hotel suite at 3 in the morning. His valet told you he wasn't in.
Well, I wanted to make sure. Can't believe anybody when you're on the trail of a killer, Margot. I believe Jenkins. I've never found out what I know now.
Do you really think Bartholomew's the killer?
It looks now as if Brad Bartholomew deliberately faked an alibi so he could kill Jennifer.
Now, it is odd, isn't it? Bartholomew's valet said he hadn't seen him since he went down to the hotel storage room to open up one of his trunks.
Funny time of night for that sort of thing. Unless he was getting some clothes out for a quick getaway. Margot, we're going to slip down into the basement into that storage room.
Oh, darling, if he is down there and he is the killer, our lives won't be worth 2 cents.
We'll have to take that chance, darling. Come on. Take my hand, Margot. These stairs are pretty steep.
It may be a trap, Lamont. He knows you're on his trail. He may just want us to come down
Watch
the
it.
road.
There, that's the last step.
Well, there's nobody down there at this hour. Hurry. And the place is pitch dark, too.
God, I can't find the light.
Here. Take my light.
Oh, thanks, Margot. Oh, it helps some.
Look at all those dusty old trunks. I want to maybe hiding behind those.
Yes, and he had skipped out.
Oh, come on, let's go back upstairs. You know how strong the killer must be. He could beat us like he beat Jennifer. He could snap our necks the way he killed her and...
Behind me, quiet.
What was that?
Sounded like something moved over there.
Look at that trunk. It's got Bartholomew's name on it.
Trunk's right up against this closet door. Yeah, I'll pull it away. See if it's locked.
Wait, I have to.
Margot, look out. That closet door's opening. There's something in there.
What?
Back, Margot, quick. It's coming out.
It's alive. Come on, it's got me.
Well, here it is, winter again. And for lots of you, that means the common cold, with all its usual miseries. Now, for 51 years, millions of cold sufferers have known just what to do. They've turned to Grove cold tablets for comforting relief, fast. Maybe you didn't know that Grove cold tablets get right down inside and work internally to give relief from all these usual miseries of a cold at once. Relief number 1, help reduce fever. Relief number 2, ease your headache. Relief number 3, alleviate body ache. Relief number 4, reduce nasal stuffiness. Relief number 5, lessen muscular pain. Grove cold tablets can do all this because they're a multiple medicine, compounded like a doctor's prescription. Yes, a combination of 8 active medical ingredients specifically for your cold relief. Now remember to rest and avoid exposure. Get Grove cold tablets and take exactly as directed. Look for the name Grove. Grove. Grove cold tablets for relief of cold miseries. Now, back to the shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, on the trail of a brutal killer, stumbled on something hidden in the closet of a hotel basement storage room.
What was it, Lamont? What was it that grabbed me?
Corpse, Margot.
Oh.
Tell again soon he pushed that trunk away from the closet door.
Dead body.
Brad Bartholomew's body, Margot.
What?
She's neck broken, the head nearly yanked.
Oh, Lamont, I...
Brad Bartholomew killed the same way Jennifer Gay was killed this afternoon by someone with the strength of a giant.
Oh, it's horrible, Lamont. I want to get out of
Wait.
here. What?
Something on his coat, Margot. 2 tiny petals of blue cornflower.
Oliver Viceroy.
He must have seen Bartholomew tonight.
But how could Viceroy have killed Bartholomew this way? Viceroy is not a young man and certainly not the strong girl type.
Maybe Viceroy didn't kill him. He could have hired some thug, brought him along to do his killing for him.
Why?
Revenge for Jennifer's death. Viceroy's always been in love with her.
You mean you think Bartholomew killed Jennifer this evening and then Viceroy had him killed for revenge?
What more perfect revenge could he have than to see Bartholomew die in the same brutal way he'd used to kill Jennifer? Let's go, Margot.
You're going to Oliver Viceroy?
Alone. Right now. As the shadow. Now, let's see. The revolver lies beside me on my desk here in my room as I write this, my last column. The famous society matron will shed no tears over my suicide. Even now, she sheds no tears over the murder of the beautiful actress. I name no one as guilty, but I know that a woman's jealousy and hate did kill Jennifer Gay. That is my betrayal. Now the gun. What? Who's that?
The shadow has your gun now, Oliver Viceroy.
The shadow? Where are you? What's happened here?
Why did you kill Brad Bartholomew?
That Bartholomew? He's been murdered too?
Yes, Oliver Viceroy, beaten, his neck broken like Jennifer Gay. You hired someone to kill him.
No, I didn't. I swear I didn't.
And why were petals from your boutonniere found on the lapel of his coat?
Petals? For my blue flower? It's a trick. Someone deliberately planted them there.
You wanted Brad killed for revenge. You believed he killed Jennifer.
No. I know that he didn't. Brad didn't kill Jennifer, but I know who did.
Yes? Who?
Harriet Hamilton. She hated Jennifer because Jennifer was trying to steal Edward Milan, her protege, from her.
You have proof?
I have. This letter. Listen. Dear Oliver, you are the only person I know who has influence over Jennifer Gay. She's trying to take Edward from me. Keep her away. I'll kill her if she dares interfere. Find Harriet Hamilton.
Why have you hidden this evidence? Why didn't you go to the police with it?
Harriet helped me, too, to get started. But I feel no gratitude now for that woman. She planted my flowers, so the police would suspect me of Brad's murder.
You're naming her to save your own life.
Why would I lie when I was about to kill myself? You saw Shadow. You saved me from suicide. But I have a reason for living now. To see her home.
I'll take that letter, Viceroy. The Shadow has all the information he needs now. You can rest assured that the real murderer will be brought to justice.
Take those corners like that. You'll get arrested.
No one in the streets at this time of the morning.
Would you think Harriet Hamilton might try to get away?
You must know that Bartholomew's disappearance can't go undiscovered very long.
But if she did kill Jennifer, why would she also kill Bartholomew?
Because she had to. If Brad was in the house before the recital, he probably witnessed the murder.
I can't see how a woman like Harriet Hamilton could be a vicious, cruel killer.
Well, we'll know that when we get there, Margot, if we're not too late.
Edward darling.
Yes, Harry?
Sitting alone in this dark room, playing by the light of a candle. If someone heard you at this hour, they might think it very odd.
I'm too nervous to sleep, Harry. I've got...
You've got nothing to be nervous about, Edward.
Nothing. So what happened here in this house this evening, you can say that.
Stop playing, Edward.
Playing's the only thing that helps me now.
You heard me, Edward. Stop playing. Stop it, I said! That's right, Edward.
Harriet.
You're not frightened of me, are you, Edward? Why, I'm the one who gives you strength. I'll make you great.
I know, Harriet.
I've always taken care of you. I'm very fond of you, Edward.
I couldn't get along without you. You've given me everything. But this tonight, this awful thing, Jennifer and Brad. What if the police find out?
Edward.
They're dead, aren't they?
Edward.
They're dead. You struck me.
Stop acting like a hysterical child. Sounded like someone coming up the drive.
There's a car just drove up.
One of the neighbors?
At 4:30 in the morning. No, Harriet. It's the police.
Oh, no, they couldn't have found out.
Tell them the truth, Harriet. Tell them everything.
Listen to me, Edward. I've made plans for this. They're running away.
No, they catch you.
I've believed you already packed in one for me, too. I've hidden them in the second floor room in the garage above the car.
Harriet, I'm afraid.
You get a man. Come with me now.
I can't, Harriet. I'm afraid.
You can. You must, Edward.
Let me go.
No. Out the service station to the garage. Quick. You're coming with me. You take the light here on the second floor of the garage. Stay here for a moment while they search the house.
I can't go on. I can't, Harriet. Tell the police the truth. I'll tell them the truth.
All right. You fool, tell them. You'll hang. I won't.
I'll.
Of course you will. But it was worth it, wasn't it? I've always wanted Jennifer out of the way. I'm glad she's dead. Brad, too, had to be killed. I didn't even know he was in the house until I saw him looking out, watching you kill Jennifer.
You wanted them killed. I'll hang.
Jennifer was after you for herself. She would have taken you from me.
You didn't kill them for you. You told me lies. Jennifer was laughing at us. You made me hate her until I killed her in a blind rage.
Yes, but no one would suspect you, Edward. You're so weak and so dependent. No one would dream of the great strength that lies in those two hands of yours.
Yeah, my two strong hands I exercised and developed to make beautiful music. You urged me on so they bring pain and death. You made me kill for your own selfish purpose.
Listen. They're down below now. We've got to get out of here somehow. The window.
You're not going anywhere, Harry.
Edward, why are you locking that door?
We're trapped, Harry. You know it. You don't care because you're not the murderer.
They won't take you, Edward. You could beat them. Snap their necks if you chose.
No, Harry. It's your neck I'm after.
No. No.
Yes, look at these powerful hands, Harry. The hands that beat Jennifer and Brad to a pulp.
Edward, you wouldn't let me.
I'm going to show you how I killed Jennifer. First one blow on her face, like this. She got up herself, just like that. I smashed down with another. And another.
Stop.
Now, Harriet, this is how Jennifer felt when I grabbed her throat and choked.
The one who got no gun and the killer's in there, please.
Try to save that woman. Break through this door. There, I did it. Edward.
Lamont, keep away from him. He's the killer. Please, Lamont, stay away from him.
All right, Milan. Why you're coming with me. No, you don't. I've got him. Phone the police, Margot. He's not going to give us any more trouble now. Well, they've got Edward Milan locked up. You confessed everything, Margot.
So he did kill Jennifer and Brad.
Yes. But Harriet Hamilton was the mind and force behind those murders, Margot. She She told him she could never be happy or help him with his career as long as Jennifer lived.
And she persuaded him to kill Bartholomew to cover that murder?
Yes. Jennifer came out early before the recital. Edward killed her in a fit of rage and left her for dead. But she managed to revive long enough to crash through those French doors.
Then Bartholomew must have followed Jennifer out and witnessed the murder. That's why he drugged her in that room. But, darling, why didn't he go right to the police?
He was afraid of being involved in a murder that might ruin his screen career. Besides, it did get rid of Jennifer for him at the most convenient time.
Oh. What about Viceroy's blue cornflower petals?
Mrs. Hamilton planted those on Brad's body just as Viceroy claimed she had.
Well, darling, I still get weak every time I think of you facing that brutal killer. How on earth did you subdue him?
I nearly didn't, Margot. I felt the terrific strength in those two hands. And then suddenly, when he looked down at Mrs. Hamilton's dead body, a strange thing happened. Strength seemed to leave him. It was as if all the power Edward Milan possessed left him the moment he realized he'd murdered Harriet Hamilton, the one person who had made him strong.
Here's good advice for cold sufferers. When a cold is working on you and you're in for real misery, turn to Grove for quick relief. Get Grove cold tablets, more widely used for cold relief than any other cold tablet in the world. They get right down inside and work internally to give you relief. Grove cold tablets are of multiple medicines, compounded like a doctor's prescription. A combination of many active medical ingredients. Work on all these usual cold miseries. Relieve headaches, help reduce fever, alleviate body aches and pains, reduce nasal stuffiness. Get Grove cold tablets. Take exactly as directed. Rest and avoid exposure. Accept only the box with the Grove signature. Look for the name Grove. Grove cold tablets.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. Characters, names, places, and plots are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the man of mystery who strikes terror into the hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Friends, if you haven't yet tried Blue Coal, by all means order your first ton tomorrow. You'll like this excellent Pennsylvania hard coal. It's America's finest anthracite and can be depended upon to keep your home comfortable and healthfully warm all winter long. But be sure you get this finest anthracite. Ask for it by name. Ask for Blue Coal, the coal that is colored a harmless blue at the mines for your protection. The Shadow is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago, in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Tonight's episode, Murder by the Dead.
The court will come to order. The court will come to order.
The prisoner will stand. Peter Swift, you've been found guilty of willful and deliberate murder after a fair and impartial trial. Have you anything to say before sentence is pronounced upon you?
Yeah. I got something to say.
Very well, be brief.
Oh, I'll be brief, all right. You think you're gonna kill me, but you ain't. I'll get you. Yes, you up on the bench there, and I'll get that district attorney, too. And just for good luck, I'll get the foreman of that crooked jury that railroaded me. Do you understand?
Perfectly. Your threats against the district attorney and the foreman of the jury will, I am sure, go as unnoticed as your threat against myself. Peter Swift, I hereby sentence you to be taken from here to the place from whence you came, and that there you be executed in the manner provided by the law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
You will hang me, will you, you old fool? I'll get you, all three. And if I can't get you living, I'll get you dead.
Take him away.
Cranston, it's good to have you back in America again.
Oh, Margot, I cabled you that I was coming at once, just as soon as I got that frantic message from you. What's it all about?
Lamont, the district attorney Stowe was murdered last week.
Yes, I know. I saw it in the papers.
I cabled you because I was afraid.
Afraid? You? What's the matter? Spooks?
Well, I'm trying to believe it isn't.
Oh, darling, you're talking nonsense.
I only hope I am. Lamont, it was District Attorney Stowe who prosecuted that murder of Peter Swift 6 months ago.
Yes, I remember. The chap who threatened to come back and get Stowe and Judge Clive and the foreman of the jury.
You haven't forgotten who the foreman of the jury was, have you?
Oh, by George. It was your father, wasn't it, Margot? Your father is the third on the list to die.
Yes, now do you understand?
Oh, but my dearest girl, you surely don't intend to suggest that... But I mean, Peter Swift was hanged.
All I know is that 3 men were threatened, and one of them is dead.
A coincidence, of course.
Well, perhaps. But I know you'll think I'm a fool, Lamont, but... And I don't know how, but perhaps Peter Swift has come back.
Peter Swift was executed. Hanging is usually effective. But there is something in what you say, I wonder now. So we're asked to believe that Peter Swift has come back from the land of shades to kill 3 men.
3 were threatened. 1 is dead, murdered.
The killer must be, then, a ghost, a shade. Well, my dear, I suppose there's only one thing that can be opposed to a shade.
And that is?
A shadow. My dear Margot, a shadow.
Will there be anything else, Judge Clive?
No, that's all, Taylor. You might as well go to bed. I've got some work to do here in the library. May keep me up for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
Good night, sir.
Poor Stowe. I wish I could forget him. What's that? What's that? Who opened that window? You!
Oh, yes. You see me, Judge?
Peter Swift? But this is impossible.
Oh, the dead has come back to keep my promise.
You're mad. Or I am.
Ghosts ain't never mad, Your Honor.
Ghosts?
But that can't be. Don't say it, Bill. Oh, you would you? That's 2 of them. 1 more to go.
got that Clive housekeeper outside?
Yes, Commissioner.
Well, shoot her in. I'll get to the bottom of Judge Clive's murder if it's the last thing I ever do.
Come in, Taylor. Commissioner Weston wants to talk to you.
Oh, yes, sir?
Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
I want to check your story. You told Sergeant Riley you left Judge Clive in his library about 11 o'clock?
Yes, that's right, sir.
Then what did you do?
I locked the front door, and then I started to go up to bed.
Go on.
As I was passing the library door, I heard voices inside, so I listened. You see, I had let no one in, as I was surprised.
Don't apologize. What did you hear?
I heard a hushed voice, and then there were 2 shots, and the bell jangled.
You tried the door. It was locked. So you ran around outside the house to the window, which you found open, right?
That's right, sir.
What kind of a voice was it you heard?
Well, it was a kind of a hoarse, whispering voice. I couldn't make out what it said.
I see. All right, Mrs. Taylor, that'll be all for the present.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Weston.
Yeah.
You think the Shadow murdered Judge Clive?
I don't know. Commissioner Weston speaking. You.
So, you recognize my voice, Commissioner. I'm flattered.
I wish I could get my hands on you.
Get your hands on a Shadow. Come, Commissioner.
What do you want?
As usual, just to be helpful.
I can do without your help.
I wonder. However, I've got a little suggestion for you. Have you ever thought of exhuming the body of Peter Swift?
Peter Swift has been dead for 6 months. What do you want me to do? Get you a lock of his hair? Trace this conker.
Don't bother. I'm walking from a booth at Union Station, and I'll be gone before you can get anyone here. No, Commissioner, I don't want a lock of Peter Swift's hair. Even if I did, I suspect you couldn't get it for me. I imagine he's still wearing it.
Yeah, maybe. In his car.
I wonder. District Attorney Stowe and Judge Clive have been murdered. There's only Mr. Lane left.
I don't believe in ghosts.
No. But you believe in Shadow, don't you?
Hello. He's hung up.
What was that all about?
Cardona, get an order for the exhumation of Peter Swift's body.
Marvel Lane, stand by for orders. The police are on the right track, but they may be too late. Go to the warden of State's prison. Pose as a newspaper reporter. Find out what disposition was made of Peter Swift's body following his execution. Hurry. Every second counts.
Sure planted him deep, didn't they, Commissioner?
I don't want any cracks on it, Cardinal. Haven't they gotten down to that coffin yet?
How you coming, boys?
Just hit the coffin, sir. We'll have it out soon now.
Well, snap into it and get the ropes on. I don't care much about this job, Cardona. Digging up murderers in the middle of the night isn't my style.
I'll have to take charge, sir.
I know mine. But this is more or less of a personal matter between myself and that fiend who calls himself the Shadow. Get on those ropes.
All right, boys. Pull those ropes.
All right, hold that rope short. We don't want it slipping back on us. Now pull.
Here she comes, sir.
All right. Get busy with those screwdrivers and get the lid off.
It's just nailed on, Commissioner.
Then pry it off.
That does it.
She's open, Commissioner.
Well, let me look. Now we'll know. What's this?
Looks to me like bricks. The coffin's filled with bricks.
But where's the body? Where's Peter Swift?
Ask the Shadow. Shadow, no.
While
while we're waiting for the shadow, I want to pass on a bit of advice of particular interest to all homeowners. If you're anxious to cut down your doctor's bills this winter, to keep your family free from a lot of sniffles and colds, then by all means burn anthracite or hard coal, because anthracite is the healthful fuel. It gives steady, even, healthful heat, in contrast to the flashy kind of heat you get from the on and off types of quick-burning fuels. And friend, don't forget this point. Furnaces, cook stoves, and space heaters in this section of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. And to get America's finest anthracite, ask for blue coal. Blue coal burns long and evenly, with the furnace dampers practically closed. There's no waste up the chimney. It gives economical as well as healthful heat. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest producers of Pennsylvania anthracite. It is laboratory tested at the mines for purity and for uniformity of size. If you have never tried blue coal, place a trial order tomorrow. You'll find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Oh, Lamont. Thank heavens you're back.
Well, come in, Margot.
Lamont, I was right about Peter Swift. I was right.
Yes, I know you were. I found out from another source. My darling, you're trembling. What's the matter?
Oh, I'm all right. I've just come from the prison now. I guess all that talk about bodies and executions has unnerved me a little.
Well, I'm terribly sorry I had to ask you to do it, but time is so short, and I had to be somewhere else.
Oh, I understand.
No, calm down, and tell me just what happened from the beginning.
Well, I went to see the warden, said I was a newspaper reporter, as you told me to, and asked him what happened to the bodies of executed men.
Yes?
Well, he told me if the relatives don't claim the body, it's turned over to the state medical college. So I asked him about Peter Swift.
Go on.
The warden said that according to the record, Peter Swift's family called for his remains. However, he said as long as I was interested, he'd send for the guard at the south gate. He'd know all about it. Pretty soon, the guard came up from the warden's office.
Come in.
You want to see me, Warden?
Come in, Sloan. This is Miss Lane. She's a newspaper reporter.
Oh, pleased to meet you, miss.
She wants to ask you about the removal of bodies.
Oh, I can tell you about every stick that's left here in the past 15 years.
Well, you see, I just wanted to ask...
The first one I ever saw was Grimes. He was strung up for murdering his mother with an axe. Well, ma'am, when they come for him, they...
Just a minute, Sloan. There's one in particular Miss Lane is interested in. Swift.
Oh, Peter Swift, huh?
That's right. Remember him?
Oh, certainly. His family was supposed to come for him, but they didn't come after all.
No?
No. A croaker named Craig came for the body in an old truck.
A croaker?
He means a doctor, Miss Lane.
Oh.
That's the rather unflattering prison term for a medico.
Oh.
Yeah. I reckon this croaker Craig had bought the body. Anyways, he took it away quick. He was in a great hurry, too. The stiff wasn't even cold yet.
Do you know where this Dr. Cragg came from?
Sure, from the city. I got his address on the register down at the gate. You want it?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you very much, Sloan.
A doctor named Cragg, Margot? Do you have his address?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, thank you. Now, listen, Margot, I've got to go out now.
Lamont, I'm going with you.
No, you're not. You're going home to be sure that your father doesn't leave the house until this thing is cleared up. I don't think it'll be for long, but I don't want to take chances on his safety.
But where are you going?
Shadow is going to pay a visit to a certain Dr. Cragg.
The solvent! At last, I've got it!
Dr. Cragg?
Huh? Who was that? Who spoke?
Does it matter? I'm right here at your elbow.
You lie. I'm the only person in the room.
No, you're not, Doctor. But I wouldn't turn around to find out if I were you.
Where are you? Where's that voice coming from? I could swear there's no one else here.
Then you must be having hallucinations, mustn't you, Doctor?
I'm sane. Sane.
I'm sure you are, but you can't see. that's all.
What do you want?
Just a favor at a price. A good price.
How much?
$20,000.
Yes, a good price. Well,
I've got a friend booked to hang on the 23rd of this month.
What's that got to do with me?
You might ask. 20 grand.
Who's your friend?
His name is Louis. Three-fingered Louis.
Well, what am I supposed to do about it?
Perhaps you could keep him alive.
So, why come to me?
Drop that gun, Doctor. I've got you covered.
You dirty...
You can't shoot the shadow.
Shadow? You don't mean...
Yes, I mean the shadow, Doctor. The shadow just wants a little information.
You won't get it.
Little information as to how you resuscitated Peter Swift. Brought him back from the dead, if you prefer the term.
I won't tell you.
And restored his broken neck.
I did it. I've proved I can do it. But it's my secret. I don't care if you are a shadow or the shadow. You can't have my secret. No one can have it. It's mine.
You have to trade your secret for mine. My secret of blinding eyes to the obvious. I can teach it to you in a few minutes. The shadow's secret of invisibility.
Well, I'm not interested in your secret, some psychological touch. What's the power of making oneself invisible compared to the secret of making the dead live?
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps there is no comparison. But where'd you learn that secret, Craig? Tibet or an African jungle?
I won't tell you. It's mine.
How long will it be yours?
For as long as I want it to be. Forever and for all eternity. Because only I know the secret, and I shall never reveal it. No. They called me a madman. They threatened to put me in an institution.
You're a mad crack.
No. I am a genius.
Well, lucky you benefited by an exceedingly rare coincidence.
No.
A coincidence might happen one time in a billion, one time in a trillion.
It was no coincidence, I tell you. It was my genius. And I shall hold my secret. I shall continue to make the dead live.
You're making Peter Swift live has caused two other men to die. To die at the hands of Peter Swift.
And what interest is that to me? I am not interested in that.
Not interested in the fact that the third man may die tonight. A man named Ross Lane.
What do I care about Ross Lane, alive or dead? It is nothing to me.
Will you bring Ross Lane back to life?
Oh, I could. I can bring anyone back from the dead. I tell you, I have found the secret of life over death. I can prove it again and again. I can prove it on myself. I can die and bring myself back to life.
You are mad, Craig.
Oh, am I mad?
Craig.
Yeah, I'm only putting my gun on the table.
Very well, then.
I'm not afraid of you, even though I can't see you. You see?
Yes, Craig.
And I will prove to you what I just said. I am not mad. I am a genius. I have found the secret.
What was that? Why did you put that fountain pen in your mouth? Oh, so that's it. Potassium cyanide in that pen, huh? And you think you'll bring yourself back to life, huh? Oh, Craig, you were a fool. You were a madman. So now, it's the shadow against the ghost. Ghost of Peter Swift. But never the ghost of Dr. Craig.
That you, Jenkins? Good. I'll be right out.
But Mr. Lane, sir, Miss Margot left strict instructions that you were not to go out of the house.
Oh, she did. Well, when she comes back, you tell her I went out. I'm not going to be ordered around by my own daughter as if I were a child of 3. Ridiculous. I can take care of myself. Open the car, Jenkins.
But Mr. Lane, the
danger my eye. I'm going straight to my own club. It's my own car with my own chauffeur. The club, Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Be careful. You turned that chrono on 2 wheels. Remember, I have a weak heart. Drive carefully. Jenkins, did you hear me? Jenkins, what's the matter with you? Stop the car this instant. Jenkins, why, you're not Jenkins.
For me,
Why, you're Peter Swift. I don't care who you are. Stop this car. Let me out. Let me out.
Went and croaked by himself. Scared to death. Well, save me the trouble. I wouldn't be too sure of that, Peter Swift. What's that? Ross Lane is unharmed. He's only thinking. He has a weak heart. Who's that? Where are you? Don't tell me you didn't know you had a shadow as a passenger, too, Peter. The shadow? Yes, the shadow. What are you going to do? I think you'd better stop the car, Peter, and then I'll see that the proper authorities get you again. And this time there will be no Dr. Kraft. Yeah. Well, this time they don't get me. No? Shadow or no shadow, I'm driving this car, and you don't dare touch me if you do. And when they get you, Peter, they'll take you up on that little platform and blindfold you. And then they'll put the noose around your neck. It'll be hard for them to find you. Your driving is positively reckless, Peter. I think the emergency brake is indicated.
Did you see that crash?
That drunken driver.
That car's a total wreck. We have got 3 head-ons.
There's 2 men in there.
Please let me in. I'm a doctor.
How about it, Doc?
The old man on the back is all right. He's just fainted. Shock probably.
And the other?
Well, I'm afraid the shortly he is done for. Broken neck. Oh, this is funny.
What's that, Doc?
The chauffeur has a metal brace on his neck now. He must have broken it once before.
Well, there he is. Peter Swift. The only guy that ever died twice.
Yeah, we're giving him a swell funeral, all right. I bet there's guys from every mob in town, right in this room.
Don't he look natural?
Waste of natural.
And cast your lamps on the reed.
Yeah. Peter liked flowers. They used to let him mow the grass and sing.
Who sent this little bunch of funny blue flowers?
Huh? Them is forget-me-nots. Well, ain't there no card?
I guess there is at that. My gosh. Look here.
Huh? What does it say?
The shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, before today's thrilling episode in the life of the shadow comes to a close, we have an announcement that I'm sure will be of interest to everybody. Beginning today, Mr. John Barclay, our blue coal heating expert, will give a series of practical talks on the subject of automatic heating. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. Today, more than ever before, we realize the need for absolutely uniform heat in order to enjoy really healthful living conditions. However, many people are under the impression that it is necessary to spend huge sums of money and install elaborate equipment in order to have this uniform heat. In other years, that was true. But today, you can have uniform heat 24 hours a day for as little as $18.95. That's the price of a blue coal automatic heat regulator.
Is this a simple device which can be installed on any kind of heating equipment?
Oh, yes. It works equally well. Hot air, hot water, steam or vapor heating plants, even on space heaters, which you probably know of as parlor stoves.
Not only is the blue coal heat regulator so inexpensive that anyone can afford one, but its operation is simplicity itself. It consists of a thermostat located right upstairs where it's always handy, or you can have it in your living room, your dining room, your kitchen, anywhere at all. This thermostat is then installed to connected to a silent motor located in the basement near the furnace.
Is it easy to install?
Why, yes. Yes, the installation of the blue coal heat regulator is such a simple matter that it requires but an hour or two. In fact, you don't even have to let the fire in your furnace go out. And the charge for installation is very low, averaging around $5. Why not drop in to see your nearest blue coal dealer and let him tell you more about this remarkable new heat regulator? You'll find he's the outstanding heating authority in your community. And take advantage of his John Barclay trained serviceman, who is qualified to give you expert counsel on any heating problem at no charge whatever. I thank you.
The story you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Extra, hear all about the shadow. Next week, same station, same time, the shadow returns. His latest adventure, same time, same station. Extra, don't miss it. Extra.
Our cast tonight has included Dwight Weist, Margot Stevenson, Parley Bear, Jackson Beck, Arnold Moss, Sidney Sloan, Trudy Warner, Arthur Anderson, Dick Osgood, John Nanovic, organist Rosa Rio, and Terry and Ken Ross on sound effects. Is there another name I should mention? And of course, Carl Weber as John Barclay. This is your announcer, Ken Roberts, who joins with the cast in extending our appreciation to the creator of the shadow, Mr. Walter Gibson. Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before The Shadow's adventure begins, a reminder to all homeowners. There's one sure way to get extra quality, extra value, and complete heating comfort. And that's by ordering blue coal by name. Blue coal's harmless blue coloring is the trademark of the world's largest hard coal producer. But even more, it assures you that each ton of blue coal has been laboratory tested for quality and sized and prepared to give you better heat with less furnace attention. So don't gamble with ordinary fuel. Ensure your family perfect heating comfort and satisfaction by ordering blue coal by name. Call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. At the close of this afternoon's program, we have a most distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. I'm sure you will all be anxious to hear what he has to say, so be sure to listen. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs, the only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Ghosts Can Kill.
Court will come to order.
Proceed, Mr. District Attorney.
Your Honor and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence against this man, Ralph Gorman. 3 eyewitnesses of unimpeachable character saw him commit the murder. He was caught at the scene of the murder with a gun in his hand. It is the duty of the jury to convict him. Ralph Gorman has been brought to court 7 times for serious crimes.
I object. Although I admit my client has been brought to court in the past, he has always furnished an unbreakable alibi and has been acquitted. Therefore, I claim that this record is irrelevant.
Objection sustained.
Very well. That doesn't alter the state's case. In this instance, the accused has no alibi. He is guilty of murder and should therefore be sent to the chair.
Order in the court.
I think the question before the jury is a clean-cut issue. The defendant, Ralph Gorman, committed a peculiarly cold-blooded murder. There are no halfway measures. He is either guilty or not guilty. I therefore instruct the jury to return a verdict of acquittal or first-degree murder. The jury will retire to consider the verdict.
The prisoner will cease this disturbance at once. What's the matter? Don't you like my music?
This is a court of law, Gorman. While you are awaiting the verdict of the jury, you will please conduct yourself in a more seemly manner.
Well, Margot, I've seen many murder trials in my time, but I've never seen one where the accused man played on a mouth organ while waiting for the jury to send him to the chair.
Lamont, isn't Gorman one of the toughest gangsters alive?
Yes. In my estimation, Ralph Gorman is public enemy number 1, Margot.
Yet he's never been caught and sent to prison, Lamont. You heard that in the testimony.
Oh, he's been caught often enough. They've never been able to convict him, because he's always been able to furnish an absolutely airtight alibi. This time, for some unexplainable reason, he has no alibi. So if there's any justice, he should be put away for good.
Here comes the jury back in again. It certainly didn't take long to come to a decision.
After the evidence they heard, they should.
Court will come to order.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the accused, Ralph Gorman, guilty of murder in the first degree. The court will come to order.
The prisoner will stand. Ralph Gorman, you have been proved a menace to society, and society has passed judgment upon you. You have been found guilty of willful, deliberate murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say before a sentence is pronounced upon you?
Yeah, I got something to say.
Very well. Be brief.
Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, then if you're going to kill me, I'm going to come back from the grave and get even with society.
Empty threats will avail you nothing, Gorman.
You don't believe I can do it, huh? All right, I'll even tell you who I'm going to get.
That will do. I'm not going to...
First, I'm going to get that big financier, Oscar Borden, that's always giving away money. I guess Borden's what you'd call a pillar of society, ain't he?
Stop, Gorman.
Then, just for fun, I'll kill that young guy, Frank Collins, that just got engaged to that social register dame. I'll come back after death and get both of them. Collins and Borden. Yeah, you don't think I can do it, huh? But I can. Yes, I can. Quiet in court.
Ralph Gorman, I hereby sentence you to be taken to the state's prison and to there be executed in the manner provided by law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Hey, quiet, will you, Gorman? Bad enough being in prison without having to listen to that.
Lay off the music, will ya?
Come on, shut up. Shut up.
Hey, Tom, what's going on here?
Hey, listen, guys, make that guy Gorman stop playing that mouth organ. He's driving us all nuts in here. What's he think this is, Carnegie Hall?
No, I don't think this is Carnegie Hall. It's the death house. And you guys are in it just like me.
Stop it! Stop it, you guys! Or you'll all get solitary. Gorman, you've only been allowed to keep your mouth organ as a special favor. If you're going to make trouble, I'll have to take it away from you.
Have a heart, will you? That's all the fun I get.
Fun? He's driving us nuts.
Oh, why do you care, buddy? They're burning me tonight. Tomorrow it'll be quiet around here. Quiet as the grave.
Listen, Gorman, you better keep quiet. The warden will be here in a minute.
The warden? What do I care for the warden?
He can't do any more than give me the hot seat, and he's doing that anyhow.
Here comes the warden now. What's all the disturbance in here, guard?
It's Gorman, Warden.
Hey, did you hear from the governor, Warden?
Yes. I'm afraid I've got bad news for you, Gorman. Governor Roberts has refused to do anything about your case.
And they're going to burn me tonight, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Looks like society put the finger on me. Just like the judge said. Well, okay. I warned him. Like I said in court, within a week, the millionaire Oscar Borden and Frank Collins are going to be dead.
Don't talk like that, Gorman.
You'll see. And I think I'll get Governor Roberts, too, while I'm about it. That makes a nice trio, don't you think? Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts. I'm going to come back from the grave and kill them. All three of them, yeah. Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, I ain't kicking. We'll see who laughs last.
Making stupid threats won't do you any good, Gorman.
Stupid, huh? Listen, in a week, those guys are all going to be dead. Lots deader than me.
Come along, guard.
You better warn them. Tell them their time is up when they hear me playing on my mouth organ like this. Extra, hey, read all about it. Ralph Gorman electrocuted. Ralph Gorman threatens life of Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts before he dies. Gorman executed. Hey, read all about it. Extra.
Is there anything else you want me to do tonight, Mr. Borden?
Before you go, draw the curtains and turn off the overhead lights, Taylor.
Yes.
I'm going to stay here in my study for a while where it's quiet. There's some things I want to look over.
Yes, Mr. Borden. You won't be disturbed, sir. I think everyone else has gone to bed.
There's a newspaper here. I haven't had a chance to look at one all day.
Right on your desk, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, good night, Taylor.
Good night, Mr. Borden.
Well, I glanced at the headlines before getting down to work. Let's see. Rebels push into province. Merging relief agencies. Gangster executed amid great intrigue. Dramatic scene in the death house last night. Ralph Gorman threatens to come back after death and murder. The philanthropist, Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, millionaire sportsman, and Governor Roberts. Now, let's see. On the way to the chair, Gorman warned his intended victims that they would know of his presence by hearing him play a mouth organ. These were his last words, after which he was electrocuted. From this picture here, I'd say he was of rather low mentality. The mouth organ, well, that's a bizarre note. Oh, I wonder. Wait a moment. I can hear a mouth organ now. No, it must be my imagination. That's odd. I could swear I hear it again. Seems to come from the other room. Who opened that door? Why, you're Ralph Gorman.
You see me, Mr. Borden?
This is impossible.
I've come back from the dead to keep my promise to society.
You're mad.
Ghosts ain't never mad, Mr. Borden.
Ghosts? Preposterous. We'll see about this.
Don't touch that bell, because it ain't going to do you no good. Oh. Well, that's one of them. 2 more to go.
Well, Lamont, as long as you just seem to be walking me around the streets aimlessly, you might at least answer my questions. What do you think of those threats?
Threats? What threats, Margot?
The threats made by Ralph Gorman last night before he was executed.
Oh, I wouldn't give them a second thought. 6-year-old child knows it's impossible to come back from the dead and murder people.
Extra, Oscar Borden murdered. Famous philanthropist found in his study, shot to death.
Yes, I hear it, too. Boy, give me a paper.
Yes, sir.
Keep the change, son.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Taxi.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I think this will bear a little investigating. I'll see you later, Margot. I'm going to drop in on the scene of the crime. Our friend Commissioner Weston should be there.
Cardona, see who that is. Whoever it is, don't let him in this study of Mr. Borden's until I get through questioning these people.
Okay, Commissioner Weston.
The body was found here, but...
Mr. Lamont Cranston, sir. He says you know him.
Oh, yes, I know him. Tell him... Oh, wait a minute. He tries to be an amateur criminologist. Let him come in. I'll show him how the police department really works.
Yes. All right, you can come in, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
Ah, Commissioner Weston.
How do you do?
I just happened to be passing by the Borden house, and I thought you might be here.
Well, Cranston, you want to test some of your amateur theories on crime, I suppose.
Always willing to try, Commissioner?
Well, you're liable to beat your brains out over this one. About 3 hours ago, Oscar Borden was found at his desk here with a nice round bullet hole in his head, and not a clue.
Well, how distressing. Not a single clue, Commissioner?
Well, we have 2 clues, but they don't make sense.
Well, perhaps they don't make sense to the professional detective, but
No.
an amateur on the intellectual side of crime might be able to help you out, Commissioner. What were the clues?
Well, first I asked the cop on the beat if he'd seen any known crooks hanging around the building tonight.
And?
And the dumb guy told me he hadn't seen any, except at one time during the afternoon he thought he got a glimpse of Ralph Gorman. And Ralph Gorman is known to have threatened Oscar Borden.
I see. And the other clue, Commissioner?
The other clue was even slimmer. One of the maids says she heard a mouth organ being played in Mr. Borden's study about the time the murder must have been committed.
Why, it all hinges together perfectly, Commissioner, don't you see? Ralph Gorman has threatened Oscar Borden. He plays the mouth organ, and he's been seen hanging around the house. Why, he's your murderer.
Very pretty theory, Cranston. The only hitch is that Ralph Gorman was put to death last night at 11 o'clock in the electric chair at State Prison.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, you should read the papers. You see, as an amateur criminologist, you're not so hot after all, Cranston.
Well, have you solved Oscar Borden's murder?
No, not yet.
Well, you're no better than I am, then. Commissioner Weston, if I were you, I'd put a guard of large, solid policemen around anyone Ralph Gorman might have had a motive to kill.
Oh, yeah? And then what?
Then I'd look for the ghost of Ralph Gorman.
It's lucky you're not police commissioner. Now, you'd better get out of here, Cranston. I've got important work to do. We continue with the second act of Ghosts Can Kill in just a moment. Homeowners, would you like to stop those tiresome trips to the cellar and keep furnace attention down to a minimum? Well, then, here's what you do. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which is attached to the wall of your living or dining room that controls your furnace dampers automatically. Just set the thermostat control at the exact temperature you wish, and your Blue Coal heat regulator will maintain that temperature day or night. You know yourselves how costly and dangerous to health overheating the house can be. But a heat regulator will ensure you steady, even warmth, which is most beneficial to the health of all. What's more, by stopping this overheating of the house, a heat regulator will save you fuel. And saving fuel means saving money. You can own one of these Blue Coal heat regulators for only $18.95 plus a small installation charge. And believe me, it will pay for itself in the time and trouble of constant draft adjustment it saves you. So, call your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Hello. Oh, I thought we were cut off, darling, but now I tell you, I'm all right.
Oh, but Frank, I'm so worried. If only I were in town so I could be with you.
But what is there to worry about, darling?
Why, those threats that awful man Gorman made against you.
Oh, that was just nonsense. I never even knew him, and besides, he's dead.
Yes, but Oscar Borden was threatened, too, and he's dead.
Oh, now, Ruth, darling, please stop worrying for my sake. Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm in my own apartment, and I have no intention of going out, so nothing can happen. Now, you go to sleep and get your beauty rest. You know, you've got to look your prettiest for our wedding Tuesday.
Oh, all right, dearest. At least I'll be with you by tomorrow. I'll be down on the 11 o'clock train in the morning.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I'll meet you at the station. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Poor Ruth. I don't know why women get so nervous about... Oh, I wonder who that could be. Hello?
Is this Frank Collins?
Yes, who's this?
This is the Shadow.
Oh, the Shadow. Yes, I've heard of you. What do you want?
I want to warn you, Collins. Warn you against a death.
Whose death?
Yours.
And why should you be warning me?
Because if you're not very careful, you'll meet the same fate as Oscar Borden, and for the same reason.
Oh, nonsense.
Furthermore, I would suggest that if you value your life, you will apply without delay for police protection.
Look, I don't know who you are, Shadow, or what your game is. But I'm not afraid of you or anybody else.
Have it your own way, Mr. Collins. Have it your own way.
Wait a minute. Wait, listen. He hung up. I wonder what that was all about. Certainly wasn't a very cheerful person to talk to. Maybe I'd better get... See, now, what's Commissioner Weston's home number? See, I think I've got it in here someplace. Oh, yeah, here it is. Main 9.
Phone. Who could be calling at this hour? Now, where's that phone? Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Commissioner, this is Frank Collins. I just received a threat.
Frank? Oh, you did?
Yes, I was informed I'm about to meet Oscar Borden's fate.
How are you warned?
Over the telephone just about 5 minutes ago. By a man who calls himself the Shadow.
The Shadow? Is he mixed up in this?
How should I know? Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought for a minute I heard a mouth organ playing.
Mouth organ? Oh, that's just your nerves, Collins. Is your door locked?
No.
Go lock it quick.
All right, just a minute.
Good Lord. I can hear the mouth organ myself over the phone. Collins!
You're too late, Collins.
Collins!
You should have locked that door before you made the call.
It's Ralph Gorman's voice. Collins!
Who are you? Maybe you heard of me, Collins. I'm Ralph Gorman.
Gorman! Oh, don't shoot! Don't! Oh!
Now only one more to go.
Operator! Operator, this is Police Commissioner Weston. Get me headquarters. Hurry, operator. Hurry!
Lamont,
Come in, Margot.
I just heard that Frank Collins was murdered in his home last night, Lamont.
Yes, I've been reading the papers.
It's dreadful. How could Ralph Gorman have come back from the dead to commit these murders?
Margot, yesterday I would have said it was totally impossible. Today, well, frankly, I don't know. At this moment, I can't think of any other hypothesis that would account for the known facts.
Then that means... Jiminy,
What did you say?
I merely said Jiminy.
Why did you say that?
Jiminy? I don't know. I was just thinking. Why? Does it mean anything?
Ordinarily, no. In this instance, it may mean everything. At least it gives me a clue. Margot, is your car outside?
Yes, Lamont.
Well, come on. We're going places. Hey, be careful, Margot. Watch how you're driving.
You told me to step on it. I thought you wanted to get to the Regal Hotel in a hurry.
Well, I do, but I'd like to get there all in one piece.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me that. Incidentally, why the Regal Hotel?
Governor Roberts is staying there. He's addressing the manufacturers' dinner at the Colossus Club tonight. I'd like to be sure he lives to make it.
Oh, Lamont, now you're being mysterious again. Why shouldn't Governor Roberts live to make his speech?
Because I have reason to believe he's next on the list, marked for murder. I have an idea that if any attempt is made on the governor's life tonight, it'll probably be tonight. Here's the hotel. You'll just pull up the curb.
All right.
I said up to the curb, dear, not over it.
Oh, I think you're horrid.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, so will somebody else before the night's over. Well, goodbye, Margot, and thanks for the ride.
This is the service entrance, Governor. Go right through that door there. You'll be on Marine Street.
Good, thank you. That's what I told my car to wait.
Governor Roberts, do you think this is wise?
Wise, Latham? Of course it's wise. What danger can there be? I'm going straight to the dinner at the Colossus Club alone in my own car with my own chauffeur.
Well, just as you say, sir.
Through this door to the street, you said, Porter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, where's my car? I told Henry to wait. Oh, there he is. To the Colossus Club, Henry. Henry, this is the most preposterous thing I ever heard of in my life. What's our police force turning into? A bunch of old women? Ralph Gorman? Of course I couldn't pardon him. The man was guilty. He certainly can't come back from the dead, can he, Henry? All this cock and bull story about playing a mouth organ, you don't believe... Henry, what's making that noise? Henry, did you hear me? Henry, what's the matter with you? This isn't the way to the Colossus Club. You're heading for the river. Stop the car. Henry, Why, you're not Henry.
That's right, I ain't Henry, Governor. Don't you remember me, Ralph Gorman?
Ralph Gorman? No, it's not possible.
Well, you see me, don't you? And you remember how I used to play the mouth organ in the death house? Like this.
Stop the car. Let me out.
I'll let you out, all right, in 10 feet of water when we get to the river.
No. Let me out.
You didn't let me out of the chair, did you, Governor? I burned, remember? Well, you'll drown.
Stop the car.
Stop it, I say. You'll kill us both. You can't kill a dead man, can you, Governor? The old fool went and croaked by himself. Scared to death. It saves me the trouble.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Gorman.
Hey, what's that?
Governor Roberts is unharmed. He's only fainted. He has a weak heart.
Who's that? Where are you?
You didn't know you had the Shadow as a passenger.
The Shadow, huh? Well, you can't hurt me. Even a Shadow can't harm a ghost.
But you're not a ghost, Gorman.
Yeah, that's what you think. Don't you know that Ralph Gorman is dead?
Certainly. But you're not Ralph Gorman. You're his twin brother, Arthur.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, Arthur. I went down to the city records office and checked up on the birth certificate. A very pretty little story. Your mother had twin boys and concealed the fact from everyone. She brought you two up deliberately for a life of crime. Very convenient, wasn't it, Arthur? No matter what crime one of you committed, the other was always seen somewhere else at the same time to furnish a complete alibi.
Yeah, I'm Arthur Gorman, Ralph Gorman's twin brother. But if we hadn't got the hour mixed up, they'd never have convicted Ralph that last time.
Too bad, wasn't it? After all the trouble your mother had taken for years to conceal the fact you were twins.
How did you get onto it?
Why, a friend of mine used the expression Jiminy, and I naturally connected that with Gemini.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Gemini is the sign of the zodiac, which means the twins. Well, Arthur, this is a very interesting discussion, but I think now you'd better stop the car.
Oh, yeah? What do you think I am, crazy? They're never gonna burn me.
That's a matter of opinion.
All right, you got me, but I got you, Shadow. Got you where I want you. There's the river right ahead of us. I'm gonna drive over the embankment. I'll drown, but so will you. I'll drive right over the edge.
None of this emergency brake works, you won't?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, what happened?
Look at that smash.
Oh, those drunken drivers, they ought to be put in jail.
He ran head on into the warehouse wall there. Did you see
Two
him?
men in there.
Here's the doctor. Let me through.
Let the
there they are,
doctor-
Jack.
I see. Stand back, please.
Well, how about it, Doc?
Well, I'll be... The man in back is Governor Roberts.
Hey, Governor Roberts. Is he?
No. He's all right, I think. Just fainted. Shocked, probably.
Hey, Doc, how about the other guy?
The chauffeur here is dead.
Dead. That's too bad. Say, his face looks familiar.
What is it? You know him?
That dead guy in the chauffeur outfit is the living image of a gunman called Ralph Gorman.
Ralph Gorman? It can't be. Ralph Gorman went to the chair last week.
Well, if it ain't him, it's his twin brother.
If only you'd been able to tell us that a week ago. Justice would have been served a great deal more quickly.
In a moment, we shall introduce our distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some money-saving hints on furnace care and attention.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Last week I discussed the three factors which cause heat to be lost up the chimney and how they can be corrected. This afternoon I want to tell you about another common cause of wasted coal and heating inefficiency, namely ash pit loss. Ash pit loss means the unburned or partially burned coal which falls through the grates into the ash pit. This loss is due simply to shaking the grates too often and too vigorously. Don't shake the fire every time you throw on fresh coal. Let that depend on the weather outside. And when you shake the grates, stop immediately when you see the first red glow in the ash pit. If you think you're not getting full value for your heating dollars, here's what you do. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to have a trained John Barclay heating expert inspect your furnace. Remember, there's no charge or obligation on your part. So feel free to call on your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now, on behalf of our sponsors, the Blue Coal Dealers, the nation over, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Francis H. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'm very happy to be here with you this afternoon and to have the opportunity of speaking to the audience of the Shadow program. I am sure all law enforcement bodies in the United States agree with me when I say that constructive radio programs are a very great help in the prevention of crime. I can't emphasize strongly enough how important it is to prove, particularly to growing boys, the truth that crime in any form does not pay. Your program helps to bring this message to millions of people. So keep up the good work.
We certainly shall, Mr. Horan, and thank you, sir, for stopping in. It's been a great honor to have had you with us. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.